La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Sorry, am I? There's effects.
So,
Testing, testing.
does everyone see the red light?
Huh?
That's what they do to cats to waste time. Inshallah, we're gonna get this working in a second. We're just getting the audio set up right now and your speech ready.
Alrighty.
So, do you want to do an interview while we're here?
Sure.
Stephanie, what community are you from?
Jamaica. I sent it last night. Yeah. There's both. It should be both. Because I was having issues, so I sent both. Yeah.
How many years has he been a singer? Do you have the clicker?
15, 16 years, I think. Can I move this? Can I move this to like this side? Or
So
like
this will take you. Can you click on the PowerPoint itself? It should be. This will move it to the next slide.
okay. Can I move this? Fine. Can I move this to the side? Or is that gonna mess it up?
Not gonna do anything. It's not even. There you go.
Okay, awesome.
Okay, guys, give a round of applause for Stephanie.
Salam alaikum. Let me know if I go out at any point, inshallah. So, this is my sermon. It's gonna have about, I guess, 2 sections to it, or 2 connected topics in a way. So, yeah. So first part, how we carry on after God answers our prayers. God willing, no. Most, if not all of us, have lived through the experience of a major prayer being answered. The process starts with imploring God fervently, repeatedly for something that we feel strongly in need of. Often there's a waiting period that happens as we continue to implore God and wait on His timing. And it ends with the relief, the appreciation and joy that is felt when the prayer has been answered. This is then often followed by the proclamation of the blessing, praising God, and sharing the journey with submitters as we reflect on everything we learned in the process. The other half of the experience, the less talked about half, is what happens after the feelings of praise, appreciation, and joy have been felt and the emotions start to balance out. It's what happens as life moves on and we go through the logistics of this change and that God has brought into our lives. What generally happens is that new plans start to form, new goals emerge, and new prayers start to materialize. This is not necessarily a bad thing if we remain appreciative. However, what can and does often happen is that almost immediately or very soon after God has blessed us, Satan begins to invite the human being to be unappreciative and greedy. He invites us to compare what we were given with what could be or what could have been. We become overly aware of similar situations that seem to highlight what is missing from what we have been given. The whispers will be customized for specific situations, but in the case of a job, for example, we start to have whispers like, maybe I should go for this opportunity instead as we see something new, or they could have offered me more, or something like, I would be happier if, fill in the blank. As we give in to Satan's invitations and start to measure what God has just blessed us with to these other opportunities that are suddenly in our field of awareness, So these are the thoughts that come up as we, give into these whispers and we start noticing all these opportunities, right? So, seek refuge in God from Satan, the rejected. When we bless the human being, he turns away and drifts farther and farther away. And when he suffers any affliction, he implores loudly. Satan invites us to turn the very thing that was an answer to our prayer into a source of doubt and misery. He works to create an environment in our mind where greed and unappreciativeness can grow, and as he's allowed to present us with these if only whispers, for example, in this way we lose focus of what God has given us and start looking at what others have and false promises of what could have been, right? We are led into being unappreciative. And inshallah, I won't read every verse because I don't know how long my speech is, but and this is where many people, if they do not make it a practice to be continuously aware of God, fall into Satan's trap. When we are not aware of God, we forget his promises. We forget his qualities and we forget what he tells us in the Quran. That whatever he gives us, no matter how small, is far better for us. We forget to be on guard against Satan, our most ardent enemy, and instead we readily listen to him as he pulls us away from God and convinces us to be unappreciative. And through our unappreciation, we allow Satan to turn an answered prayer from a blessing into a test, an idol, or a source of misery and fear. He promises them and entices them. What the devil promises is no more than an illusion. In this way, Satan pulls our mind and our sentiments from being appreciative into being unappreciative. This is how he convinces us to look away from seeing all that is good and blessed about what we have been given and where we are. This is how he convinces us to be unappreciative and despair of God's mercy and grace. He promises us illusions, and in this way, pulls our minds from God into destruction. And when we allow him to do this, we turn our answered prayer from a blessing into a source of misery. I've said that like 3 times. O people, God's promise is the truth. Therefore, do not be distracted by this lowly life. Do not be diverted from God by mere illusions. And then there's this verse, 9:55, right? Apparent worldly success. Do not be impressed by their money or their children. God causes these to be sources of retribution for them in this life. And when they die, their souls depart while they are disbelievers. This is what happens with nearly every non-submitter and idol worshiper. This is unfortunately something that can happen to submitters when they are not aware of themselves and of God. God tells us repeatedly that this worldly life is an illusion. It's a powerful illusion, but an illusion nonetheless. And as submitters, we have to make extra effort to keep that in mind. The only thing we are absolutely guaranteed is what God promises us and tells us will happen. That he controls all provisions, that he will provide perfectly, that this worldly life is nil, and that to him we will return. So when we allow ourselves to be deceived by Satan and his false promises, or the fear that he whispers, we are forgetting about God. We are forgetting ourselves and what really matters. We are choosing to believe that what Satan says and promises over what God has promised and warned us of. When we listen to Satan's false promises, we are also saying that we know better than God what is best for us. And that is so far from the truth, because if we did know what was best for us, we would not be here as humans. So this is, you guys know this section of the verse. This is Satan and God, interaction between Satan and God, right? Satan says, since you have honored him over me, if you respite me until the day of resurrection, I will possess all his descendants. And God, responds, and 64 says, "You may entice them with your voice, mobilize all your forces and all your men against them, and share in their money and their children, and promise them anything the devil promises you is no more than an illusion." This is what we agreed to come here to experience. We agreed to be tested in this way as Satan comes at us from every angle. So as submitters, as people who have been told how the system works and how Satan works, we cannot lose sight of that reality. We cannot let routine and time dull our awareness of God. We cannot let time and disillusion overshadow everything we know and have learned by God's grace as He purifies us. We should not allow ourselves to keep falling for the same tricks of Satan, going from one prayer to the next as we turn our blessings into misery, having to repeatedly ask God to save us from situations that we would not be in if it were not that we turned away from Him and listened to Satan in the first place. All right. So to the second half of the speech, inshallah. So this is how we carry forward the lessons we learn, right? And this is, like how we carry for the lessons we learn from one moment to the next, for example, from one test into the next. I believe this is the key in truly purifying ourselves and doing better by our souls and by God on a consistent and increasing basis. I believe this is the key to becoming and remaining aware of God and not falling for Satan's whispers, whispers, false promises, and fear. If we are reflecting and we are aware of God, we learn something from everything we experience. There is always a lesson from God and a purification of a thought pattern, a habit, or a speech pattern, whatever, with everything that we experience. These lessons are meant to purify us of every weakness and bad habit before we turn to God. We return to God. That is the purpose of this life for the believers. So every experience in life, every milestone, every hardship, every answered prayer is meant to teach us and reinforce a lesson from God in us. This is how we grow, become stronger and better submitters, and how we continue to purify ourselves. We do not want to be like the people described in the verses here, who revert after having their prayers answered, right? People who become preoccupied after being blessed or rescued, forgetting the lessons we learned by God's mercy and grace. We do not want to fall into this pattern of having tests repeat with harsher and increasing consequences. We also do not want to fall into the category of being like a bad weather friend, where the only thing that truly makes us reverent and thoughtful is when we are experiencing hardship. If we think about it, what happens after learning a hard lesson or passing a test is a lot like what happens after God answers a big prayer of ours. We feel intense reverence of God and His support as to pass the test. We feel a sense of accomplishment as we're able to make the right decision by God's grace and hold fast to God. We feel strengthened as we see the tangible proof of our soul growth and submission to God, or as we see tangible proof of God's support in our lives. We feel appreciative to know the system and that we are able to identify and fix what caused the issue in the first place by God's grace. We also share the story in pretty much the same way as we do when it's a blessing from God as well. And just like what happens with a blessing as time goes on, and if we're not aware of God and ourselves, we allow that lesson to dull, and whatever we overcame comes back into our behavior, our thoughts, and our actions little by little. It may not resurface in the exact same form, but it comes back, hidden, subtle, morphed into something that, while we're distracted and unaware, we don't recognize and don't realize it's something we need to resist and purify. What can and sometimes does happen is that, like a trophy, we take that lesson and we place it on a shelf in our mind, allowing it to gather dust. We look at it occasionally, admire it. We remember how well we did in that moment when we achieved it. We let it sit, slowly gathering dust and slowly turning into something that feeds our ego and our pride. Just like the traditionals who placed the Quran on a shelf in their homes to be admired, touched, but never used as God intends it to be. This lesson that God taught us ends up on that shelf in our minds, gathering dust, half forgotten and not at all serving the purpose that it was meant to. So the question is this: how should we apply and use the lessons we learn after passing a test? The answer is this. Rather than becoming a trophy we place on a shelf, the lessons we learn should be treated in the same way a child treats their favorite toy or security blanket. If you've ever seen a child with these items, you know they carry it with them everywhere. They are always holding on to it, making sure it's within reach, and they do not leave their homes without it. That is how we should treat the lessons from God. In every new or familiar interactions, we should have that lesson in hand, holding on to it, turning it over, checking if we need to or can use it in this moment. It should be ever present in our minds, ready to be used and applied as it is meant to. And instead of being like a trophy on a shelf gathering dust, becoming dull, it should be like a child's favorite item, well used and worn, or like a stone that is constantly rubbed, polished, smooth, and perfected. The lessons we learn through our tests and purifications are meant to be used and applied over and over and over again. They're not one-time things, rather, they are meant to become an integral part of our souls, our personalities, and our mindsets. God's system is meant to teach us what pleases God, purify us, and bring us back to Him. Everything that we go through is meant to serve as reinforcement of what we have learned previously, as well as to teach us new things that we may not be aware of. The reinforcement of the lesson is just as important, if not more so, than learning new ones. Reinforcement through application is the best way to truly apply and take in the lessons we learn from our tests and purifications so that we truly rid ourselves of a particular habit or thought pattern and pick up ones that please God. Because really, what's the point of learning new things if they are not applied and make no impact in the long run? We will simply end up needing to learn the same lessons over and over again in different ways and situations. If we fall into a pattern like this, I don't think there's much progress or growth actually being made. We end up walking the same path over and over again. It's almost like walking in place when our goal should be to move forward and closer to God, becoming the kind of soul that pleases Him. God tells us in the Quran that He is in no need of our worship. If we revert after God has guided us, He can simply replace us with people whom He loves and who love Him, as He should be loved and appreciated. They will exhibit the qualities that He loves and advocates. They learn and purify themselves. They apply the things that they learn in every aspect of their lives. They will make it that every lesson learned is well taken and applied in perpetuity so that it becomes a part of who they are. So to recap, as we go through this life, we have to be aware of God and remember that God is the one who provides for us. We have to know and believe the way God answers our prayers is always in our best interest and for our own good. We have to be aware that Satan is always there to whisper into our hearts and in an effort to make us go astray and become unappreciative of God and our blessings. We have to remember that God knows best, and nothing Satan whispers to us about what God has given us or how it could be better is ever true. We do not know what is best for us, and Satan certainly does not want what is good for us. So awareness of God and awareness of Satan as our most ardent enemy will keep us from believing his lies. As God teaches us and as he purifies us, these lessons should not become a trophy on the shelf of our minds, gathering dust, slowly turning into a source of pride and fuel our ego. The lessons God teaches us are meant to be used in every moment repeatedly, consistently. They are meant to be reinforced over and over until they are indistinguishable from who we are. In this way, we move away from being anything like the bad weather friends described in the verses of the Quran and closer to being the perfect souls who love God and whom he loves. Thank you.
MashaAllah. Very good reminders there, Stephanie. Are we remembering the purification and lessons from our prayers, inshallah, and taking them forward? We're very short on time. We're going to take one question and a quick answer, inshallah. Yeah, we want to try and keep to the schedule. So, yeah, okay, I'll go this way. And it's Barak.
Assalamu alaikum, mashallah. Very good speech. I really enjoyed it, Stephanie. I'm going to ask a very difficult question. So it was very nice. Awareness of God, reverencing Him, be appreciative all the time. So remembering, right? And my question from you, you mentioned about apparent worldly success, right? For the disbelievers and all this. How do you differentiate between that worldly success for the disbelievers and the success that the believers have? I mean, in how we look at it, I mean, you look, okay, the believer has these, and God has blessed them with all these blessing, but the disbelievers also God allowed them to enjoy. So how do you differentiate between these two? Thank you.
It goes back to whether or not it's a source of misery, doubt, anything negative in your life, right? Because God tells us in the Quran that the disbelievers, whatever they have, does not make them happy. You even have the example of the messenger saying that they can have everything in the world of life and they're still miserable. So if as a submitter you're getting worldly provisions, but they're a source of misery in some way, shape, or form, a source of fear, a source of doubt, then you need to kind of reevaluate how you're looking at that and whether that provision you're allowing it to become some sort of idol, or you're not being appreciative enough, or that's how I would differentiate that.
MashaAllah. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Put your hands together. Thank you. Very good. Okay, we're going to try and keep to the schedule, inshallah. So that is, yeah, let's go.
You have 2 mics here. Go for it.
And don't forget your phone.
Yes, I need that. Did anyone hear that? I heard a smoke alarm. All right, so is this on here? Oh, if he's here and people aren't here, there's a problem. Okay, because this guy was up all night long. There you go. See, that's what I'm saying. You were here at 5 a.m. and other people aren't here. So next we're getting an iPad, by the way. We're sourcing an iPad. So Malkan, can you take time for yourself? Yeah. Can you put a 20-minute timer on yourself? Okay. We're yeah, we will. That should be a standard for all conferences. So next is one of our AV what is it, senseis, AV senseis, Makan Azarshai, who's going to be talking about languages from God. Okay, give it up for Makan.
So welcome everyone. So happy to see that everyone actually, well, not everybody, but you guys care enough to come to see this. And thank you for people joining on the stream. Just a little thing is, if you do go on the stream, give it a thumbs up so other people can see it more easily. So this is a speech I've been wanting to give for a while. It's just there's always been so much controversial debates that I always gets pushed off for me talking about other things that are I feel more important at this point. But if we go, this verse always stuck out to me. And the subtitle is More Proofs. Among his proofs are the creation of the heavens and the earth, and the variations in your languages and your colors. And these there are signs for the knowledgeable. And this part was always interesting to me, is that I don't think we really talked about this a lot, is that God says that the variations in our languages are proofs of God. So I went into a rabbit hole researching this. What reminded me is like currently at my work, we're trying to build a language learning application. We're learning a lot about languages and how people can learn languages and different ones and how they're all very different. And it's insane like how complicated just human language on itself is. So, of course, we know like back in the day, but way like our great ancestors, we had the Babylon, Babel, all our families came from the Fertile Crescent at this point. They say, I hate it when it keeps using BCE. It's actually BC. But they say this is around 3,200 BC. We have like Mesopotamia. This is where they say is the birthplace of writing itself. And it was considered to have like some of the most like complex societies there. But even before that, it was things that are way more, there was like languages that, this is like when they first started writing things down itself. But before that, people were still talking. So, and this day, like back then, there wasn't many variations itself. But in this day and age, we have what they call like living languages. We have over 7,100 living languages themselves actively at this instance. They estimate that there's over 100,000 dialects of ways like different variations. Like when you go to Iran, there's like the way Rashti people speak, Esfahani speaks. You come to the US, you have like the Southerns, the Bostons, the New Yorkers, everything's a little different. But what's crazy is that right now we have we estimate around 800 different sounds we use, just people use to talk to each other. That's insane. This is the thing that's like crazy to me. Like, I don't even know how many sounds I can make, and that's not to that extent itself. And if you've seen me playing games, you know the sounds I make. The point thing I want to point out here is that this many languages, this many dialects, this many sounds, this is like a whole new level. Like this is not just like people say, oh, it's evolution, like things naturally came out. The brain for us to be able to get to this level of complexity is unheard of. And there's like a whole like tree about how languages are related to each other. You have like the Indo-European, Sino-Tibetan. There's even more than this. I kept pushing the AI to get me the proper graph, but this is the closest I can get to it. And it's crazy that all these other, like many languages stem from each other. The whole point that I'm trying to emphasize here is that this isn't just a random mess of languages that came out, it's ordered. You can see the relations between different things. And there's even some languages that we can't even understand how it's related yet. So for example, like, there's so many different, like when you look, there's so many ways that like different languages that can mention God. You have like, for my wife in Turkish, Tanrı. You have Allah, Khuda, Kami, Deus. Like all these different languages have like words for God itself. It's fascinating. Like they share like common tropes. They share like common ideas itself. And even more complicated, has anyone ever noticed this little trapezoid before? Has anyone ever seen that before? Sana's probably has, but I guess she's not here right now. This is called a vowel chart. So if you took like someone's mouth from the side and you looked at the mouth is like, there's the front part, there's the bottom part. This is how they map out where the sounds actually come based on your tongue and how you're using it. And different languages have different vowel sounds you can make. They give the example of, I don't know, I guess Gemini knows I have a Turkish wife, so I emphasize Turkish a lot in this speech. I hope she's listening right now. I love you. Let me go to the next example. So, for example, in Farsi, there's actually only 6 vowel sounds that they can make. Japanese, there's 5. It's the easiest language to speak. I'm not kidding. English, there's 12 vowel sounds. We only have 5 physical vowels, but we have 12 sounds. Some of the sounds are called schwa. I don't know what a schwa is. There it is. Oh, Sanas is here. Okay, so Sanas can tell me if I'm wrong right here. German has 16 vowel sounds. And if you ever wonder why they keep starting world wars, that's probably because they're really angry of how many languages the sounds they have to make. But it's crazy is that like all these different languages have mappings of sounds that they can make. It's incredibly complex. None of these things, when God talks about there's variations in languages, and this is proof of like God's existence, this is not something that like a puddle that evolved into a fish that became a monkey and so on and so forth can develop easily. Like the complexity of this is next level. And this is one of my favorite things. I know you have probably. Has anyone ever heard about like SVO, SOV, VOS, these things before? This is talking about the order of how we communicate structure. So you have every sentence has a subject, has a verb, has an object. And some languages, like English, has the subject first, then the verb, then the object. So for example, Mikey eats a cookie. In Japanese, the object is before the verb. Mikey wa cookie o tabimasu. It's all so cute. And then in Malagasy, I don't know how to say it, but I'll do my best. Mihinana cookie Mikey. They say the verb first. That's crazy. And for some reason, Hindi calls Mikey chatra. Sure, why not? But like, it makes no sense. So for example, if I read it as the Japanese in English, it'd be like, Mikey cookie eats. That's weird in English. Or like in Malagasy, it'd be, eats cookie Mikey. But in those languages, it makes sense to them. And this is like you look at the more and more about how complex languages are, this is a huge blessing from God. Like it goes even deeper. Like there's sometimes like people talk about that there's like poetry that only works in certain languages, and that's by God's design. You get to really appreciate, how this affects people's thought process. And then there's also these parts. I'm not too sure about some of these itself, but like we look at the written languages we have. It was so complex back in like Sumerian, Egyptian hieroglyphics. They're talking about all these other symbols, which I'm not too sure if those are actually human itself, but AI just takes whatever they can find. But a lot of these languages either got lost or they evolved further into like modern usage. Like here's something that's crazy. You ever notice how like a lot of Latin and Greek writing was a little like rigid and strict? That was because like the tools they had to write was either on hard stone or like wax tablets where they had to use sticks to make sharp edges. And that was like, people didn't just invent that out of nowhere. This is how God inspired people to write languages down. And there's other ways that people can communicate with your babies. I'm sneaking my baby in this speech. This is one of it, like, for example, is the sound working? Oh. Okay, we'll do the other one then. You can't see him in this one. No. Okay, so what's happening here was Rabia was trying to put him, soothe him to sleep as we're walking, and she's like singing a song. Out of nowhere, he just started singing the song back. But it's like they learned these things. Like by God's design, the brain's God allows the brain to kind of pick up on these certain aspects, and then they learn it back. Like when you're younger, and definitely Sanas and anybody else who's like worked with kids or had kids, they know how quickly they pick up languages and words. Be very careful about the words you say around kids because they will use it no matter what. Okay, I have 7 minutes. Quiz time. We're doing language arts quiz time like you're back in school. I hope you guys are ready. If you have any, if you're scared about it, it's okay. Okay, we're back in school. Okay, you 3 ready? I want you to guess what language these words are from. So let's talk about this. Attention und Serpent. Oh, oui, oui. Pass auf ein Schlank. Das ist gut. Wow, you guys are so good. By your own cleverness, right? Oh. How about this one? Okiyotsukete hebida. So this. I don't know how to say either of those. My Farsi and Arabic, yes. Dikkat et bir yılan. Turkish. Oh. All right. You think guys are so smart. This is a hard one. Oh, yeah. GGG Jaja. Oh, you guys are laughing. That's actually a bird saying, "Watch out, there's a snake." Yeah, that's the crazy part. So you thought this was just about human languages. Oh, no, no, no. So this is the name of the bird. Don't get mad at me. But this is the researcher. There's a researcher in Japan. Get your mind out of the gutter, okay? So bird or orb. So there's a researcher in Japan that was actually really obsessed with the birds in his area. And he spent so much time just listening to the birds. And he knows there's always a specific sound that they would make in certain cases. So the thing I want to remind us here is all the creatures on the earth and the birds that fly with wings are communities like you. We do not leave anything out of this book. To their Lord, all these creatures will be summoned. So the Japanese tit has a few words that it's able to identify. So there's pitspi, as the Japanese guy was able to point. It says, watch out, alert. Jaja, like this is how the Japanese try to make the sounds of the bird, was representing snake, and GGGG means come over here. So the way he actually tested this out was he recorded the bird's actual speech. And then what he did, he would actually take a stick that resembled like what he think would be looking enough like a snake, and he moved like the stick around. He found out, and when he was just swinging the stick back and forth, and he used the phrase like, "Hey, come over here, there's a snake," GGG, Jaja, the birds wouldn't react. When he put it on the ground and started moving, the birds started coming and looking, what's going on here? When he started putting it up on the stick, or pulling it up the tree, the birds started reacting even differently. And there was actually, the crazy part is, he was able to find out there's actually valid syntax with the birds itself. Have you heard about this, Sanas? It looks like you know about it. No, okay. No, this is the old slide itself. So for example, if he said, "Hey, watch out, come over here," Pitsby GGG, the birds would actually be alerted. They come and just see what the problem was. But when he put the two sounds, "come over here, watch out," the birds didn't understand that syntax at all. This is crazy. Where have we heard this before? Oh yeah, that's right. Solomon was David's heir. He said, "O people, we have been endowed with understanding the language of the birds, and all kinds of things have been bestowed upon us. This is indeed a real blessing." Human language is not the only thing that God designed. God also designed the ways different animals communicate with each other, and there's a pattern to it. This is just like people realizing these patterns and getting something even small is just something God already taught us. I remember when I first heard this, I was telling the guys on Discord, like, "Guys, they found ways these birds are talking." And they're like, "Yeah, whatever." And they're playing video games, shooting each other. I'm like, Are you not happy? So, but we also know other ways that animals communicate. There was a German scientist, everyone's heard about the bees. And the bees are very interesting. Have you guys actually seen the videos how bees communicate? Like their butts are wagging really, really fast. Like if you did this if I did this right now, you guys would be really upset with me. But like, it's so geometrical. They have like the number of times they wag, how drastically they wag, the direction they're facing. They're all talking with each other. They're finding ways to communicate. It wasn't just like you can't be like, "Yeah, you could probably lie to everybody, be like, yeah, evolutionary, randomly, humans developed language." Well, birds have their languages, bees have their languages. It's so many ways that they're communicating, not just with sounds, with dancing, with like simple syntax, complex syntax. It's insane. Even ants. Like right now, I used to learn that back in the day, ants interact with each other just through like chemical senses. But they actually found out that there's actually ways that they use vibrations to communicate with each other. And that part, where did I get the idea from, is from the verses itself. It says, "When they approached the valley of the ants, one ant said, 'O you ants, go into your homes, lest you get crushed by Solomon and his soldiers without perceiving.'" And Solomon's reaction, he smiled and laughed at her statement. Like he heard what the ants were saying there. It said, "My Lord, direct me to be appreciative of the blessings you have bestowed upon me and my parents, and to do the righteous works that please you." Admit me by your mercy into the company of your righteous servants. When God says like the variations in our language are proofs of God, this is 100% true. And think about, like, I want to go back to this really key part, is that what we have is so complex. It's not something that can just spontaneously come out. And by God's leave, people here, it's like, yeah, of course. But when you actually like research this and look into this even more, you'd be amazed how complicated this is. I didn't put the verse here, but I should have. But God goes into, like, God tells us, study the origin of life. See how complicated this is. How, like, it's amazing how this thing can just suddenly happen. Well, that's the end of my speech. Thank you for listening.
I'll want the mic for the Q&A.
I will be fielding questions about avian dancing if you want. No, it's okay.
MashaAllah, Makan. Go on.
Okay, does anyone have any questions for Makan about languages?
Any hands?
Anyone want Makan to respond in a different language?
Khayr.
I messaged you.
Huh?
Dumbass.
Okay, can you demonstrate? They want to know the dance, the bee dance.
I'm sick.
But we want it only from Michael, not from
Only
you.
from an angle.
Wow. Got to get used to it.
Oh.
Okay, Mary has a question.
Salam alaikum. Makan John, I have a question about Adam and Eve. When they came to on the earth, God says that God taught Adam the words like Al-Fatih, the same similar. So my understanding is that they could speak. So is that what your research or your understanding, that when Adam and Eve came on the earth, they could speak to each other? And because they recited, it says they were reciting the same similar language.
Yeah, I
right?
agree with you. I thought it's
Words
pretty straightforward.
like similar to Al-Fatih.
Well, I don't know
what's
how
your
similar it
knowledge of
was.
that?
I don't know
No?
how similar the words were. I have no idea, but I assumed that they could speak because God gave them words to recite. So, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we have another question.
It's not a
for you.
controversial speech for me, so I know there's not many questions you guys can ask.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much. This is an amazing what you just presented, mashallah. I just wanted to know, what do you think about Solomon and his ability to be able to understand these languages? Is it because of his position and his how would I say it, him being like a muhmin, the gifts that Allah has bestowed upon him? I mean, so I just wanted to, and then also, now, I don't know if you've heard, but I've heard and from people being able to communicate with animals. What makes us as human beings able to be in tune with Allah's creatures, just like ants or birds, So I wonder if you have any information on that. Is it dealing with being able to pick up certain frequency or being on a certain frequency?
Well, in regards of Solomon, the verse it says, Solomon's telling his people, we have been endowed with the understanding of the language of the birds. So it wasn't specifically Solomon, it's just, I think it was knowledge that God gave Solomon and his people, that they were able to learn that. I don't know if there's any special frequency that they were able to communicate, and I'm not an expert in animals, so I couldn't tell you how they would communicate. Yeah.
MashaAllah. I mean, I can communicate with my cat. Does that count? I mean, I know when he wants to eat, when he wants to go out, all of that. Sharia.
Oh.
So, Makan, I love that you. Why is there so much feedback? You honed in on that one verse about variations in your languages, and we know that if you trace back the roots, go back to Proto-Indian, and then it starts breaking out to Greek and other branches. In the work that you did, in the research that you did, I was curious, did you find words that flowed from the root all the way to the branches? That would have been kind of a nice way to tie in the variations piece. Like, I mean, for example, you know, if you think of the word coffee, comes, it's basically what another culture hears of what the word is, and then they move it forward. So if you did any of that research, if you have anything to share, I'd be very curious to see how the variations happen.
That wasn't something I was thinking about, but that would have been a great thing to add. So I could definitely do more research on that, God willing. I'll let you know.
Inshallah.
Yeah. Oh, Ali Jazz.
Okay, we have one up front here. I got you. One thing I would also want to ask you, I heard you work at a company working on the languages, like translations and stuff. Is that correct?
That's true.
Okay. How does AI compute this information?
How does it compute that? Pulls a bunch of data together and then it makes a statistical model and then says this makes sense. Okay.
Assalamu alaikum, Makan. My question is about how you brought up the fact that people think animals evolved from one species to another, which we know is not Quranic. We know that God created them individually. Similarly, people believe that languages evolved in the same way. And the logic that they use is that there's relationships between them. In the same way that people think a monkey shares DNA that's similar to that of a frog, they use that logic to say, therefore, this animal evolved from that animal. I'm curious if the languages, if that's wrong, if that story of how languages evolved might be an assumption that people made based on the similarities between them, and that actually God revealed the languages and created them with similarities between them. The reason I bring that up is because of the story of the Tower of Babel in the Bible. So I'm curious if you, sorry if that's a complicated question, but if you could just comment on that.
But it's a good one. Yeah, it's not working. Oh, you guys changed the thing. Okay. That's one thing I also noticed when I was looking through like evolution of languages itself, that there's a lot of ones that there's a lot, they came with speculation in and of itself. Like you could definitely see like similar, like if you look at the history of modern Farsi, you can see like, yeah, like there's like the parent language itself. You can see how it like changed with time, interaction with other places. But then it always seems that there's languages out there just kind of sprung out itself. So it's when people always go with this evolution thing, surprisingly, a lot of people also agree that they can't easily explain how a language appeared itself. And that's why I really like incline, like lead towards the, yeah, that's a good slide right there. Yeah, that one right there. Like that's why the Babel story in the Bible seems to be something that it's good to reflect on and look into. I don't know how drastically, because of the idea, for those who don't know, they wanted to build a tower to see God, and they were going to work together. And because of their audacity of how arrogant they were, God made it so that they all like learn different languages. Like these, like it's like out of nowhere, I just start speaking like Hindi. Murtaza starts speaking Japanese, and we can't communicate anymore. That was wow. I'm happy that I didn't get on the stream. That was more Chinese, if anything. Japanese is very like, oh, oishi desu. But yeah, I think like there's actually the story or history of Babel, I think is evidence there that it's not just a natural flow, that everything flowed, evolved here and there. But I can't go into so much more detail because I'm not that expert there.
You have one more question.
Woo!
He's in the back.
It's kind of a comment, but so you covered human spoken language, animal spoken language, animal movements or signals. There's actually another one in the Quran, and I'm a little bit partial to it, human signed language, right? Yes. We know that Zechariah implored his Lord, and the sign was that he could not speak for 3 days. except through signals. So we know that sign language is also something that's in the Quran as well. I don't know if did you do any research on that?
I did not. I feel
That's
terrible
okay.
about doing that.
Shame on you.
I was really awestruck by the bird, so. GGG.
Okay. Thank you so much. We're gonna. Oh,
Yeah.
you want to do one more?
Also, real quick, if anyone's interested in the video about the Japanese research, I'll put it in Discord, God willing. It's a very good thing.
We got Natasha.
Assalamu alaikum. Great
Sup.
speech, Makan. Your speech actually made me reflect on something that I haven't reflected on in a while, which is no language is better than another language. No color is better than another color. And what really matters is your devotion to God alone. So I
Yeah.
appreciate that.
Mashallah. Thank you. All right.
Thank you,
Mashallah.
Mahir. Mashallah. Back to your station. Okay, so next we have very special lady. This is my niece. This is Natalia Gaudreau.
Wait, where's the?
It'll come. So hey, look, this is the clicker. When you click that, that's to go forward.
Why is it like back?
So don't click it.
Okay.
Okay, and then remember when you click that forward, click this forward because then it'll like.
Okay. Hello. Okay. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Natalia, if you didn't hear what he said. Inshallah, today I'll be giving a speech about 4 fascinating sea creatures that I researched about because I love sea creatures because I want to be a marine biologist when I grow up, inshallah. So that's why I decided to give it on that, in case you were wondering. And as we learn about each creature today, we'll be reminded of the signs of God's magnificence and the greatness that are all around us. I wanted to start off with the verse. I was on a shaitan 39:62. God is the creator of all things, and he's in full control of all things. The first creature I wanted to start off with is the Atlantic bluefin tuna. When you think of fish, you usually think of cold-blooded, slimy creatures that swim. Unless you're Nico, then you probably think of food. But the Atlantic bluefin tuna is one of the few fish that are actually warm-blooded. It has a specialized network of blood vessels called the retia mirabilia, which helps keep its muscles much warmer than the surrounding ocean water. The extra heat gives it incredible endurance, faster swimming speed, sharper senses, and lightning-fast reflexes, making it one of the ocean's top predators. Bluefin tuna are also enormous. They can grow up to 13 feet long and weigh over 1,000 pounds. The largest one weighed about 1,496 pounds. The combination of size, speed, and endurance makes them one of the most powerful bony fish in the ocean. Their unique biology also makes them one of the most valuable fish in the world. Every January, Tokyo holds their famous tuna auctions, where restaurant owners bid enormous sums of money. In 2019, one bluefin tuna sold for over $3 million. Because the fish is warm-blooded, its muscles develop differently, producing several distinct cuts of meat, from the lean red akami to the marbled otoro. It reminds us that God's creation is not only remarkable in its design, but it's also a blessing that provides for people in countless ways. A verse that really resonated with the Atlantic bluefin tuna is 596. I was going to say Chinese, all creatures of the sea lawful to eat. All fish of the sea are made lawful for you to eat. During pilgrimage, this may provide for you during your journey. You shall not hunt throughout the pilgrimage. You shall reverence God before whom you will be summoned. I found this verse especially meaningful because the Atlantic bluefin tuna is one of the most sought after fish and for its delicious meat. Of course. Next is the cone snail. This is one of my favorites. Cone snails may look harmless from their beautiful shells, but they are one of the most the ocean's most fascinating and dangerous predators. Depending on the species, they can range from the size of your fingernail to about an ice cream cone. Each species produces its own unique mixture of toxins, which it loads into its harpoon-like tooth as shown down there, and it shoots it into its prey with incredible speed. Oh, I was pressing the... A few cone snail species can even be deadly to humans, especially the geography cone. Its sting is almost painless because it contains a numbing agent. However, within minutes, the venom can paralyze the muscles needed for breathing. There's no anti-venom because it's so incredibly complex. Surprisingly, that same complexity has been used to help scientists develop new medicines. A compound from the magician cone snail was developed as a powerful prescription painkiller, and researchers are also studying cone snail toxins as potential treatments for HIV, malaria, and neurological diseases. Since cone snails are far too slow to chase a fish, they use something much more powerful than speed. They use chemistry. Some species release a cloud of toxins into the water that mimics insulin. When the fish swim through it, their blood sugar suddenly crashes, making it weak and unable to escape. Only then does the cone snail slowly crawl over and swallow its prey. What's even more amazing is that the same venom used to catch fish, God has shown scientists a way to develop new medicines that could one day save human lives. Just mashallah. A verse that reminded me of the cone snail is 31:16. Luqman's advice: "O my son, know that even something as tiny as a mustard seed deep inside a rock, be it in the heavens or the earth, God will bring it. God is sublime cognizant." I found this verse especially meaningful because the cone snail is relatively small, yet it possesses incredibly complex power. It reminds us that even the smallest parts of creation are fully known by God. The sperm whale. Did you know that sperm whales only breathe through one nostril? The other nostril has been modified over millions of years to help produce sound. They hunt deep beneath the ocean where sunlight never reaches, using echolocation much like bats, which is kind of like a language, like Makan was saying. Air is forced past specialized structures called monkey lips, creating powerful clicks that travel through the water and bounce off of nearby squid. By returning the echoes, the whale can locate and hunt their prey, even in complete darkness. For centuries, sperm whales were hunted for two valuable substances. The first was spermaceti, a waxy oil found inside their heads. It burned cleanly and brightly, making it valuable for candles and lighthouse lamps. The second was ambergris, a rare waxy substance that forms around sharp squid beaks inside their digestive system. Ambergris became highly valued in the perfume industry and is still considered one of the most valuable and natural perfume ingredients. Sperm whales do more than just hunt giant squid. They actually help our planet by the grace of God. After diving deep underwater to find food, they come back to the surface and release iron-rich waste that acts like a fertilizer for the tiny ocean plants called plankton. These tiny plants absorb carbon dioxide from the air, helping regulate the Earth's climate. Before commercial whaling greatly reduced their numbers, sperm whales around Antarctica helped remove about 2 million tons of carbon from the atmosphere every year. It's amazing that one of the biggest predators in the ocean also helps care for the planet. MashaAllah. 1061. Knowing God, you do not get into any situation, nor do you recite any Quran, nor do you do anything without us being witness thereof as you do it. Not even an atom's weight is out of your Lord's control, be it in the heavens or the earth. Nor is there anything smaller than an atom or larger that is not recorded in a profound record. I felt that this verse very deeply connects with the sperm whale because it shows that even the smallest details and the largest creatures are all within God's knowledge and control. From tiny plankton to one of the largest animals in the ocean, every part of creation has a purpose. The ocean sunfish is the last one. Ocean sunfish are some of the strangest looking fish in the ocean. Although they appear to spend their time floating lazily at the surface, scientists discovered that they actually make long dives into the deep, cold ocean to hunt. When they return to the surface, they bask in the sunlight to warm themselves. Their unusual behavior is how they earn the name sunfish. Sunfish begin looking nothing like them as adults. They hatch as tiny spiky larvae, as shown on the left, drifting among the plankton. As they grow, they lose their spines and gain more than 2 pounds every day. Their remarkable growth rate makes them one of the fastest growing fish on the planet. Adult sunfish can grow to more than 10 feet from the tip of the dorsal fin to the tip of the anal fin, and weigh as much as 2 tons. This makes them the heaviest bony fish in the world. In Appendix 27, it reads, when we see a beautiful flower, an animal, or a sunset, we should glorify God. We should seize every opportunity to remember Him and glorify Him, so that God may truly be our God. This animal is so incredible, mashallah, subhanallah, that it truly makes you remember and glorify God. The ocean sunfish can weigh as much as an elephant, but it still floats on the top of the water with ease. That comparison really helps you picture just how huge it is, and I think that it's something that people will remember. It's yet another example of how God created every animal with exactly what it needs to live. So, we've looked at 4 extraordinary creatures. Each one is completely different, yet its abilities leave us in awe. One stays warm in freezing water. One performs chemistry more advanced than anything humans have ever created. One finds its way through complete darkness using sound to help and while helping regulate Earth's climate. And one begins life as a tiny drifting larva before growing into the world's largest bony fish on the planet. Each one is perfectly equipped for the life God created it to live. Every adaptation, every instinct, and every remarkable ability reflects God's incredible wisdom, precision, and purpose that no human could ever design. As submitters, we know that these aren't just amazing facts about nature. They are signs from God, clear reminders for those who take time to reflect. The more we learn about the world around us, the more we see the greatness of its creator. These creatures all point to the same truth. They show us God's limitless knowledge, His absolute power, and the perfection of His creation. The one who designed the tiniest details of every living thing is the same one who created us, provides for us, and invites us to recognize Him through the countless signs He has placed throughout the universe. God willing, the next time we see a fish swimming through the ocean, hear whales communicating across the sea, or learn something new about the world around us, we'll remember that these aren't just interesting facts, they are reminders of our Creator, bringing us one step closer to appreciating His greatness. Thank you.
MashaAllah. Very good. All right, do we have any questions in the room? Any questions? Fantastic speech there.
Any fishy questions?
Any fishy questions indeed.
My brother? I guess.
Yes.
I'm scared.
Hi.
Hi.
Assalamu alaikum. Okay. I have a question about the sunfish. So you said after it dives deep into the ocean to catch prey, it comes back to the surface to warm itself up, right?
After it dies?
Dives.
Oh, yeah.
It comes back to the surface to warm itself up, right?
Mhm.
How long does it take to like fully warm itself up?
Fully warms itself up?
Is that a trick question?
I don't know. Actually, I have to look that up. Do you want me to look it up for you later? Okay. I'll give you that.
Inshallah. I mean, a great thing to do from this speech is if you're ever interested in like a paddy license, you can go down to the depths of the ocean and see it's a whole other world down there.
Yeah.
Better than seeing it on the telly. Yeah, me and the wifey, we've got a paddy license, so we're going to dive there, inshallah.
Natalia, that was really great. I have a question
Nice
for you.
to meet you. Yes.
What is the current market rate for ambergris?
The current market rate for I'm not sure, but I did read something where it said if you find lumps on like the beach, it can go for like $1 million, like for like this big, which is crazy. It's like this big.
So the current market rate is about $3,000 to $15,000
For what?
per kilogram. So not millions,
How
which
much
would
is
be
a
nice.
kilogram? How
but-
big is that?
So about $5,000 a pound ish.
What? The book lied to me. I read it off of a book.
Assalamu alaikum, Natalia Jan.
Assalamu alaikum.
It was great speech. I just
Mashallah,
you know,
thank
very,
you.
very informative, mashallah. I was wondering, when I go to the sushi bar, I ask them to feed me the most fatty fish.
Uh-huh.
Which one is the most fatty according to you?
Otoro. It's
Otoro.
from the bluefin tuna. I would say that's the one.
Okay, thank you.
MashaAllah, put your hands together for Natalia. Fantastic. Well done, that was really good. Okay, so next we have Fatima for the paradox of pursuit. Say mine.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you all hear me in the back as well? Okay. Down button is next. Okay. All right. So, assalamu alaikum, everyone. I'm Fatima, and the title of my speech is The Paradox of Pursuit. So, God willing, I'll just start by reading these set of verses that sort of inspired this speech. And there are a couple of verses from the Bible, Matthew 6:31 through 33. It says, "So do not worry, saying, 'What shall we eat, or what shall we drink, or what shall we wear?' For the pagans run after all these things, and your heavenly Father knows that you need them. But seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things will be given to you as well. Therefore, do not worry about tomorrow, for tomorrow will worry about itself. Each day has enough trouble of its own." So you can see these set of verses are about fear and worry over our provisions and how we should leave them in God's hands. But I structured my speech around one verse in particular, verse 33. "But seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things will be given to you as well." And I wanted to talk about this concept more generally about anything we want in life, whether it's a better job, good health, happiness, financial stability. We all have things in life that we want. And the question is, as submitters, how should we behave when we are praying to God for these things? So naturally, when we want something, it's sort of human nature to have that thing become the main focus, the main thing on our minds. And this isn't necessarily a conscious thing that we do, but just because we really want it very bad, we think about it constantly, we plan our lives around it, and sometimes, unfortunately, we convince ourselves that once we get that thing, we'll be happy. And this has kind of been instilled in us from very early on, that if you want anything in life, the way to get it is to chase it. Put all your time, energy, and effort into it, and eventually you're gonna get it. Now, in many areas of life, this is actually a very valuable mindset to have, to be hardworking and disciplined people. This is something that even we as submitters should display. But there's a very thin line between putting effort into pursuing something and allowing that thing to become the center of our hearts. And the difference in this is not in the action itself, but it's more so internally how we think about it and where our dependency lies. Two people can work towards the same goal, but their hearts can be in completely different places. One person can work hard knowing that it's God who controls the outcome, but the other person works hard believing that their happiness depends on whether or not they get what they receive. So outwardly, their actions look the same, the effort they put in is the same, but internally, they're very different. And this is where the paradox begins. So before going any further, when ChatGPT and I chose this title, I realized that I probably shouldn't assume everyone knows what a paradox is. So let me just define it really quick before continuing. A paradox is a statement, person, or situation that seems to go against common sense or logic, yet reveals a hidden truth or a persistent contradiction. So, in the context of my speech, the world teaches us that if we want something, we should focus on it more and make it our priority. But in the Quran, and as we saw in previous scriptures, they teach us that if you want anything in life, your attention shouldn't be consumed by the thing itself. It should be, your primary focus should remain on God. So let's dive into this paradox. There's a Friday prayer sermon where the messenger of the covenant discussed the principle of who is your God, and he referenced 64:14. O you who believe, your spouses and your children can be your enemies, beware. If you pardon, forget, and forgive, then God is forgiver, most merciful. So when Rashad discussed this verse in the sermon, he explained how your spouses and children can be your enemies if you become too preoccupied with them. And he said, quote, ironically, if you want a good spouse and good children, you should give your attention to God, not to them. And then later on, he said, you can guarantee a good spouse if you are good with God. So even though this statement was made specifically about spouses and children, it is the general rule that we can apply to anything we want. Whatever blessing we're seeking should never become the center of our lives. God, the one who controls the blessing, should. So to most people, this may sound a little backwards, maybe people who don't have Quranic knowledge. They may think, well, if I want something badly enough, shouldn't I put all my effort into getting it? But when we look back at the reason why we were created, we see why God teaches us otherwise. So why were we created? 51:56. I did not create the jinns and humans except to worship me alone. So this is our sole purpose. God tells us that our purpose in this life is to worship him alone. We live our lives, we have our wants, our desires, our goals, ambitions, we have families, we go to work, we go to school, and these things may be blessings from God, but our purpose doesn't come from these things. Our purpose, the only reason why we're here, is to worship God alone. Now, at this point, someone could ask, well, if my only purpose is to worship God alone, does that mean it's wrong for me to want or pray for things? No, God does not ask us to suppress every worldly desire. In fact, he teaches us that asking him for what we want is in itself a form of worship. In 4060, the subtitle is Supplication, a Form of Worship. Your Lord says, implore me, and I will respond to you. Surely those who are too arrogant to worship me will enter Gehenna forcibly. And the footnote says, supplication, imploring God for anything, even material luxuries, is a form of worship. Hence the commandment to implore God whenever we have any need. An atheist will never implore God for anything. So throughout the Quran, we see many examples of people imploring God for things, righteous people as well. For example, we have Solomon, who asked God for a kingdom like no other, and God gave that to him. Another example is Zechariah. He asked for a child, and even in his old age, God granted him his prayer. So these examples show us that wanting blessings is not something that God condemns. For those who are righteous, these blessings are a source of joy and contentment, and also a sign of God's mercy that we have these things to be able to enjoy in our lives. So for us, it could be a better paying job, or a spouse, or a child, or whatever else we want. The problem isn't what we're asking for, or even the fact that we're asking for it, period. The problem is when in pursuing that blessing, we stop keeping God at the center. And this is what God actually repeatedly warns us about throughout the Quran, not having worldly blessings, but just being distracted by them. 35:5 says, O people, God's promise is the truth. Therefore, do not be distracted by this worldly life. Do not be diverted from God by mere illusions. In many places, we'll see God use this word illusion to describe the nature of this life. It's not real, but it does a very good job of deceiving us into thinking that these temporary things deserve the most attention. And that's to the point where we let them distract us, where we become so content with our preoccupation in them that we forget what truly matters, which is preparing our souls for the eternal life. And this doesn't necessarily happen overnight. We're not going to wake up one morning and consciously decide to make something our idol. It happens a bit more gradually. And God gives a specific example of this in 7:189 through 190. Subtitle is Our Children Can Be Idols. He created you from one person, Adam. Subsequently, he gives every man a mate to find tranquility with her. She then carries a light load that she can hardly notice. As the load gets heavier, they implore God, their Lord. If you give us a good baby, we will be appreciative. But when he gives them a good baby, they turn his gift into an idol that rivals him. God be exalted far above any partnership. So here we see it starts off well, right? They ask God for a baby, and there's nothing wrong with that. We should pray to God for the things that we want. But after God answered their prayer and he gave them the baby that they asked for, they idolized it. So they made it more important to them than the one who gave it to them. So this is where the problem is, and this is a very important lesson because it shows us that idolatry doesn't always start with intentionally rebelling against God. Sometimes it can start off as a sincere prayer, but a sincere prayer can turn into a fixation if we're not careful. Maybe we'll start by asking God for something we really want, but over time, and especially the longer we're waiting to get that thing, we see that our minds are constantly going to it. We're checking for it constantly. We think about it all the time. We become anxious over it. We plan our lives around it. We spend more time thinking about receiving the gift than we do thinking about God, the one who can give us the gift in the first place. And then at that point, before we realize it's no longer just a prayer or a goal that we're hoping to attain, it becomes our idol. And even though these verses are about children, it can be anything, a career plan, more money, marriage, health, reputation, anything we're pursuing. If we can't let anything take God's place as our God. So this brings us back to the paradox we began with. As humans, we naturally tend to believe that the more time, thought, and energy we put into something, the more likely we are to get it. And sometimes we do this consciously, but other times this can happen without us even realizing. So at first, it may seem counterintuitive that if we want something, we shouldn't allow it to become the focus of our lives. But after reflecting on the Quran, this paradox makes sense. Our purpose in this life is to worship God alone. So this means God is primary, and all these other things we seek in life, success, relationships, wealth, all these things are secondary. So when we pursue things in this life to the point of making them the center of our lives, we've reversed the order that God intended for us. We've taken something that's temporary and elevated it above the very reason for which we were created. And we see that this is a problem because nothing should take God's place as our God. Nothing should be our source of happiness and peace other than God. Everything we receive in this life is temporary. It can change, it can be taken away, and it's all going to come to an end eventually. But God is permanent. The work we put forth towards growing our souls, this is permanent. So this is what is worth giving all of our attention to. And when we come to understand this, we realize that looking to a blessing to give us something only God can give us will only leave us empty and disappointed, even if we end up getting what we wanted. That's why we see so many people getting everything they want in a worldly sense, but they're still unhappy because they forget God when they're chasing these things. They search for happiness and fulfillment in worldly materials when it's only God who can give that. And God knows how easily we're captivated by the temporary nature of this world. He knows how quickly our goals, our ambitions, and our desires can consume our attention. And this is why he gives us so many reminders to not be distracted by this worldly life. And God doesn't ask us to abandon the blessings of this life, but it is very important that we remember that true happiness can never be found in attaining worldly desires. But God does tell us where it is found. In 92, 5 through 7, we read, "As for him who gives to charity and maintains righteousness and upholds the scripture, we will direct him towards happiness." So this tells us exactly how we achieve that happiness, and it's not through getting everything we want in a material sense. True happiness is achieved by maintaining righteousness and following God's commandments. And when we do this, we put ourselves in a position to receive all of God's blessings and experience that true peace that comes from being closer to him. So these worldly blessings are just a byproduct of worshiping God, not the main goal. So how do we put this into action? How can we balance imploring God for the things that we want, but not to the point where we're idolizing them? Part of making God our God means that as we live our lives, we incorporate him into everything we do. So this same concept applies to supplication. God doesn't tell us to stop striving or stop having goals or stop imploring him for things that we want. But he gives us a very much more balanced approach in the Quran. 3:159 says, "It was mercy from God that you became compassionate towards them. Had you been harsh and mean-hearted, they would have abandoned you. Therefore, you shall pardon them and ask forgiveness for them and consult them. Once you make a decision, carry out your plan and trust in God. God loves those who trust in him." Is that really my time? Okay. That's kind of crazy. Okay. So this is the line of action we can take when it comes to anything, right? You make a decision, carry out your plan, trust in God. So you do your part. So for example, if you want a job, pray to God for that job. Prepare yourself for the interview, do your part, and do your best. But after the interview, leave the outcome with God. You don't spend every waking hour thinking and replaying every answer you gave and if it's good enough and when are they going to call me back. You just trust that if it's good for you, God will give it to you. God will open that door for you. And if he doesn't, that just means it wasn't good for you and there's something better you have to wait for. And rather than simply waiting around for our prayers to be answered, we can use that time to reflect on what God may be teaching us through this waiting process. So we can see in doing this that there's wisdom in not getting everything you want immediately. In 17:11, it says, "The human being often prays for something that may hurt him, thinking that he is praying for something good. The human being is impatient." Our impatient nature shows itself the most when things don't happen according to our timing. It's very easy to say that God is running everything, God is our priority, when things are going the way we hoped, but what about when it isn't? What happens internally when we make a prayer, put in the effort, but we don't see any results? Do we become discouraged? Do we lose hope? Do we begin to object? Or do we continue trusting in God that God is in complete control and he knows what's best for us? Maybe we have these periods of waiting for a prayer because we aren't currently appreciative of what we have, or waiting shows that our priorities are not where they should be. Maybe we're exhibiting dependency on that thing we want rather than on God. So we have to be our own judge. And this line of thinking is the difference between someone who's preoccupied with this world and someone who isn't. For someone who's not preoccupied, whether you get the thing you want the next day or the next year, God would be at the top of your mind through it all. And the irony is, when you do this, when you make God your God and make him the center, everything else finds its proper place. You still work, you still plan, you still implore God, but your heart isn't revolving around these things you want. Your goals are not your life's purpose. Your happiness isn't dependent on whether you get what you want or not. God is still your God, and you're still fulfilling your life's purpose and being completely devoted to him. Okay, last slide. So the verse I highlighted in the beginning of this speech was Matthew 6:33. "But seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things will be given to you as well." So this is the paradox we've been talking about. God doesn't tell us to stop asking, stop striving, or stop hoping for good things. But he tells us to seek him first, and he'll take care of everything else. And I think this is also very beautifully summarized in the Quran as well. In 22:15, "Happiness now and forever. If anyone thinks that God cannot support him in this life and in the hereafter, let him turn completely to his Creator in heaven and sever his dependence on anyone else. He will then see that this plan eliminates anything that bothers him." So this to me is the takeaway. It may seem harmless that wanting something causes us to think about it more, and it may seem reasonable that the more attention and effort you put into something, the more likely you are to get it. But we have to examine ourselves and ask if, in doing these things, have I turned this thing I want into an idol? The more we depend on temporary things for our happiness, the more anxious we'll become, because these temporary things can always change. But when we sever our dependence on everything beside God, we gain peace, true peace. And this peace comes because we know that God is in control, and whatever he chooses for us is what's best for us. And that is the paradox of pursuit. The moment our greatest pursuit becomes God instead of the things we're asking him for, everything else finds its proper place. Whether he gives us exactly what we ask for, something better, or asks us to wait, we've already succeeded because the pursuit itself brought us closer to him. Thank you.
Great job, Fatima. Very good. We have a few. Please do not pre-raise your hands, because some people, they are like, hey, look at me, I have a question. Just raise your hand now. Okay, there you go. There you go. So we have a few. So we're going to start with Shana.
Salam alaikum, Fatima Jan.
Salam alaikum.
MashaAllah, what beautiful, beautiful speech. We've had so many great speeches, and one of them is from my daughter, Fatima. Pay attention, Noah. Okay. MashaAllah. Lovely. I mean, it's interesting that you talk about this, because the message out there is, first of all, the blasphemy of the universe, right? Put your desire out there to the universe, and you know, the universe will answer, which is a great blasphemy. But also that they teach people how to really, truly, like, you have to eat, sleep, breathe, whatever it is that you really want. If you want, and most people, they want success in this life because they think that worldly success brings them happiness. But I really appreciated that you pointed out that seeking God's kingdom is not that we don't seek God's kingdom in order to get these things. We seek God's kingdom because we adore God. We love him the most. And that should be the takeaway from anything that we do in this life. It has to be only and only for the sake of God. Like, even knowing that God promises happiness. I know Rashad talks about this in one of the audios, that if our goal is to attain happiness in this world and the hereafter, and that's why we're worshiping God, we've missed the boat. But we should know that happiness now and forever is a byproduct. The answers to our prayers are byproducts, of pursuing God. So I really, really appreciated this. MashaAllah. Great speech.
Thank you.
Okay, who has the mic?
So my turn.
Farnan, go ahead. Yeah.
Yes. Whoa. Salam alaikum, Fatima. That was fantastic. My question for you is this. What do you, how do you, I guess, like, understand when someone is following the commandments and, their focus is God and they do want something, and they don't get it? What do you think about that?
Yeah, we've talked about this a bit, about whether or not believers get all their prayers answered. And I think it goes back to that one of the last verses I read, 17:11, about how the human being often prays for something that's, bad for him? Thinking that it's good for him. And I think the job example is a good one, because this is something that even Rashad gave as an example, that you really want a job, but you don't get it. But let's say, like you said, you're doing everything properly. I would just, my default to that is, there's something better for me. This was not the best option for me, and God knew that. And so I just have to wait for what is good for me. So yeah, I think I'd apply that to probably anything. If you truly examine yourself, you see that you are doing everything properly and you're not getting what you want, I would just assume it's not your time yet.
Where's Jamal?
Right,
There he is.
right behind me. Mashallah, great speech. So much depth and wisdom, incredible. Mashallah. This is really like meat and potato of our submission, because this is, if we're able to implement what you just talked about, that's road to paradise, because that's having no idols, no dependency, making God our God. In, I don't want to say theory because it's not theory, but when we talk about it, it's a lot easier said than done.
Mhm.
And I guess my question to you is, in this fast lane of a life that we live in, you know, every day, wake up, go, 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 right? How can we actually not get sidetracked throughout our daily life and actually implement this when, you know, push comes to shove and, you know, there's like so many things spin around you at work, you have phone calls, you have, you know, other things at home, but how do you stay focused and keep your eye on the ball as opposed to getting sidetracked? What are some of the things perhaps you implement to not get sidetracked, if you may?
Yeah. I think God gives us the answer to this in the Quran, and he talks a lot about distraction by this worldly life, and I talked about it a bit about how he refers to this life as an illusion. And I think the answer he gives is to constantly remain aware of him at all times. Because when you do that, when God is first on your mind, whatever you're dealing with, your thoughts will go to God and what God wants you to do in that situation. So, yeah, a few people have implemented some ways that they can achieve this, like remember God throughout their day, like put reminders on their phone. I do that, but I don't look at my phone, so that doesn't help. But yeah, I think it really does go back to just incorporating God into everything you do and having him in your mind at all times. So not being afraid to say God willing. Whenever you have something you like, you say mashallah. You see something, you say subhanallah. And in anything you want, having that basis of God being on your mind constantly, that will happen in that regard as well, where you're asking God for something and your mind will go to, well, what does God say about prayers in the Quran and answering prayers? So yeah, I think it's just incorporating God fully into your life that will help.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much, Fatima John, for this speech. I had a question because we know ego is the biggest God that the person or the last God anyone can have. And you were talking about the paradox, how we start out innocently trying to please God. Like, you know, people pray for the good child and everything, want to please God, but then it becomes an idol. What do you think of, like, you know, when we're discussing among, you know, we're submitters, you know, discussing among, you know, topics, and start out as something, you know, everybody want to do the righteous work, but then you're looking in the verse of the Quran, trying to prove your point, right, your point of view. Would you look at that as also a paradox where you become consumed by, you know, trying to prove yourself right, and you're looking and you're seeing things that you want to see in the verse of the Quran? Would you look at that as something that's consuming you and you're trying to prove your point and you're actually feeding your ego? Would you look at that as a paradox as well? And how do you combat that? Thank you.
Yes. How would I combat that? I don't know, I'm figuring it out too. But yeah, like you said, it is ego. I think that the solution to a lot of this, and we've talked about it as well or some of the speeches that have been given have been on self-reflection and pointing the finger at yourself. So I think the way to combat getting into these arguments and getting so consumed by it and trying to prove your point is to just go back to the Quran, look at what the verses say, and at the end of the day, it is your neck. I mean, we should discuss and we should try to unify our understandings on the things that matter. But yeah, doing like that back and forth circular discussions, it in more times than not causes more harm. So yeah, you say your point, and I think it's not a bad thing to kind of let things simmer, let people take in all the points, instead of pushing it and trying to get them to see it at that time, because it may not be the right time for them to get that correct understanding. So that's how I see that.
Thank you so much. Great speech, Fatima.
All right, mashallah, this is working. All right, a couple of announcements, and then we're going to go for break. We would like everybody here back on time for 11, like on the dot, so we can keep to the schedule. First announcement, quickly, is if you're bringing food in the room, you do have to take it with you, or just don't bring it in here at all. There's been a couple of accidents and so on, so if we could just all be mindful of that. And second of all, I would like us to do a Fatiha for a very special anniversary of something. And if you guys remember, maybe 3 years ago, something really special happened. My heart was full of love and joy. And it is Bushra and Payam's 3-year anniversary today. MashaAllah. Praise God. What an amazing day that was. Alhamdulillah. So let's do a Fatiha for their continued love and protection and guidance with their marriage, and inshallah may they always be a beacon of light for the rest of us in every way. Ready? Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. Praise God, mashallah. Lots of hugs for them, please.
Hello. Hello.
The clicker is this, and if you
How do
push
you
it,
forward?
you push it down.
Don't go forwards. I don't want to go down. I don't want to
Okay,
see.
well,
It's not working.
Is it not? It's not working yet. So you push it down to go next.
Yeah, is it good?
Yeah,
Good?
good.
It's good? All right, fine. When you speak,
Excuse
speak
me,
into
everyone.
the mic. Try and test it, do a
Everyone,
test,
please
do a
sit
test.
down.
Do a test
Guys,
with the mic. Do a
we're
test
gonna
with the
get
mic.
to our
Yeah,
next
speak
speech.
about that. Make sure.
Guys,
Assalamu alaikum. All right, so sharp start, please. We're already late. We did. Yeah. Things will be thrown. Hussein told me to say that. Take your seats, please. Take your seats, please. We are already a few minutes late. Take your seats. At the back, at the back. Take your seats, please. Yeah. Guys, can you take your seats, please? Be a bit quiet as well. Thank you so much. Huh? Yeah, well, yeah.
Be more dire. Dire.
Thank you. So, the next speech we have is by our special Nico on Let's Go to Space.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. This is my first time doing a speech, and I'm excited to share it with you guys, God willing. I'm going to talk about outer space. I want to start off with this verse that represents how powerful God is. Greatness of God 39:67. They can never fathom the greatness of God. The whole earth is within his fist on the day of resurrection. In fact, the universes are folded within his right hand. Be he glorified, he is much too high above needing any partners. Footnote says, our universe with its billion galaxies, a billion trillion stars, uncountable decillions of heavenly bodies, spanning many billions of light years, is the smallest and innermost of 7 universes. This incomprehensible vastness of the 7 universes is within God's hand. Such is the greatness of God, see Appendix 6. Sometimes we get so focused on the worldly life, thinking that we're so important and give ourselves and others around us power. We forget that we are just a speck of dust floating in a massive universe, surrounded by 6 other universes, all within God's hand. Those who possess intelligence, 3190. In the creation of the heavens and the earth and the alternation of night and day, there are signs for those who possess intelligence. When we talk about the greatness of God as it relates to the vast universe, by contrast, you can realize just how insignificant you are. This is a picture of astronaut Bruce McCandless II, the first astronaut to do an untethered spacewalk. In February 1984, he ventured more than 300 feet from Space Shuttle Challenger in his jetpack. This is Colonel James Irwin. He was one of the astronauts on Apollo 15. This is something he said about his time in space. He said, as we got farther and farther away, the Earth diminished in size. Finally, it shrank to the size of a marble, the most beautiful marble you can imagine. Seeing this has to change a man. I am here as God's servant on planet Earth to share what I have experienced, that others might know the glory of God. Before we start our journey on our planets, let's look back one last time like Voyager 1 did in 1990. When Voyager 1 space probe was about 4 billion miles away from Earth, just 34 minutes before it turned its cameras off forever due to its energy and battery that it consistently used, it captured this portrait of our world. Earth appears as a tiny point of light caught in the center of scattered light rays, only 0.12 pixel in size. Let's start with our neighborhood, the solar system. Our solar system includes the sun, 8 planets, and hundreds of moons and thousands of asteroids and comets. Our solar system is located in the Milky Way galaxy, a spiral galaxy with a central shaped bar structure composed of stars. Our sun is one of the 100 to 400 billion stars in the galaxy. It looks so much bigger than all the other stars because it is the closest star to our planet. Our sun can fit about 1.3 million Earths into it. This is the sun. If the Earth was shrunk down to the size of a marble, the sun would have a diameter of 1.5 meters, or about 5 feet. The temperature of the sun's core reaches of about 27 million degrees Fahrenheit. The surface temperature is cooler at around 9,932 degrees Fahrenheit. This is Mercury. The distance of Mercury away from the sun, if the Earth was the size of a marble, is 224 feet. In reality, it is 36 million miles from the sun. A year on Mercury, one orbit around the sun, takes only 88 Earth days. However, a single day on Mercury lasts about 59 Earth days. This is Venus. Venus is the hottest planet in our solar system, with surface temperatures reaching up to 475 degrees Celsius, or about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. This extreme heat is due to a runaway greenhouse effect, where a thick atmosphere traps heat from the sun. Venus is covered with thousands of volcanoes and volcanic features, some of which still may be active today. The largest volcano, Mount Mons, rises about 8 kilometers or 5 miles high, roughly the same as Mount Everest. This is Earth. Earth is the only planet with tectonic plates. Earth crust is divided into several large and small tectonic plates that constantly move. This movement causes earthquakes, volcanic activity, and the formation of mountains, and it is critical for recycling carbon and regulating temperatures. Earth's axis is tilted at about 23.5 degrees, which is responsible for the changing seasons. When one hemisphere is tilted toward the sun, it experiences summer, while the other experiences winter. I added a special slide for our home planet. 41.9. Say you disbelieve in the orb who created the earth and the one who created the earth in 2 days, and you set up idols to rank with him, though he is Lord of the universe. He placed on it stabilizers, or mountains, made it productive, and he calculated its provisions in 4 days to satisfy the needs of all its inhabitants. Footnote says the days of creation represent a yardstick. Thus, the physical creation was created in 2 days, while the calculation of provisions for all the creatures on Earth required 4. This also teaches us that there is life only on this planet Earth. This is Mars. A day on Mars is similar to a day on Earth. A day on Mars is about 24.6 hours, just slightly longer than a day on Earth, making it the closest planetary day length to our own. Mars is much colder than Earth, with average surface temperatures around negative 80 degrees Fahrenheit or negative 60 degrees Celsius. At the poles, it can get as cold as negative 195 degrees Fahrenheit or negative 125 degrees Celsius, while the warmest it can reach near the equator is about 70 degrees Fahrenheit or 20 degrees Celsius during the day. This is Jupiter. Jupiter is the largest planet in our solar system with a diameter of about 88,846 miles, more than 11 times wider than Earth. It could fit all the other planets inside it with room to spare. Despite Jupiter's massive size, Jupiter has the fastest rotation in the solar system, completing one rotation or day in just about 10 hours. This rapid rotation causes the planet to bulge at the equator, giving it an oblate shape. This is Saturn. Saturn is best known for its stunning system of rings, which are made up of ice, rock, and dust particles. These rings are wide but only a few kilometers thick. Saturn has 7 main rings, which are subdivided into thousands of smaller rings. Saturn experiences extremely high winds, especially in its upper atmosphere, where wind speeds can reach up to 1,100 miles per hour at the equator. This is Uranus. Uranus has the most extreme axial tilt of any planet in the solar system. Its axis is tilted at 98 degrees, meaning it essentially rotates on its side. This unusual tilt causes extreme seasons, with each pole experiencing 42 years of continuous sunlight, followed by 42 years of darkness. Uranus has one of the coldest atmospheres in the solar system, with temperatures around negative 224 degrees Celsius or negative 371 degrees Fahrenheit. Its lack of eternal heat, unlike Jupiter and Saturn, makes it colder than Neptune, even though Neptune is farther from the sun. This is Neptune. Neptune has the strongest winds of any planet in the solar system, with speeds reaching up to 1,300 miles per hour. These winds are faster than the speed of sound on Earth and contribute to intense weather patterns. A day on Neptune, or the time it takes to complete one full rotation, is about 16 hours. The rapid rotation is similar to the rotation of other gas and ice giants, and it also contributes to the planet's strong winds and storm systems. I dedicated Neptune to Max, my cousin, because he loves outer space and this is his favorite planet. This is Pluto, a former planet. A single orbit around the sun takes 248 Earth years. Pluto has 5 known moons: Charon, Nix, Hydra, Kerberos, and Styx. Charon is the largest, almost half the size of Pluto, and is so massive relative to Pluto that they are sometimes considered a double dwarf planet system. I want to end with one last verse. Knowing God, text 61. You do not get into any situation, nor do you recite any Quran, nor do you do anything without us being witnesses thereof as you do it. Not even an atom's weight is out of your Lord's control, be it in the heavens or the earth. Nor is there anything smaller than an atom or larger that is not recorded in the profound record. As we go about our day, especially as we do our salah and make contact with the creator of everything, don't forget your minuscule place in the universe and think about the entirety of creation so that you may truly know the greatness of God. Thank you for listening.
MashaAllah. Very good. Love that, Nico. All right, any questions for Nico, please? Oh, wow.
I'll try.
All right, go on. Hanan. Go on.
Assalamu alaikum, that was fantastic. My knowledge of the planetary system and science in general is magnificent. You should ask my brother. That's a joke, I'm terrible. Thank you so much for giving us all this knowledge, praise God. Which is your favorite planet and why? That's my question.
I like all of them, but since my favorite color is blue, it probably has to be Neptune.
Hi, Nico.
Hi.
Great presentation, mashallah. I'm going to read a verse for you. I don't know if you knew this, but 40:57 says, awesome construction of the universe. It says the creation of the heavens and the earth is even more awesome than the creation of the human body, but most people do not know. So I really liked your presentation because, there are so many details and our human body is so complicated, but the universe is actually, and the earth, the construction of those things, according to this verse, is even more awesome. So I wanted to ask you, how did you pick these details to share with us? There's so much to pick from. I really liked the things that you did pick, mashallah.
So your question was, why did I pick this presentation, right? Or the solar system? Well, I mostly did it because of Max, and also because I really like the planets, and I think it just shows how awesome God is and how he created all this stuff.
Hi, Nico. Great speech. I had one question. How far is Earth from the sun?
Dude. 93 million miles. Okay. I already knew that. Yeah.
Hello? Okay. Hi, Nico. Good speech. I forgot what I was gonna. Why does when you showed the picture of Jupiter, on the?
You want me to go to it?
No. I'm just saying. Why does it have so many? Do you know why it has so many different colors? Is there a reason?
I think it's because it's like it's because like so Jupiter's it's a gas giant, right? I think it's because like the particles inside of it make that like yeah, the different particles inside of it make that like what's the word
Like a cycle.
the color style, I don't know, of the planet.
Yeah. Also, what planet is dedicated to me?
Pluto.
Hey.
MashaAllah. All right, one more question. Natasha.
Bro, good job, mashallah. It's
Thank
my
you.
dog. I really appreciate that you included Pluto, RIP, because until my senior year or first year of college, Pluto was a planet. And I think it shows all of us that people know nothing. How? For 18 years of my life was Pluto a whole planet? People know nothing. Scientists, all this stuff, right? God knows everything. That's something that we can all take away from this. And you dedicated the RIP planet to your sister, so.
Thank you.
MashaAllah. Put your hands together for Nico, please. Very good. Very good. Okay. Our next speech is going to be by the very special Juliet on The Computer Speaks. The Computer Speaks. Oh, you're good. You're good. Oh, bless.
Catch my heart, catch my heart, baby. Catch my heart, catch my heart, baby. 겉으로 봐서는 날 몰라요. 커다란 나무도 잘 올라요. 시려 그날만 나 촉해요. 완전 good. 다 알랑가 몰라.
You want to hold this? And this is.
Hey. How does that work? Wait, don't I? No, I need that. How do I play next?
Just push the arrow.
Assalamualaikum, my name is Juliet Desiree. Inshallah, today I'll be talking about The Computer Speaks. Assalamualaikum, my name is Juliet Desiree. Inshallah, today I'll be talking about The Computer Speaks. Oh. So the reason why I decided to make this speech was because I'm reading Ashraf Khalifa's book, The Computer Speaks, so the topic stood out to me. The computer is the creature. 2782. At the right time, we will produce for them a creature made of earthly materials, declaring that the people are not certain about our revelations. The creature God talks about is the computer, but the traditional Muslims think that it was something that will come out of the ground. They call it the beast of the beast of earth. I think it sounds really weird to think that this thing will come on the ground, though. But the thing that God was really talking about are the computers, including AI. The AI is really useful. AI is useful in our lives mashallah. But we all know AI can make mistakes. For example, remember that it's a powerful tool that God has blessed us with. Fun fact, I do dance, and I even use AI for that. But the best use of the computer was something else.
how did the computer declare that the people are not certain about God's revelations, like the verse says? I want to read you the first page of the book Computer Speaks. This book will put your hands in physical, touchable, verifiable, and utterly indisputable proof for 1, the existence of God, and 2, a message from God to you. 3, the exact year when this world will end. This entire book is written by a computer, a Hewlett-Packard HT1000 series computer. The work is based on a coded message that arrived to this world from the creator of this world. It is decoding the message of this message that uncovered a plethora of evidence so overwhelming that you will know that you are dealing with the proven truth. So even though AI can sometimes be wrong, the mathematical miracle of the Quran, which was decoded by the computer, is perfect. The computer proved that every letter in the Quran is the word of God. You can see that by looking at the first verse. The data reported in this book represents the Quran's proof that 1, it is God's message to the world, and 2, it has been perfectly preserved. The Computer Speaks book by Rashad Khalifa is definitely a must-read, mashallah, because it lays the truth right in front of your eyes, and is my favorite book. The end.
MashaAllah. Very good. Computer Speaks. Okay, any questions for Julia? Any questions? Any hands? Any hands? Yes. Sanaz.
So, Julian, mashallah, that was a really good speech. I loved it. So, are you a Real Madrid or a Barcelona fan?
I think a lot of people already know that I'm a FC Barcelona.
You are, yeah. Great speech, mashallah.
And we've got one more question from Ayla. Hey, Assalamu alaikum.
Drink, speak, do.
Yeah, nice speech. We have one right here from Firzan.
MashaAllah, great job, Juliet. MashaAllah, I enjoyed it. In your opinion, in chapter 27:82, God says that computer is the creature, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think about referring to computer as a creature? What do you understand that? I say my understanding is that a creature is a entity not necessarily having a soul, but also has the ability to think and process and speak. And that's why you chose Computer Speaks, because it has the ability to process and speak. So I thought that's the one of the reasons that in that chapter it was referred to computer as the creature. What do you think?
Just, yeah, do the this next one's going to be
MashaAllah. Thank you, anyhow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Juju.
MashaAllah. Okay, you good? Come on. Okay, so we're ahead of schedule a little bit by 5 minutes, which is great. Great speech, though. And yeah, interesting how the traditionals depicted the creature as this weird kind of Babylonian creature, actually. It's a Syrian thing. Yeah. All right, so we're going to just jump ahead and go ahead of schedule. So the next speaker is going to be Nathan Cuttress on God's promise to the believers. God's promise to the believers.
those who don't know
Take
about
your time, bro. It's
Nathan, he is
okay.
from the New York
You got
community.
plenty
He
of
is weighing at, just kidding. Father of Maribel. Husband of Delight.
I did not approve that. If you're gonna do it, you should have did it when I was down there. Okay. Alright. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. MashaAllah, it's a blessing to be up here. It's been a while since I've given a speech at the conference. So, God willing, today I want to talk about God's promise to the believers and tie that into his guidance, inshallah. So let me start with reading you guys a verse. Seek refuge in God, Satan rejected. God promises kings and queens on earth. 24:55. God promises those among you who believe and lead a righteous life that he will make them sovereigns on earth as he did for those before them, and will establish for them the religion he has chosen for them, and will substitute peace and security for them in place of fear. All this because they worship me alone. They never set up any idols beside me. Those who disbelieve after this are the truly wicked. God made a promise to each and every one of us that if we choose him alone in this worldly life, then he will take care of us and reward us manifold by God's grace. Even after we made that decision in the heavenly feud to first think of the possibility of what Satan tried to claim, and then refuse to repent, and then we're coming down here. God is still giving us, even down here. This is the third and final chance, but God, even down here, you mess up, you can still repent and reform. That's most merciful God is. And as long as you reform, the only unforgivable sin, we know God says, God forgive me, I didn't pull up the verse for this one, but the only unforgivable sin we know is idol worship if maintained until death. And so I want to share, inshallah, some experiences of mine. So sorry, give me a sec. Bismillah. So let's go back to year 2023. I myself was going through a lot of mental battles around this time, and a lot I didn't speak of to anybody. And I was not with God, and I was wondering some doubts I had. I was wondering why wasn't God keeping his promise for me? Astaghfirullah, why wasn't God taking care of this for me? And I would be doing like my prayers, and this is the mentality I had. It's like, okay, I'm doing my prayers and reading Quran, I'm showing up to masjid, I'm giving reminders to my friends, and and I'm like, why isn't everything perfect for me? Like, that's a level of arrogance, because not just it's not just doing those actions. There's sincerity to it. There's when you're behind like closed doors, how much are you worshiping God, not just an act, you know? There was a time when I was going through this, God forgive me, there were some submitters that said to me, one of them, I won't say who, but he had a kid on the way. He said, if he's here, I don't know if he remembers, he did come to the conference, but he said, I hope one day when I have, if this is going to be a son, or if I have a son, I don't think they know the gender yet, I hope my son is like you, grows up like you. And I'm thinking in my head, bro, I'm a mess. And I was like, I wouldn't want a son like me right now, God forbid. And some people are just like speaking very highly of me to others and asking me to give advice to their kids. And they didn't know I had a mask on. that wasn't the person I was portraying, because of all the doubts and how I wasn't with God was in my head. I'm just trying to give you guys some context and backstory of to why to how God ended up, by God's grace, showing me the right way. And I came to, Makam will tell you, countless days and nights until like sunrise from sunset. He saw me, and like I was extremely like doubtful. I was very I didn't trust in God at all. I didn't trust in God's qualities. And that's what led me to, as you guys know, where it came next when I ended up, God forgive me, leaving. And through this, all I saw was more and more dark. Actually, not really saw, technically. I saw less, saw more and more darkness every day. And in the moments whenever I would genuinely talk to God in very low points, God would show me signs like multiples, even when I was off the path, or make something go really well and right when I prayed for it. And then it was that one thing, and then you fall back. You see, it's not just, you gotta have that sincerity in you. And that's what I struggled to find. When I ended up, so fast forward, I did explain this, but a lot of people, I explained it in San Jose in my sermon, but not everyone knew from the worldwide community. So I'll just paraphrase, I got to a very low point, and I was basically like on the verge of like, I smiled at the thought, and this is pure Satan right here, but I smiled at the thought of like ending it for myself. And I want to be truthful here, but that's how low I was, and that's how much I realized I wasn't with God. And I called up a few submitters. God be glorified. God willed for them to answer, not even like waiting, like you hear a ring for like 30 seconds and then it just either doesn't answer or they finally pick up. This person picked up immediately, and we talked, and I made a decision to kill my ego and make a decision, because this is getting me lower and lower into like deeper holes than I thought possible, that I could possibly be going through right now. And it's because the fact that I wasn't with God, simple as that. As soon as I came back, I told in my sermon last time in San Jose that I gave, as soon as I came back, every issue one by one within the next week or two completely flipped. The any debt I was in turned around. I was struggling to find stable work at the time. That completely flipped around by God's grace. And I was very ill, and like very ill. Like it wasn't life-threatening, but it was something that like can't be like easily taken care of, only with God. And that wiped away. There was, doctors couldn't even see it there anymore, what it was. And it was, mashallah, God completely healed me. God completely took every struggle I was having and completely flipped it around for me. When I was coming back, I had the mentality in the very beginning, for just a couple months clearly, that I'm gonna focus on me. And before I seek out looking for someone to be with for my life. and conference 2020. Last Virginia conference was 2024. Yeah, and so I ended up. Everyone went to bed for the last night, and I happened to still be awake, couldn't sleep, and then me and Delilah hung out, and it was funny. People were leaving for the airport and walking by us like, "What are they doing?" And but Masha, it was we were just hanging out by God's grace, like laughing and whatnot, and some people joined us from time to time. And God, the reason I'm saying that is because, like I said, where my mindset was, the reason my mindset was there is because I truly didn't believe that I deserved or wanted. I wanted, but I didn't believe I deserved to be with someone, and that I could be what they need by God's grace as a husband. And I just didn't think truly inside I deserved it. And that was something I was had a lot of doubt about too. But I shut that to the side. I was like, focus on me, like I said, and I know God is going to, this is what I said, I know God is going to, when the time is right, it doesn't matter overthinking how it's going to happen, how you're going to approach someone. Is it going to be inviting someone to the path? Is it going to be someone you know? Like, it doesn't matter. God is the one. God knows the timing of everything, perfect timing by God's grace, and how everything's going to play out. And mashallah, God blessed me with the best wife I could have ever asked for or imagined. And by God's grace, and even the thought of now this wasn't fully planned, but by God's grace, the blessing of Maribel, we had a kid, mashallah. I didn't think I would be deserving of being a good father. Nothing to do with my past, no. With my dad, nothing to do with that. but I didn't think that. I just basically doubted myself and beat myself up left and right, as you can tell. And when I changed all that, God showed me. God gave me these blessings. God showed me. Once you shift your mentality and you give that power to God and God only, and stop thinking of these like worldly excuses, emotions. God is in control of everything, and God promises you happiness when you're with Him. And that's by God's grace, God did for me. And sorry, I just want to check my note. Yeah. So I'm going to read a verse, Secret for Chagabs interjected. Higher ranks for the strivers. Not equal are the sedentary among the believers who are not handicapped. And those who strive in the cause of God with their money and their lives, God exalts the strivers with their money and their lives above the sedentary. For both, God promises salvation, but God exalts the strivers over the sedentary with a great recompense. To be guided is an amazing honor from God, and something we should never take for granted, as we wouldn't have a purpose on this life, or even much of a life, if it wasn't for God's guidance. Secret for Chagabs interjected, 238. We said, go down therefrom, all of you. Then when guidance comes to you from me, those who follow my guidance will have no fear, nor will they grieve. No fear. God tells us that as long as we follow God and follow His guidance, we will have no fear of anything that happens to us. If we get fired, if we get sick, if anything happens, we will not fear that we won't find another job or heal properly. We know that God is guiding us and He is with us every step of the way. God also promises perfect happiness here and forever as long as we follow God's commandments and lead a righteous life. I just want to emphasize on that point. As soon as it says God is guiding me, God is guiding us by God's grace, and He is with us every step of the way. Once you choose Him, if you are with Him, not just saying you are with Him, the words can go only so far. Action is more. Imagine you do your prayers, even in private. You do everything, all the commandments and everything, and you continue it even in private. But then you come down to a test, and you got an admission test, or you're being purified in something, one of your biggest weaknesses. In that moment too, for example, I'm going through one of those right now. We got a court date in San Jose, and where I'll be going, inshallah, after this. But am I going to go with the mentality that I'm doomed? I'm not going to be allowed back here for like 5+ years longer. That this is going to go bad. We're going to get, I don't know, anything could go wrong. Are you going to go with that mentality? In that heat of the moment, clearly the big test I'm going through with trusting in God right now and my family. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Payam. There's a big test right now. And in the heat of the moment, what I can't do, and what we all can't do when we go through our tests, and not just an ordinary test, like, oh, I'm getting a little impatient at the DMV, like one of the hardcore tests that hits one of your core weaknesses. We each have our own, and in that moment, in the heat of that moment, that's when it really matters to pass that test, to put in all the practice you've been doing to get closer to God. Because it's very easy, this whole conference, we're having speeches, studies, we're talking to one another, having Quranic conversations, and that's all righteous work. We're growing our souls, alhamdulillah. But when you're really going to grow your soul immensely is when one of your biggest weaknesses, you push through and follow. It's like in a school with an exam. You did all that for the exam, you hung out with your friends and you studied with them and this and that, but now are you really going to perform at this exam? That's something you got to ask yourself. And God has shown me countless times over and over, and I know God has shown you guys in your own ways, that God is the only one that is going to take care of you. God is the only one that you should trust, and to fulfill that promise for you to truly feel that happiness inside. Thank you.
MashaAllah. Very powerful. All right, I've got quite a few hands. I've got one. Oh, wow. Okay, fine. I'm going to go to Hanan first.
Assalamu alaikum, bro. Thank you so much for sharing your story. I
you.
don't have a question or a comment. I just wanted for us all to read Al-Fatiha for you and your family, inshallah, for God's blessings and God's miracles to come forth for you all, inshallah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen.
Ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Maliki yawmiddin. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين.
All right, but there's so many hands. No, let me go. I'm going Delilah first. She gets privilege.
Could you comment a little bit more on your amazing wife? I'm just kidding. What do you suggest that submitters do when they're in a hard place and they feel themselves leaning towards despairing, leaning towards being hard on themselves? What's your best advice to kind of fighting against that and looking more towards God's promises?
Honestly, this is something I did myself. You gotta be like honest, truthful, like with yourself, like even in the moment, like even whether it's with myself or helping or giving someone else advice by God's grace, it's not gonna help you if you're gonna like sugarcoat for yourself and other people. If I'm going through something really dark, like I'll be honest, me doing this right now is just despairing. It's keeping me still, and I need to move forward. And I made this mistake. There's nothing I can undo about it. I can't undo it. It happened. So what I can do is go forward with it and make sure I don't repeat that. God forbid I make the mistake at another point in time. You still can't go backwards. You gotta be truthful to yourself and move forward, and know that you won't move forward if you don't know that God is the one that is gonna guide you to do so. So deeply reflect, even open up to God, admit there are some weaknesses where I literally was crying to God where I'm blind. I must be blind. This is going on unnecessarily long, and I need to get out of this. I'm begging you, God. And that's by God's grace, that's my answer.
We have a few more hands.
Yeah.
We have my mom in the front here. I think Nathan, you were mentioning something called steadfastly persevering.
Who is that?
Yeah, by God's grace. Yeah. Oh, sorry. God forgive me. I should have added
I think
that.
that's what you were talking about.
Thank you for the reminder.
Salam alaikum, Nathan.
Salam.
Very great speech and good reminders, how to really worship God. My question is, we know you said you wanted perfect happiness when, you grow up in submission, your mom taught you and, practicing, but what you were looking for was perfect happiness. And you were saying, why I'm not getting there, right? And we know this is God's promise for the believers. So what should be our focus when we come to submission? We submit to God alone. We know this is God's promise, but what should be our focus instead of just looking for, perfect happiness and everything that we know is God's promise?
I'll answer that in a way that would relate to myself. Is that all right? In terms of giving that reminder, I think it's best with myself. I reflect on things that if someone points out something that I need to fix on, no matter how big or small, or I notice, we're not blind. We know like things we struggle to work on and things we're not perfect at. And every possible little minute thing that even if I don't think I have a problem with it, make sure that by God's grace, in my submission, I'm not because they would all be related to our ego if they're bad. So make sure that I don't let that, make sure that those things are not strong. Make sure I'm killing my ego. I'm not, let's say it's maybe a white lie type of thing, or I get a little impatient at things or frustrated. Like, make sure that I'm consistently reflecting on myself and my weaknesses, inshallah, along with my submission. And this is the most important one. In my submission, it's really one thing to say that I trust in God and I know you are running everything. You'd be very surprised how sneaky the devil is. And I know I'm not the only one who knows this, but deep in your subconscious, you'd be surprised how many times when someone thinks, even myself in the past, you think you're being truly sincere on something, but in the back of your mind, there's a little thing, like me with my trusting in God through a good bit of my journey, you know, and really make sure that I would, so like you, to answer just plain, focus on myself and my weaknesses and continuously try to grow every little thing and make sure that I'm truly being sincere and opening up to God, that God guides me, inshallah.
MashaAllah, Nathan, great job. I want to ask a question about the experience. You mentioned like you wearing a mask for a while. And it kind of ties to the question Evan brought up last night at the Quran study about test, admission test, consequence, and what was the other one? Admission test, consequence, and blessing in disguise. Yeah, the difference between them. So would you say that you never really made the decision to believe, and the result of that was you sort of stepping out? Or would you say it was a test that you failed, and then eventually you passed that test? And if you did, what kind of test it was? So
I think, because I do remember, Ashkan, at a time when, not long before I made the decision to leave, where I felt like I wanted to, like stay, but I built up resentment and held things like in that built up, and Hossein spoke to me at around this time. I believe it was some sort of admission test for me, because, or maybe not admission, but some big test for me, that, okay, you're doing all this. He pointed out, you're doing all these worshiping God, you're doing all these commandments, and I see you like trying with this and that, but these things aren't going right for you. Like, and I'm paraphrasing what he said, this was years ago, but he pointed out those things, and he mentioned to me that maybe in a time when you don't see like help, like you don't see the the results, maybe you're being tested on like seeing if you stick with God and really trust in God through this. Because like we can go through hard times. Well, you can go through like a test. It might not really be a consequence. Like you could, I could be like, for me, I was struggling I was worshiping God. I was doing this and that, or so I thought, but I wasn't truly sincere inside because God didn't guide me. So he basically was pointing out that if you're doing all this, maybe you're going to see, okay, let's see if Satan was like, let's see if you really trust in God. Let's see if when times get a little tough, are you going to stick it through and stay with God or bail, which, yeah, while you guys were in Scotland, like that's the mistake I made at that time. That's how I failed that, I feel.
Assalamu alaikum, Nathan. Thank you for your share. I'm right here. I have more of a comment. So, you touched on it in the beginning, like about how the believers, the true believers, they become kings and queens on earth, right? We become sovereigns by God's grace. And I want to just basically touch on the fact that the believers, they're guaranteed perfect happiness, right? The believers, when they enter God's kingdom, when they do God's commandments, they worship Him alone, they observe, all the commandments, they are given perfect health, wealth, and happiness, right? I think there's a difference between us wanting to be in control of our life and thinking that we know better and dictating what we think, how our life should be perfect, right? You might say, I need this amount of money in my bank account. I need this kind of house, these kind of kids. At the end of the day, a believer, they are given everything they need to the perfect amount, but it is perfect. right? They're not going to struggle financially. They're going to be happy. They're going to have no health problems, no problems whatsoever. And God gives that contentment. So I just wanted to like basically emphasize on the fact that perfect happiness or the perfect life we're given is perfect. But sometimes what we imagine in our mind is not basically what is what we're supposed to be given. It is still perfect though. It's just not like, you know, a lot of times as humans, we want to control our lives and we have to let go and we have to say God is in full control. God is the one that's doing everything. What he gives us, we have to be appreciative and content. So I just wanted to harp on that because we've talked a lot about personal shares throughout the conference so far. And I think there has to be an emphasis that God's kingdom has no problems whatsoever. And we are given, you know, mashallah, like such huge blessings as long as we're with God. Thank you.
The time's up, right? Okay. Can I just respond real quick? I'll be fast. I agree with you, mashallah. I want to just I don't want to say to make a claim or myself to come off wrong. I didn't intend that like the exact map I have in my head for my life, it has to be exactly like that for my life to be perfect. No, I didn't think that. It's just what was happening in my life was pure like fire from the sky everywhere. Like I was having issues left and right, mentally, physically, emotionally, everywhere. And everywhere I went, like, yeah, so like just anything was honestly at that time to me would have been a perfect life. Just not what I was dealing with. But yeah, God has all your needs are met by God's grace. The believers will be happy and perfect health, wealth, and happiness, mashallah. I agree. Thank you.
Thank you. We're just gonna do Nathan. You've been the most popular so far. So we're gonna give you one more from Shamnam, and then we're gonna wrap for today. Okay. You don't need to say anything if you don't want to. Okay. But Shamnam's just making a comment for herself.
Thank you, Nathan. Yeah, that was quite a bit of a journey, I know, for you, and it's still, you know, going through, you know, a lot of like uncertainty in some ways, but you have to keep your faith that God will do what's best for you guys, and He has a great plan for, you know, the submitters. He loves His worshipers, right? I think that maybe what Farnak John was trying to allude to was that whatever we do should be without the expectation of a reward. So all of these things are rewards, like Fatima John was mentioning earlier today, that these are all byproducts, like perfect happiness, health, wealth. These are all byproducts, you know, of worshiping God alone. But like Rashad reminds us, he says we should do it even if we got nothing in return, right? Most people will come into, I knew someone that came into this path searching for this perfect happiness and health and wealth and whatever, and looked around and said, well, I don't see anyone here being perfectly wealthy, right? And took off. They left. They never came back, right? Because their mindset, their goal was, you know, that perfect happiness. So for us, we should, as submitters, our goal is only, our love is only, it's only about God. Our path is only about God. And everything else, we trust that He will give us what is exactly right for us. Yeah.
Thank you, Nathan. Everyone, a round of applause for Nathan. Mashallah. So a few housekeeping items before we go to the next speech. For lunch, be sure to put your tickets in the box. Some of you collect these tickets. I don't know why. There's no value in these tickets. Put them in the box. If you've lost your tickets, go to Netta and say, I've lost all 5 packets of tickets that you've given me, and I don't know where the bag is, and I'm lost, okay? And she will write something down to note that you've come and had
food. Okay, please. Trust me, I've been to many conferences. I've lost those packets a lot. And another note, if you'd like to donate tips for the staff here at the conference, please, let me read this note. Where do I give this? Where do I, to Bahram? Okay, just go ahead, text me that, and then I'll send it to everyone, okay? Inshallah, so that people can zeal it, God willing. Thank you, Bahram John. We're planning to have pizza lunch at the Virginia Masjid tomorrow around 3 p.m. with study after, inshallah. Sign-up sheet on the back table so we can get a head count of number of people coming to the Virginia pizza party. / Quran study. And that was unanimously decided by the Virginia community. Okay. Next speech. Where is Kareem Galil? Kareem Galil, he wants to talk about, I want to make it to your funeral. Do you want to hold? You want to hold?
That's fine.
Or do you want to put it here? There you go.
Huh? Okay. Can you guys hear me? Is that okay? Perfect. Is that better? Okay, mashallah. Okay. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So this is brought to you by Eternal Water. Kareem said I should do this. Kareem Mashoof. So I know that the title of the speech is very dark, but I'm generally a very dark guy, so it's kind of expected. And some people thought that the purpose of this, like yesterday, I was telling Kareem, I was telling Ashkan that I'm planning to put pictures of people who I think I'll make it, people who think that I'll make it, and he believed me, which means like his expectations about me is so dark also. But actually, the purpose of this is it is so interesting that when people get sick, for example, in normal life, they get very concerned. But in submission, when we get sick, we get reflective, right? When people like wake up early in submission, that's for them a great thing. When people wake up like every single day, they think of us like crazy or like fasting 30 days. The point I'm trying to make is our lives as submitters, we have different perception to life and to death, different than the perception of people outside submission. And when you think about it, one of the best wishes you could think for someone is actually making it to their funeral or attending their funeral. Because one, it basically means that you yourself became like you are still a submitter, right? Like I'm not gonna make it to someone's funeral who's a submitter unless I myself was a submitter too. So that's good news for me in some sense. But it's also very good news for the person who actually we are attending their funeral. If you look about it, it basically means that one, they didn't go through any traumatic death, right? Like they probably were sleeping and they just didn't wake up, or they were drinking their tea and the angels came and took them. So there's this very last chapter was, as far as we can see as humans, was very non-traumatic. But actually for them, it was kind of a party, right? Like the angels came, we hear in the Quran that they take their souls in a very gentle, nice way, right? So imagine the angels are coming and they're snatching your soul in a very gentle, like I think there is mentions in the Quran for flowers, and like it's kind of a great exit out of this worldly life that person had to experience. It also means that the last few years before that death happened, like the last trimester of that person's life, it was pretty amazing, right? Like that person was happy, had no debts, his kids are happy, himself is happy, which basically means it was a fun person to hang around with, right? So if you think about it, like if someone gets a righteous death, you enjoyed the last few years of his life or her life because it was a righteous ending. You also didn't have to hear a story like this person had suffered from cancer or crashed from an aeroplane or any of that. And the person himself had to witness a very glorious moment. So in 1632, they go straight to paradise. The angels terminate their lives in a state of righteousness, saying, "Peace upon you, peace be upon you. Enter paradise now as a reward for your lives." And the subtitle, they go straight to paradise. So actually, that person didn't even die, right? Like that person just moved from that angle or from that universe that we're in to a completely better, actually to the real life, to a significantly better universe. We see in 2964, rearrange your priorities. This worldly life is no more than vanity and play, while the abode of the hereafter is the real life, if they only knew. So actually this person just moved actually to a whole better dimension than the dimension that we're living in. He moved to the real dimension, to the real life dimension. So there is nothing about attending someone's funeral from a submitter perspective that is actually bad or sad. It's actually they fulfilled their mission. They are in a better place than the place that they were in, which is here. They don't have to go through more tests. They don't have to go through purifications. They're just gonna have to enjoy for eternity a life that God has promised to us in the Quran. Now, the opposite is also pretty bad. So if someone does not make it, we see in 850, if you could only see those who disbelieved when the angels put them to death, they will beat them on their faces and their rear ends, taste the retribution of hell. So that person had to witness one of the most traumatic experiences we could possibly think of, right? Imagine like angels who are like so bigger than us coming in and forcefully taking you out of this dimension. That's like worse than any horror movie you could possibly think of. And the last few years of that person's life weren't great. Like you probably didn't enjoy hanging out with them because we know that the last trimester of our lives, heaven and hell starts in this world. So we kind of know where we are heading when we see the experience that we have in the very tail end of our lives. So you probably, this person wasn't happy. You weren't happy hanging out with that person. And more importantly, we are not going to be able to attend that person's funeral because in 984, you shall not observe the funeral prayer for any of them when he dies, nor shall you stand at his grave. They have disbelieved in God and his messenger and died in a state of wickedness. So in a nutshell, attending someone's funeral is almost a stamp that that person is most likely going to make it to heaven. They had a righteous ending. We know we could witness that. They had a righteous end of their lives. So I wish I can attend everyone's funeral, and I wish everyone can attend my funeral too. The starking thing though is in like messenger, like I don't know where we want to count from the time the messenger announced his messengership or from the time the message started coming. But in the last 30, 40 years, so many submitters, quote unquote submitters, came in and left this world. And I have not or have heard of any funeral prayers that has ever happened. We don't get to witness that we attend someone's funeral prayer, right? That's one practice that we never did or we never executed, right? The only righteous death that we are aware of is the death of the messenger of the covenant, right? Other than that, lots of people came in, lots of people left. Like obviously in the last 30, 40 years, people died, right? Like we're not eternal. And none of those, we got to make it to their funeral prayers. And I think the reason is obvious. We didn't see a righteous ending. We didn't see that the method of death has to do with how God has prescribed it for us in the Quran. And that should give us all a big pause, right? Imagine in the, I wouldn't say history of submission because it started since Abraham, but in the history of submission that we can currently witness, we have never did a funeral prayer. And I think this should be a goal for us as a community, as a global community, is to make it to someone's funeral prayer, because someone of us has to make it, guys. Like it's about time that we have to do this practice. But when we read, God explains that to us, because someone was asking me the other day, how is it? Like, how is it that we never, actually one of my kids was asking us that question. And I want to read, 12:106, which we still debate. And I don't know, like the evidence is starking for us. The majority of believers destined for hell. The majority of those who believe in God and do not do so without committing idol worship. And regardless of how you understand this verse, whether it applies on submitters, non-submitters, whatever, however you apply it, the thing that we are witnessing as a global community speaks for itself. Like, God gave us all the wisdom we need in the Quran for how we can understand the things that happen around us. And we can see that the majority didn't make it. I want to talk about this. Like, those are people who attended conferences, right? I'm sure some of them, you guys attended conferences with them at Tucson or here or whatever. Those are people who woke up every day and did Fajr prayer. Those are people who fasted 30 days. Those are people who stopped the car in the middle of the street to do ablution and get their noon prayer done. So those are people that actually did work, right? They attended Quran studies. They got unanimous consensus on when we do Quran studies. They participated in all our activities. They are us, pretty much. And still, all that effort went in vain, right? Like, that all effort came in at the very end, deleted, and they ended up not even in a bad place, unfortunately, in a worse place, right? Because we know that people among us, they go to and I think the messenger of the covenant talks about this in the last conference. He says, you either make it to the heaven, to the highest heaven, or you make it to the lowest pit of hell. So in some fashion, hell is hell, but in some fashion, someone who never got the message ends up in a slightly less hellish place than the place that we would basically end up in. So this is very, very important for us to kind of reflect on. And again, the Quran gives us why would something like this happen. So 57:14, and we asked that question in our community, like I think 2 studies ago, and I was reading this verse and I think it is the best answer for it. I think there's 2 verses in the Quran that answer what actually happened. Like, why did this happen? Why did someone spend all this effort and end up in hell? So 57:14, they will call upon them, were we not with you? They will answer, yes, but you cheated your souls, hesitated, doubted, and became misled by wishful thinking. Until God's judgment came, you were diverted from God by illusions. And this verse has so many different verbs, right? So I want to spend the rest of my speech basically only around this verse. I don't want to mention so many different verses. I think this one verse is so heavy, and it's something that I think we should just kind of frame it in masjid or something, because it has so many verbs of what would happen that takes someone off the path. So the first one is cheating your soul, right? And the idea of cheating soul is the idea of rationalization. And rationalization is, for example, you skip the gym, and you skip the gym because you didn't feel like going to the gym. But in your head, rest days are very important. So I had to skip gym today, right? You don't speak up in a Quran study or in a meeting or in a discussion because you're shy. And that's the real reason. But you rationalize it in your head. It wasn't the right time for me to speak. I didn't want to derail the discussion. Everyone said what I want to say. There's always rationalization is always bringing reasons for something that makes you feel good about it when the real reason wouldn't make you feel good about it. So rationalization would be every time like you get sick, something wrong happens in your life, you start rationalizing, I'm just stubborn. I'm just early on in my submission. Look at what everyone else would have the same mistake. It's always bringing in reasons that kind of lighten the weight of what happened. And it becomes worse when people start doing this for us out of kindness, right? It's just like you do something really wrong and someone would come and rationalize it for you and say like, yeah, it was bad, but hey, don't despair. It wasn't that bad. Maybe you're just in this state of your life. It will become better. You're just like, when we hear this kind of rationalizations or reasoning, that's step 1 on your way to hell out of submission. So Rationalization is giving any reason other than the fact that you committed idol worship, you had ego, and you should have zero tolerance for that. Then the second one is hesitation. And hesitation is not about, hesitation is about the timing and the action of taking a stance. And that's very important. So you can eventually make a stance, but you hesitate on the way of making that stance, right? And that's actually how we all came here to this worldly life, right? We didn't make a firm stance to be with God against Satan and whoever claimed that God is not the only God. So that, I think, happens all the time in religious debates and in conferences and in Quran studies. You could know the truth in your heart, but you have like majority of the community or majority of the people saying opposite, and you start hesitating, right? You start hesitating, making the firm stance with what you know is a Quranic stance. Now, let's say you made a stance with something that is not correct. At least the whole community now knows where you are, so they can help you get out of it. Or you make a stance with the right side of things. Now you can help the rest of the community to get out of it. The worst is when you stand neither on the right side nor on the left side. You're just waiting to see where this discussion is going to go. So some discussions happen for 4, 5, 6 months. We have a lot of those, right? And you ask people in middle of that discussion, so where do you stand? And you hear things like, I'm still thinking about it. Or you even have the need to ask them where they stand because they never made one single comment in the last 6 months that tells you where do they stand on that spectrum. So hesitation is super bad, and it would also be the second step that would take you off the path. You need to make a clear position, and you need to make it in a timely fashion, not in an indefinite time period. The third one, which is obviously the big one, is doubt, right? So they cheated their souls, they hesitated, they doubted. And doubting is about not having firm conviction. And I believe that most of the times this has to do with God's qualities, right? You don't have firm conviction that God is omnipotent. Whatever you happen, God will take care of you. Or that God is omnipresent. God sees everything that happens around you. Like not having firm conviction that perfect happiness does exist. Not having firm conviction that we will die a righteous death and we're not going to have to suffer anything bad as we're leaving this life. Any kind of doubts that doesn't make you feel 1000% sure that it would happen, that's the third one. And I think this is one of the most dangerous ones because that happens a lot in our work, right? Like you get into a big work problem and you start thinking of what you should do, what they will do, what will happen. That for me is a way of exhibiting doubt, because if you are 100% sure, you will know that God will take care of you. No one can answer those better than us about ourselves, because that's what we witness in our day-to-day activities. Then the third one is wishful thinking. So that's also what they did, right? They cheated their souls, they hesitated, they doubted, and they had wishful thinking. And I was watching this TV show. We have this soccer player, and he's famous for being like a woman. Like he's not a great guy. And she was asking him, do you think you're going to make it to heavens? And he said, absolutely, I'll make it to heavens. And it's kind of funny when you hear that from someone who's not a submitter, but I find it to be equally funny when submitters also have that kind of attitude, because one of the most righteous humans who have ever walked earth was Abraham. Like God called him his beloved friend. And Abraham was asking God, please, I want to make it to heaven. So if that is Abraham's attitude towards like where he wasn't 100% sure, that God showed him the marvels of the heavens and the earth, and he had big miracles happening for him. And yet he was hopeful that he makes it to heaven. So the wishful thinking that the fact that we come to masjid or we come to conference or we do the Quran studies or any of that makes us make it to heaven is another fast path to this. The last one is they were deviated by illusions, and I'll go through this real quick, which is basically like thinking of this life as the real life, not the a fleeting life. I want to jump to the second verse because of only 2 minutes. So this is one verse in the Quran that I believe explains what happened to people who were on the right path and how they ended up in hell. The second one is 37:28. They will say to their leaders, you used to come to us from the right side. And I think this is another fast path for submitters to go off the path and go to hell. How is it to come from the right side? I don't think that Satan will come and convince us to serve alcohol in the conference, right? But I think he could convince us to do 10 Quran studies. I don't think Satan is going to come and convince us, or would have convinced people like in the traditional Muslims that they have to start committing adultery. But he will convince them to add Muhammad's name to the Shahada. So coming in from the right is always about adding. And that is an easier path for Satan with believers than coming in from the left. Because as a believer, you've already made a very firm decision. You don't want to do those things. So how is he going to come and corrupt our religion? It's always about coming in from the right side. It's about doing more. And those becomes very hard because the rebuttal can always be, are you saying we should cancel Quran studies? Are you, like, I'm sure when I talk to my mother about the Shahada, she always says, are you saying Muhammad is not a prophet? Satan gives this very extreme argument when you ask people to kind of stay in moderation that makes you yourself doubt yourself. Of course, Muhammad is a prophet. Of course, I don't want to cancel a Quran study. Of course, I don't want people to stop striving. But I find that this is another great verse, 37:28, of what happened, because this, the context of this verse, it was actually about believers that also ended up to hell. And then they say to their leaders, you used to come to us from the right side. Okay. In the last minute. So what can you do? I think the first one is you cannot despair. The Messenger of the Covenant has this audio about if you don't think when you say astaghfirullah, like I repent to you, God, that God will clean your slate, then you don't believe in the Quran, because that's God's promise in the Quran. And God says in 39:53, O my servants who exceeded the limits, never despair of God's mercy, for God forgives all sins. He's forgiver most merciful. So step one is the fact that no one made it doesn't make you should despair that you most probably will also not make it. You have to believe that God's mercy is infinite. The second is examine yourself, which is a commandment in the Quran. And I think examining yourself becomes easier when you do it against the verse that I read, which is, are you rationalizing things? Are you hesitating in making clear stances? Do you doubt God's qualities? Do you think you will make it? Do you think you're actually a righteous person? This would be some of the criteria that you would examine yourself against. Then the last part, and that's where I want to spend this last 20 seconds, is we as a community have to help each other too. So those are things that you can do yourself, right? You examine yourself and you don't despair. But we as a community have to have that goal that we want each other to make it. We want to attend each other's funerals, in a sense. And in number 3, in verse 4:109, you do not help them by being nice. Here, you're arguing on their behalf in this world. Who is going to argue with God on their behalf on the day of resurrection? Who's going to be their advocate? And I find it, I find it very hard when someone agrees that someone is on the wrong path, yet they are still rationalizing for them. They're still giving reasons why they are on the wrong path or why things are okay. And I find it like, I find that people think, and we had a lot of reminders yesterday about we have to be kind and compassionate among ourselves and give reminders in the best possible way. I think that is all true if we define kindness. And I think the definition of kindness for me is me being so eager that you make it more than anything else. I think that is kindness. I don't think kindness is me making you feel good about yourself or me giving you a reminder without hurting you. I don't think this is kindness. Kindness is me making sure that if I see anything that could take you off the path, I shake you. I ask you, I'm not going to pull anyone out of their beard, but you would shake the person because you actually do care a lot for them. I think that is the definition of kindness in the Quran, not the worldly definition of kindness. The last thing I want to end with is, there was this person I work with, and she's a surgeon, and it's so funny, that happened yesterday on the way to the conference. She was doing a surgery, and during that surgery, she messed up, right? Like something went wrong in the surgery. And there was a lot of people in the room, and they were talking, the anesthesiologist and the ER doctor. We know what ER doctors do. Anyways, there were a lot of people in the room. And then she goes, I want everyone to be quiet because I need 10 minutes to think. And I mean, that's not so kind, right? She didn't say, can you guys please be quiet? Because she was like so sharp. And she did think, then she went back on track and she fixed everything. And when she went out of the room, she apologized. She said, everyone, I'm so sorry for being so sharp in the room. So one of them said, actually, you should not apologize. Being clear and direct is kind. Being non-clear and non-direct when something is on the line, like someone's life, is unkind. So if people can define kindness like this in a worldly matter, I think we are in a surgery right now and we will all want to make it. So we should examine ourselves. We should make sure that we're also kind enough to each other by telling each other what's wrong with each other. Thank you so much.
Okay, we have a lot of hands, many hands, multiple hands. Guys, we have 5 minutes, so we're only going to take 2 hands. I'm so sorry. So Zahira, go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum. Wonderful speech, mashallah. You got me a bit worried right now, so yeah, I'm preoccupied. Amir.
Okay, mashallah.
So my question actually is about the role of community. You touched on that in the last 20 seconds, but my question is, like you mentioned, basically since 30 or 40 years, no one had a righteous death. My question is, where is the community in this situation? Like, I mean, if we have multiple Quran studies and if we have different gathering and we have Jumu'ah, and like we should have noticed that something is going wrong in maybe our brother or sister, and maybe have made the effort to make them understand where they are going wrong. Like, I think this is very important thing to think about as a community. Like, I wouldn't go and discuss other subjects where I'm seeing my brother or sister get into that in a wicked situation. So yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think the way I found it in the last, at least the years that I was a submitter, is someone is going off the path. People start getting loud and giving them reminders. Almost always, that person starts talking about behavior. And behavior is a commandment in the Quran. So the people who were giving the reminders get kind of a little bit, I wouldn't say intimidated, but kind of getting a pause. So they decided to pursue peace, right? Like they stop giving those kind of reminders. And then it becomes a thing where everyone knows what is going on, but nobody is talking about it because they don't want to get through the confrontation. But what we don't realize is it's someone else's soul. And like, it was very hard for me. I asked a lot of people about people who passed away. Were you surprised that they didn't make it? And a lot of people said no. So how is it that we weren't surprised and we knew that this is going to happen, but we weren't like banging the alarms on this? I think it's almost always because of those kind of community dynamics where you pursue peace versus reality in a sense.
Mashallah, Karim, that was a great speech. I just had a question about your hesitating to make a firm stance. I know you, so there are a lot of debates in the masjid, and there are people who have an idea in the beginning where they stand, but then they change their mind. So I just wanted to ask you advice for people who are trying to make up their minds in those situations. And also when people have such a firm stance that they don't even want to hear the other side out because they're 100% sure that they're right. What's your advice for them? Mashallah,
Yeah.
great.
So I think also, sorry. So with that, God gave us like a lifelong chance to make our minds and our understandings mature. I think the point I was trying to make is like making a wrong decision is way better than making no decision. Because when you make a wrong decision, people actually will help you, right? Like you will reconsider it, right? Like you at least have a position. When you make no decision, you just feel so comfortable in that position where you never ever make that decision. So I think there is a time where you just have to take a position, you're right or the left. Like Messenger of the Covenant talks about that in every conference, there is Satan's point of view will be presented. And like God's point of view has to be presented. In every speech that you're listening to, you have to make your mind like, is that God's word or that's not God's word? In every position, like yesterday we were talking about Quran, how we understand 1828. One of us is right, one of us is wrong. It can't be that both of us are right, or we can both coexist in that. I think this is what I mean by hesitation, is like not being sharp enough to take a position either on one side of a debate or not.
Thank you. Well, it is lunch right now, and I know a lot of people are hungry, but we have like 20 people who raised their hands. So if you want to stick around for a few more minutes and take a few more questions, you can do so. And those who want to stay in the room while lunch is happening, they can ask that. I'm just going to go an additional 4 or 5 more minutes, if that's okay. And then in the meantime, everyone make sure you have your tickets. If you don't, go to your room, get your tickets. Okay?
2 p.m. full.
Returning.
And for namaz, 2 p.m. for prayer. So after lunch at 2 p.m., we're going to pray and then continue with the speeches. So raise your hand if you have a comment. God, there's so many people. Okay, we're going to go right here.
Wait, hold on. I think Jamal let me go
Okay,
next.
Jamal gave you the mic. Okay.
Mashallah, I thought that was a really good speech, Kareem. And I actually totally agree with what you just said to Talia. And one thing in response to what you just said to her, I think it's also important to check yourself in when these discussions are happening, because I think sometimes what I've observed of myself is that like you can become arrogant if you kind of latch onto an opinion the wrong way. So just like another thing I wanted to add to that. Really quickly, the only part I don't think I fully agreed with was I totally get what you're saying about the kindness and being direct. I actually think that is a quality of our community for the most part. Of course, we're not perfect. This is just something I've experienced, that like when I've been wrong, the kind of like the shaking up I thought it was done perfectly by God's leave. I think that we never compromise, and that's the most important aspect when it comes to being, quote unquote, kind with each other. The question I had for you, and this is something I've been thinking a lot about recently, where do you like reconcile or draw the line between like Abraham, how righteous he was, and he's like, God, I hope I make it to you, and then also the like not despairing regarding your belief. This is like a fine line, because sometimes I find myself like having like doubts about myself and my beliefs, but if I were to really try hard to correct them, I'm trying to like reconcile this idea of being confident that what I'm doing is right and believing. And then also, if there's a part of you that's like, maybe I'm not going to make it, where would that even come from to begin with,
Yeah.
So I'm curious what you think about that.
So it's actually, athletes have this thing, right? If you're playing like 100 meters or if you're playing like one of those fast running competitions, in many cases, you're actually leading the batch. And that's the worst position to be in, because you get arrogant, you get comfortable. Like you are 2 seconds away from your last competitor. So you get comfortable, too comfortable. So actually, that's the moment they can win. And that's why always people win in the last meter or so. I think the right attitude that we have is, I'm going to win the race, but I'm not going to take it for granted till I win the race. And I think this is a major difference. Now imagine if while you're running that race, you're like, I'm not gonna make it. I'm never gonna win. I think this is what Satan does to us, is like, this prayer didn't count because you weren't thinking of God. Look at everyone didn't make it. You're not gonna make it. I think that is despair, and that's Satan's tool, but it doesn't contradict the fact that you are diligent but hopeful till you cross the moment. Essentially till the angels come snatch your soul. That's when you kind of lower your guards, essentially.
No. We got one here. It's me? Yeah. Him and then. Oh.
Salam alaikum, Karim John. And I like the speech that you made. We should be really realistic. The way that you talk, it's truth. We are living this world one day, and we wanna, have honorable departure, because it's really important for us. If we don't depart as a good submitters, everything is on vain. That's why we didn't do anything. But my question for you, how can we get to that goal? You talked about it, or what steps should we take to reach that goal? Or what's the action do you recommend to make that goal to reality? Because we should be realistic. We cannot be, like you said, wishful thinking. I want to know what's your things, what's your such. What I know, we should have a right. We should lead a righteous life. We know we pray, we do everything. But why majority of believers, destined for hell? And I want to know your take on this.
Yeah, I think doing the opposite of the verse, basically not hesitating, not doubting, not having wishful thinking, like always having a clear stance, always being 100% sure of God's promise. I think doing the exact opposite of that verse is the right thing. And it's a very mental, more than, I think that was my point. My point is that the physical practices, I think, are the easy part. The harder part is actually training our brain to not do those things. One more thing I would add is, I feel like when we are comfortable in Quran studies and in debates, I think that's a great alarming sign. So for example, I expected we talk about marriage in this conference, for example, because it's a global discussion, and it's it's something that happens every day, right? Like every day someone gets married to the other. Not being aligned on that, or kind of fearing the confrontation on this, I think are the type of stuff, the hesitation or the doubting that would take us off. The Quran study discussion that we talked about, I think we should have zero disagreements, because the truth is one. Our opinions are the variable, right? So I think being uncomfortable and going through those discussions patiently is what will make sure that we don't come to the conference and leave exactly like how we came in, here, only $7,000 less.
Kareem, great sermon.
You wanted to ask your question.
Fantastic, Kareem.
Okay.
You good?
Yes.
Okay. I think it was great sermon. Fantastic, mashallah. I appreciate it. Not sermon, speech. I love specifically the part where you talked about, like, it's good to basically not hesitate and speak up, whether you're right or wrong, and the benefit of that. That was, I think, fantastic. You said another thing you said, not on this point. It's on Satan coming from the right, and you said this. I think, if I'm quoting you correctly, you said like Satan will come from the right and have you make 10 Quran studies. I'm kind of paraphrasing you, but I think is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. You can elaborate on what you meant by that, but I personally don't think that's a correct statement. Having 10 Quran studies is not something wrong inherently. It could be wrong based on, like, let's say, people divide themselves and having multiple groups, and each group have their own Quran study and not being united. But the idea of having 10 Quran study is not a satanic idea. So I think that's wrong, Attorney. And even in light of the last night conversation, which is like, things being stated as like having multiple Quran studies is wrong, or like not being united. I think in light of also last night Quran study, I think that's also why I think it's also wrong.
So there's two things on that. One is, away from the example of the Quran study, Satan coming from the right. Like, what do Muslims do? They pray extra prostrations, right? They add a shahada to the shahada. They pay more charity than like. Anyways, it's always about adding something. Like, they fast more days in the year than the 30 days that we are supposed to do, right? So anytime there's an addition, that is Satan's method of coming in from the right. That's the core point. Now, about the specific example about the Quran study or not, we're obviously still debating that. But two things I would say. One, I cannot fulfill God's commandments when it makes sense to me. So I cannot say, since nothing wrong has happened and no divisions has happened, hence this is fairly kosher for me to do. If God says all believers has to make it, then all believers have to make it. Because maybe I didn't see the wrong now, and I'll see it in the future. Like 10 years ago, we all agreed, for example, on the Wednesday study, and now we see where that took us from. My point is, God's wisdom shouldn't be obvious to me now to make a decision whether something is right or wrong. I make a decision whether something is right or wrong based on the Quran, and then as the time goes by, I can see the wisdom of something, of what it means. So maybe it's not about division. Maybe it's about something else. I don't know what it is. God only knows. But God gave us an instruction that we have to make it to those like Quran studies, so I have to do that. And then how would Satan come from the right is by making those too repetitive, where I cannot make it to every single one, or it becomes too prohibitive for us to make it to this one. So it's more about the methodology of how Satan would do things, is by encouraging us to do more, and we call it striving. God knows the best. It's, you know, like in medicine, the doctor gives you a dose. You taking more does not gonna make you heal better or heal faster. Like that's the dose that God gave us. So that's the dose that we stick to it, is basically my point.
Alaikum. Thank you for your speech, mashallah. I have a question about the way you see the be kind. And you talk about that if we want to be reminder for somebody, we have to be direct and be like shaking the person, right? And the Prophet says you have to talk in best manner, right? How can we do shaking somebody and be in the best manner? For me, it's paradox. So could you please tell me,
Yeah,
for
sure.
example, yeah, thank you.
I think I just want to make a small correction. He's the messenger.
Yeah,
I mean,
God said that.
you meant the messenger of the God. Yeah. So, there are things that are so clear. We can't, for example, yell. We can't call names, right? Like those are clear things of bad manner. I think the thing that becomes a little bit interesting is when something is said in a kind way, but it hurts us. So we say it was bad manner, right? Like it's very hard for us to take that we are wrong, right? Like when someone comes and says, hey, the dress code, for example, the way that you are dressed is not righteous. It's a very tough comment, right? Saying it this way, I find it to be kind because we weren't yelling, we weren't calling names, we were just stating a fact. But you find it easily for the receiving party to say, how dare you comment on my dress code? So that is no longer about the reminder. It's about our ego not being able to take a negative criticism, and then we start calling it bad behavior. My point is, not every time something is tagged as bad behavior, it is actually bad behavior. It was out of care that I made that reminder, and it's more on the receiving party kind of having, I wouldn't say thicker skin, but having less ego to kind of absorb those kind of reminders. But we can't say, like, what the heck is that? You're wearing, like, that is obviously bad behavior. That's very clear-cut bad behavior. As long as it is said in a direct but non-demeaning way, I think that is good behavior. Thank you.
Longest QA, but still great. I said you had the longest QA. Okay, we are going to start with our next speech, inshallah. Is she all set up here? Our next speaker. Ladies in the front, we must quiet down, please. We're about to have a speaker come up. It's Moira.
This is the clicker. So you just tap down in order to go to the next slide, okay?
Okay.
You good?
So tap down.
Tap down, yeah. So just point it that way and tap down.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm going to be speaking about the extinction of dinosaurs, inshallah. Okay, so I'm going to be talking about the scariest dinosaurs of the Cretaceous period. So first, we'll talk about the Tyrannosaurus. So the Tyrannosaurus rex was one of the most terrifying predators, reaching lengths of around 40 feet and weighing up to nearly 9 tons. Its skull alone could grow over 5 feet long, and they had dozens of teeth that could crush through bone. They could also smell you from miles away, and you wouldn't be able to hear them coming because they have naturally padded feet. And they have significantly better eyesight than an eagle. They could also run up to 25 miles per hour. And now we're going to talk about the Spinosaurus. So the Spinosaurus was 50 feet long and taller than a Tyrannosaurus and the biggest carnivore to ever exist. Its long jaw resembles a crocodile, and they have cone-shaped teeth that are perfect for catching slippery prey because they could live on land and on water. And the huge sail on its back, if you can see it over there, was about 6 feet long, and they ate baby dinosaurs and reptiles. And I'm hoping I can pronounce this right. The Quetzalcoatlus was the what? Say it again. That's not what it says. Okay. It was the largest flying animal to ever exist. It had a wingspan of over 35 feet and was as wide as a small airplane. Standing on the ground, it was as tall as a giraffe. And it had a long, 8 feet, its beak was 8 feet, and it could pierce through flesh pretty good. It could also fly as fast as 80 miles per hour and could run at 25 miles per hour as fast as a Tyrannosaurus. Now, we're gonna look at the Earth, the Earth 66 million years ago. So before we dive into the main topic of the extinction and everything, let's take a look at the Earth 66 million years ago. So it was the end of the Cretaceous period of the Mesozoic era. By the end of this period, South and North America had split apart completely, and at the same time, the outlines of Europe and Asia were starting to form. This period lasted 79 million years. By that time, ice caps were forming, winters were becoming harsher, flowers and plants started to bloom, trees from previous eras started forming thick forests, and butterflies, bees started to come and appear, and fruits, seeds. Okay, so the asteroid. So a huge asteroid began to approach the planet. In a few minutes, it would kill 75% of all living creatures. In 1980, scientists proposed a hypothesis that it was the asteroid impact that led to these events. That's when they found out about everything, right? So scientists found a thin layer of iridium in 66 million-year-old clays around the world. If you don't know what iridium is, it is a super rare tough metal that is almost impossible to destroy, and it was found inside of the asteroid. So in 1990, another team of researchers discovered a crater with a diameter of 180 kilometers in the Yucatan Peninsula. In addition, 25,000 fossil fragments were found in New Jersey. Okay? The impact. So, by this time, a 10-kilometer rock weighing several trillion tons flew into the atmosphere. It was moving at a 20-kilometer per second speed, which was also 44,738 miles per hour. At the rate the rock was going, the rock got heated to like tens of thousands of degrees Celsius, making it much brighter and hotter than the sun. So, because of this, the dinosaurs were being blinded due to the brightness, and the heat started to incinerate their skin. Everything caught on fire, and a second later, the asteroid disappeared over the horizon until it crashed into the Gulf of Mexico. The energy released by the impact was equivalent to 10 million atomic bombs. In a couple seconds, the asteroid penetrated 20 kilometers into the Earth's crust, and the shock waves began to rush in all directions, faster than the speed of sound. This impact was so strong that it skinned animals alive, and the shock waves continued to spread several times around the globe, and the heaviest of dinosaurs were being pushed through the air, and forest fires were killing dinosaurs farther away from the impact. So now glass rain. So the asteroid knocked out 15 trillion tons of rock from the planet and sent it into the sky. A small portion flew into outer space, while the remaining parts, including house-sized boulders, like boulders the size of houses, began to fall back from the orbit. And so at the same time, glass rain began to fall. So not actually glass rain, it's just basically very hot 5-millimeter pieces of rock were falling, and the stone hail and the scorching rain had killed an innumerable amount of animals. So the tsunami. So it's not over yet. Surprisingly, many dinosaurs were still alive after this. However, they were nowhere near this disaster. However, a bit later, a gigantic 100-meter tsunami rose from the ocean. To get an idea of this tsunami, consider the tsunami in Japan 2011. Those waves were barely 10 meters high, and nonetheless, almost the entire island state incurred losses. This tsunami went thousands of kilometers deep into the land. It flooded almost the entire territory of the future USA, wiping out even more dinosaurs. The earthquakes and volcanoes. So in the area of modern Mongolia, about 15,000 kilometers from the explosion, hundreds of dinosaur species were still alive in roaming wooded areas. Meanwhile, the disaster was getting closer by the minute. The asteroid impact triggered a series of terrible earthquakes, measuring up to an 11.2 magnitude. The tremors were about 50 times stronger than any earthquake known to humanity. The most powerful Chilean earthquake of 1960 had a 9.5 magnitude. Increasing that number by 1 point would mean 30 times more powerful energy. So imagine 9.5 compared to 11.2. The planet was shaking so hard that all the volcanoes on Earth began to erupt. 70 billion tons of pulverized stones and soot ash plus carbon monoxide rose up as a result of the eruptions and then began to fall back into the atmosphere. The temperature started to heat up really bad, and a huge hot cloud of dust stormed across the planet, burning everything in its path. It was approaching Mongolia at a speed of 18,000 kilometers per hour. The winter impact. So at this point, all living creatures have died. Well, almost all creatures. Let's say that there were still some dinosaurs like hiding, probably. You would think it was safe until the temperature began to drop rapidly, which followed by acid rain flooding the earth. This was because several 100 billion sulfur compounds and other rocks were being thrown into the troposphere, which is the lowest, densest layer of the Earth's atmosphere. This acid rain poured all over the planet for weeks, which poisoned the soil and the bodies of water, which killed underwater dinosaurs. Then, a dense blanket of dust and ash soot they wrapped around the entire planet after the volcano eruptions, not letting any light or heat in. So the temperature dropped by 28 degrees. When the dinosaurs began to roam around, right, they were hungry, they were thirsty, but they didn't have any food or water. So it was cold, dark, and deserted. There was no food for dinosaurs on the planet, so they all began to starve to death. After the huge event, dinosaur eggs were still preserved, and they would hatch, right? But the cold weather, the hunger, and the disease contributed to their death too. So that was like the end of the whole species. So the Cenozoic era. So over several decades, the sunlight and heat were able to reach the surface. Nature revived, angiosperms and grass emerged, underwater sea creatures started to get out of hiding, and mammals were quick to reproduce. They adapted to weather conditions and were guaranteed to thrive. Why I chose this topic. So the way dinosaurs moved, lived, hunted, and interacted with nature helped shape the planet by God's grace. Large plant-eating dinosaurs prevented vegetation from overgrowing by constantly feeding on forests and plants. As they traveled, seeds would become attached to their bodies or pass through their digestive systems, allowing plant life to spread to new areas. Predators controlled animal populations, which prevented ecosystems from becoming overcrowded or unstable. The dinosaurs' massive size allowed them to flatten dense vegetation, creating open spaces and forming pathways that other species could use. And their waste naturally fertilized the soil, helping plants grow more effectively and supporting greater biodiversity. So when dinosaurs became extinct, many ecological spaces were empty. So then mammals were then able to expand, adapt, and evolve into new species over time. So God has planned all of these eras and periods in a way for the earth to evolve the way that it did. It was God's design that we, by God's grace, needed the dinosaurs and the prehistoric animals to benefit the planet. Everything that took place was God's perfect plan. Thank you. So I actually, let me actually read a couple verses before I end. So Surah 31, verse 10, He created the heavens without pillars that you can see. He established on earth stabilizers, mountains, lest it tumbles with you, and He spread on it all kinds of creatures. We send down from the sky water to grow all kinds of beautiful plants. Surah 41, verse 10, He placed on it stabilizers, mountains, and made it productive, and He calculated the provisions in 4 days to satisfy the need of all its inhabitants. Surah 35, verse 27, God's colorful creations. Do you not realize that God sends down from the sky water whereby we produce fruits of various colors? Even the mountains have different colors. The peaks are white or red or some other color, and the ravens are black. Surah 35, verse 28, also, the people, the animals, and the livestock came in various colors. This is why the people who truly reverence God are those who are knowledgeable. God is almighty forgiving. So I'm going to end with a joke. So okay, this is like a stupid joke, but I'm going to say it anyways. What do you get if you cross a dinosaur with a pig? Jurassic Pork.
That was good. Thank you, Moira. Thank you so much. We have time for one question. Does anyone have a dino question for Moira? Okay, we have a few, but we have one. So you got to choose, Jamal. Who you give it to?
Sound like more.
Yeah.
What's your favorite dinosaur?
What was it again? The Quetzalcoatlus.
Me and Jada want to know.
Tall bird. the Quetzalcoatlus.
The Quetzalcoatl. I can't even say that. Don't even worry about it. Big bird, big bird. Big bird from Sesame Street. Thank you. Give a hand for Moira. Mashallah. Good job, Moira. Okay, I'm gonna give one last announcement about the tipping. If you guys don't know, they're gonna come in at 3:25. We'll thank all the staff who's helped us so far for the conference and everything. So please let us know if there's anything else you guys would like to give. Other than that, we're gonna go to our next speech. You guys ready? Do you have the next speech set up? The pictures today? What time is the picture? The group picture is at 5:40. So if you're not in the group picture, I know some of you, we can Photoshop you in with AI now. So if you don't make it in there, just take a selfie and I'll Photoshop you in, okay? When they start, you can start the timer. Yes, 20 minutes. Everyone, welcome Aaron Sherman.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Inshallah, so happy to be here. Praise God for this blessing and this gift. I noticed that the rooms that we're in it's called Ravana EFG. So I was like, what does EFG stand for, right? Anybody? Eternal Family Gathering. That's what it means. That's my own. That's what I came up with. Well, that's the official name now. Eternal Family Gathering Room. Let's go there, inshallah. Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So I'm going to do my speech on trust and confidence in God. I gave this as a sermon, I guess a couple of months ago, and I've read it several times since. And it's just, it's like I always have, I'm like thinking to myself, I want to read this like every week or two just to remind myself. So, inshallah, by God's leave, we all learn something. So, trust and confidence in God. One of the greatest and most difficult objectives for submitters to achieve, and most likely the one of the last, is complete and total trust and confidence in God. As we engage in the practices of worship prescribed by God, we attain the certainty that culminates in such trust and confidence in God. Surah 15, verse 99, and worship your Lord in order to attain certainty. The practices of worship are our means of attaining certainty. Appendix 15. So how do I know that I'm getting there? What are the signs and evidence in my life that I have that complete trust and confidence in God? So a person who has put their total trust and confidence in God is a person who's never worried, anxious, or fearful. A person who is always happy, peaceful, submits to every situation, have to learn from that, and lives in the present, not the past or the future. That's important. They know that God is in full control of all things, and they believe that God is running everything. These are the people who God is referring to in Surah 49:15, 9:51, 33:22, 10:62 through 64, and 8:2 through 4. I'll just read a couple of them to save time. 9:51 says, "Say, nothing happens to us except in what God has decreed for us. He is our Lord and Master, and God the believers shall trust." 33:22, when the true believers saw the parties ready to attack, they said, "This is what God and his messenger have promised us." And God and his messenger are truthful. This dangerous situation only strengthened their faith and augmented their submission. This is Psalms 27:3. "Even if an army surrounds me, I will not be afraid. Even if people attack me in war, I will trust in the Lord." True believers, Surah 8, verse 2. The true believers are those whose hearts tremble when God is mentioned, and when his revelations are recited to them, their faith is strengthened and they trust in their Lord. So the first question we should ask is, what does it mean to have trust and confidence in God? So trust in God is a solid conviction that God is the one and only God. His word is the absolute truth, and that He is running everything. Trust in God means believing that God always keeps His promise, knows what is best for us, never makes mistakes, and controls all outcomes. Confidence in God is the practical demonstration of that trust. Confidence is acting, speaking, and living with certainty because of what we know about God and who He truly is. Confidence in God means not making decisions based on worry and fear. Not making decisions based on worry and fear. We have to believe that. When we start making a decision, it has to be because we trust in God, right? There was a verse read earlier about trusting in God. Make your plan and put your trust in God. And it shouldn't be out of fear or worry. This is Jeremiah chapter 17, 5 through 8. Jeremiah is in the Torah, the Old Testament. Trusting in people and trusting in God is the subtitle. This is what the Lord says. Bad things will happen to those who put their trust in people. Bad things will happen to those who depend on human strength. That is because they have stopped trusting the Lord. They are like a bush in a desert where no one lives. It is in a hot and dry land. It is in bad soil. The bush does not know about the good things that God can give. But those who trust in the Lord will be blessed. They know that the Lord will do what He says. They will be strong like trees planted near a stream that send out roots in the water. They have nothing to fear when the days get hot. Their leaves are always green. They never worry, even in a year that has no rain. They always produce fruit. Knowing God, you do not get into any situation, nor do you recite any Quran, nor do you do anything without us being witnesses thereof as you do it. Not even an atom's weight is out of your Lord's control, be it in the heavens or the earth. Nor is there anything smaller than an atom or larger that is not recorded in a profound record. So again, trust in God is a result of believing in His qualities and knowing who God is. Confidence in God is how we behave because of that trust. So here's some examples of that. Trusting in God says, God is in control. He is omnipotent. Confidence in God says, therefore, I am calm and at peace. Trusting in God says, God's promise is true. God is the truth. Confidence in God says, therefore, I rely completely on what He tells me. Trusting in God says, God knows what is best. He is the most wise. Confidence in God says, therefore, I submit to Him completely. Trusting in God says, God is with me. He is omnipresent. Confidence in God says, therefore, I do not worry. Trusting in God says, God controls all provisions. God can provide for me from sources I cannot imagine. Happened to anybody? Yeah. He is the best provider. Confidence in God says, therefore, I will remain calm, look for opportunities, and know that God will provide for me. Trusting in God says, God is sufficient for me. He is the only protector. Confidence in God says, therefore, I do not fear anything. Trusting in God says, there's a good reason for everything. He is omniscient. Confidence in God says, therefore, I do not need to understand everything. Trusting in God says, God's plan is better than my plan. Yes. He is fully cognizant. Confidence in God says, therefore, I can let go of my own expectations. Trusting in God says, everyone will be held accountable. God is the reckoner. Confidence in God says, therefore, I do not need to seek revenge. Trusting in God says, my Lord is with me, he will guide me. He is here, nowhere. Confidence in God says, therefore, there is always a way forward. Trusting in God says, my mistakes can be forgiven. He is the forgiver most merciful. Confidence in God says, therefore, I never lose hope or fall into despair. The trust is the belief. The confidence is the resulting peace and action. Why is attaining this level of trust and confidence so difficult? Why? Because we're required to believe in the unseen. Surah 2 talks about this. This scripture is infallible, a beacon for the righteous, who believe in the unseen, observe the contact prayer salat, and from our provisions to them they give to charity. We cannot see God, we cannot see the angels, we cannot see the future. We cannot see how God is arranging events around us. Yet, we are asked to believe with certainty that God is in full control and that God is running everything. The Quran repeatedly teaches us that God's control is absolute. 11:123. To God belongs the future of the heavens and the earth, and all matters are controlled by him. You shall worship him and trust in him. Your Lord is never unaware of anything you do. The more we know God, the more we trust him. The more we trust him, the more confidence we have in him. So the next question is, how do we actually develop trust and confidence in God? God teaches us in the Quran several ways. One way is we develop trust and confidence by understanding that there's a good reason for everything. One of the greatest obstacles to trusting God is that we want to understand everything, right? We want to understand what's going on. What am I supposed to do? I want to take control. One of the most valuable lessons in the Quran is found in the story of Moses and his teacher. The story teaches us that our knowledge is extremely limited. As each event unfolded, Moses saw only the surface. He witnessed a boat being damaged, a young boy being killed, and a wall being repaired without a wage. Each event appeared wrong, unfair, or irrational. Only later did the teacher explain the wisdom behind each event. The lessons are profound. There was a good reason for every event before Moses understood the reason. The reason existed all along. Moses simply could not see it. Likewise, in our own lives, we often ask, why did this happen? The lesson is that God's wisdom does not depend on our understanding. Trust and confidence in God means being able to say, I don't understand the situation, but I trust that God is allowing it for a good reason. Or, I don't understand this verse of Quran, but I accept it, and I trust that God will reveal it to me at the right time. God knows the future. God sees consequences we cannot see. God knows what would have happened if events had unfolded differently. God knows what will help our souls grow. God knows what dangers he is protecting us from. Another way we develop trust and confidence is through assurance from God. Every believer needs assurance. Even Abraham asked for reassurance. I'm not going to read that to save time, but it's in Surah 2, verse 260. God asked him, "Do you not believe?" He replied, "Yes, but I wish to reassure my heart." Abraham already believed, yet he desired reassurance. God did not condemn him. God provided reassurance. This teaches us that reassurance is part of our growth. God reassures us through the Quran, and he reassures us through his promises. Another way that we develop trust and confidence is through the many life experiences of the believers mentioned in the Quran and our own life experiences. We can all look back on our lives and we can identify moments where a problem seemed impossible but was solved. A door was closed or opened to reveal a blessing. A prayer was answered in an unexpected way. A protection and provisions came from a source we never anticipated. Guidance that arrived exactly when we needed it. The believers can point to these events and moments in their lives and say, only God could have arranged that. Those experiences become personal evidence and reminders. They strengthened our faith in God. They increased our trust in God. They deepened our confidence in God. They became part of our evidence. The Quran then gives us two of the greatest examples of confidence in God. The first is Moses' mother. Pharaoh was killing the sons of the Israelites. Every instinct of a mother would tell her to hold her baby close and never let him out of her sight. Yet, God inspired her. Nurse him, and when you fear for his life, throw him into the river without fear or grief. We will return him to you and will make him one of the messengers. Imagine that moment. She prepares a basket. She places her baby inside. She walks towards the river. Every instinct tells her not to do it. Human reasoning says, the safest place for the baby is with me. But God's promise says, the safest place for the baby is wherever I place him. That is confidence in God. Not because she understood how God would protect him. She didn't. Not because she could see the outcome. But because God's promise was more real to her than the danger before her eyes. She obeyed, and then God showed her the next part, then the next, then the next. God often does not show us the entire staircase. He shows us one step. Then we take that first step. Then he shows us another, then another. And with each step, our confidence grows. The infant returned to his mother. We forbade him from accepting all the nursing mothers. His sister then said, I can show you a family that can raise him for you and take good care of him. Thus, we restored him to his mother in order to please her, remove her worries, and to let her know that God's promise is the truth. However, most of them do not know. God not only protected Moses, but caused him to be raised in Pharaoh's own household and returned him to his mother exactly as promised. The very person trying to kill Moses ended up raising him. Only God could orchestrate such a plan. The second example is Moses at the sea. Ahead was the sea. Behind was Pharaoh's army. Dust clouds were rising from the approaching soldiers. There was no bridge. As the messenger says, no Golden Gate Bridge. No boats. No visible escape. The people said, we will be caught. From a human perspective, they were correct. There appeared to be no way out. But Moses replied, no way. My Lord is with me. He will guide me. Notice that Moses did not yet know exactly how God would save them. The sea had not yet opened. The miracle had not yet occurred. Moses had no idea that the sea would split, yet his confidence was already complete. Confidence is not seeing the path. Confidence is knowing that God sees the path. The sea had not yet opened when Moses declared his confidence. The baby had not yet been returned when Moses' mother demonstrated hers. Their confidence came before the miracle, not after it. Anyone can have confidence after God reveals the situation. The believers demonstrate confidence while the outcome is still unseen. That's an important lesson. In both stories, God waited until the situation looked impossible. Why? Because as long as there seems to be or appears to be a human solution, people tend to place their confidence in the means rather than in God. When Moses' mother stood at the river, there was no visible solution. When Moses stood at the sea, there was no visible solution. God removed every apparent escape route. Happened in your life? What am I going to do now? There's no escape. Then he demonstrated that he never needed those escape routes in the first place. God required his servants to act against what human fear, logic, and instinct would normally dictate. This brings us to the practical application. How do we know whether we truly trust God? How do we know by observing our reactions? How do we know whether we truly trust God? We know by observing our reactions during life's tests, right? When we remain calm while others panic, when we obey while others hesitate, when we persevere while others quit, when we remain hopeful while others despair, when we continue to worship God alone during hardship, when we continue to trust God even when we cannot see the outcome, then we are demonstrating confidence in God. We've read in the Quran about the differences between those who have trust and confidence in God and those who do not. So we have a couple examples in the Quran. I'm not going to go because I'm already out of time. I'm not going to read through them, but we know lack of confidence in God, right? The children of Israel refused to enter Jerusalem. And faith during Muhammad's era, obedience and righteous utterances are expected of them. If they only showed confidence in God when mobilization was called for, it would have been better for them. I'm almost done here, sorry. Trust and confidence are not blind leaps into the dark. They are built upon knowing God, reflecting upon his signs, remembering his promises, observing his control over our lives, recognizing that he is always working for the ultimate good of the believers, and remembering how he has repeatedly guided and supported us throughout our lives. The more we know God, the more we trust him. The more we trust him, the more confidence we have in him. And the more confidence we have in him, the more peace, courage, happiness, and certainty we experience in this life and forever, God willing. Thank you.
MashaAllah.
One question?
You have time for maybe one or two questions. Okay. I can't guarantee you more than that. So
sorry.
It's totally okay. So we have quite a few hands up already. There is whoever Jamal gives it to at the end of the day.
Assalamu alaikum, Aaron.
Assalamu alaikum. Saud.
All right, so we know God is in full control. So why is it that when everything negative happens to you is from Satan and everything good happen to you is from God? So when God is in full control, we know that.
Well, God allows things to happen for us to learn, right? I mean, when you stick your finger in the fire, it hurts, right? And we learn these lessons. Unfortunately, we have to go through these things in order to learn and understand God's system and how to grow and become better. Does that make sense? So the distinction between?
Yeah, because God allows Satan to have like bad things happen to you. I'm not understanding that, because I heard a saying about that, and I never really understood.
Well, we know God's system, right? We know that as long as we're doing what God says, okay, then nothing's going to happen to us.
Right.
But when we disobey God, right, we step out of God's protection, and Satan's right there to capture us and give us a problem. So this is unfortunately, it's the purification that we have to go through to learn that we're doing something wrong, like we stick our finger in the fire. We learn that that's wrong. We don't do it. I mean, a little child may stick their finger in the fire and realize, oh my God, I'm not going to do that again, right? So this is a way that we learn. So God allows it for us to learn and grow. I hope that makes sense. Sorry if it didn't answer your question. I'll talk to you later, Saud.
Yeah.
Saud, I'll talk to you later, inshallah.
Mirwais, go ahead.
Assalamualaikum, Aaron. That was a
Assalamualaikum,
beautiful
Mirwais.
speech. I really enjoyed it, and it
Thank
showed
you.
a lot of wisdom that you have, that you can see
Where are
the
you?
truth in the Bible over here.
Oh, there
Where
you
you
are.
can see like the truth in the Bible and compare it to like the Quran was saying the same thing. But what I really enjoyed about your speech, and it really touched me personally, everything you said came from the heart, and I watched you live your words 10 years ago when we had an experience together, and you kept repeating the same thing to like me. You never point the finger at me or like anyone else. And everything you're saying like right now is the same thing you said then. It's really nice to see someone who lives by their words. Like, God bless you.
Thank you. God bless you, Mirwais. Thank you so much. MashaAllah, God's gift. Really.
Kareem.
It was an amazing speech, mashallah.
Salam alaikum, Kareem.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a great speech, mashallah.
Thank you.
I think one question I have is what's the line, the difference or the line between confidence in God and testing God, right? Because I really like the point about the difference between trust and confidence. Like, confidence is acting knowing that God has a plan even if you don't see it. So I think if you have that, your decision making as a submitter is different than non-submitters, right? Like, you will take bigger risks, like you will do things because you know that God will save you when others don't. But at what point you're being like you're testing God, or you're
Reckless?
You're reckless. Reckless
Yeah.
is the right word. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think, I don't remember that verse, but where it talks about, you put your plan and make your plan and put your trust in God, right? So this is the confidence that we have to have in God, that we learn as submitters right from wrong, and we try to make the right decisions, and sometimes we don't. We all make mistakes, right? And it's a way of learning and growing. So, I think that we just try. Like I said, we try to make a logical, correct decision based on submission. And we put our trust in God, make our plan, and move forward. Because what else are you going to do, right? You're going to hesitate. You're going to be like, well, I don't know if I should do this. I don't know if I should do that. Then you just never end up doing anything, right? So we have to have a plan, okay? And we base it on what we know and what we've learned from Quran. So we make that plan and we move forward and put our trust in God. Remember, just one step, right? God shows us. If we're going the right way, when we make that step, we'll see light in front of us as we make the next step. And we're like, oh, okay, this is good. This is all right. But, if we don't, then it's going to end up being a mistake, and then we learn from it. And we make another plan, put our trust in God, and move forward.
MashaAllah, that's a great speech and great answers to the questions. I've actually got one question for you, so I'm going to use MC privilege here. Thinking about Kareem's speech, and I love this confidence in God, but what's the difference between, or understanding the difference between confidence in God and wishful thinking?
Hmm.
Because I see that a lot. What would you say? How could you break that or know where you're standing?
Well, I think just knowing God's attributes, right? Because what I learned from this is that when we trust in God, we base it on knowing God's attributes, right? All of these things. And then, like I said, God knows, you put your trust in God, that God is the protector, right? So the action, the confidence is the action that you move forward and say, okay, nothing can hurt me, okay? Unless God allows it, right? So God is my protector. I move forward fearlessly, right? Like they did in war. Imagine they know that God was the only protector and he's the one who gives us victory. So knowing that, we move forward, even in war, and they were fearless. Imagine when you talk about somebody who's fearless, people like, oh, well, that's the guy hanging off that cliff over there, right? Or the guy that's, in one of those squirrel jumpsuits that's flying around, I mean, these guys are fearless, but they have really no idea. I mean, it's what fearless really means. So we move forward, and we're fearless as believers.
MashaAllah. All right, thank you. All right, we'll probably have another conversation with you. God bless you, very good. Okay, our next speech is Brother Mo on conjecture is no substitute for the truth. Go for it, bro.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Outstanding presentation, Brother Aaron. MashaAllah. So today, inshallah, I'll be talking about 1036. Conjecture is no substitute for the truth. I would like, God willing, to begin by asking each of us a simple question. Have you ever been absolutely certain about something, only to discover later that you were completely mistaken? Have you ever misunderstood someone? Or have you ever been misunderstood? I believe every one of us has experienced both. Rather than beginning with my own words, I would like, inshallah, to begin with God's words. Please listen carefully. 1036. Most of them follow nothing but conjecture, and conjecture is no substitute for the truth. God is fully aware of everything they do. So this verse is the foundation of my reflection. Why does God repeat this warning in the Quran? Conjecture, suspicion, assumption, speculations, different words, yet one danger. Replacing knowledge with conclusions. This presentation is not only about how we think about other people, it's also about how we think before God, our Creator. Will we speak from knowledge or from assumption? Will we seek the truth or defend our own conclusions? Conjecture rarely announces itself. It begins quietly. A thought, an impression, an interpretation. then if we are not careful, an assumption begins to feel like knowledge. How many relationships have been damaged? Because someone believed what they never actually knew. The tragedy is this: many times, nothing actually happened. Only a story created inside our mind. Listen again to God's words. Conjecture is no substitute for the truth. That statement leaves no room for exceptions. An assumption may sound convincing. It may feel convincing. But feelings do not transform assumption into knowledge. Truth remains truth, whether we know it or not. And God alone possesses complete knowledge. So what is conjecture? It begins where knowledge ends. Knowledge will say, I know. We are certain about it. And conjecture says, I think. Thinking is not the problem, brothers and sisters. Forgetting the difference is the problem. Imagine someone send you a message. You reply, and hours pass. There is no response. You are waiting. Immediately, your mind begins searching for an explanation. They must be upset. I must have offended them, or they are ignoring me. But do we know? No, we don't. Perhaps they are simply busy. Perhaps something unexpected happened. The explanation is not the point. The point is that we do not know. When knowledge ends, humility should begin, not conjecture. Humility. The believer becomes comfortable saying, I don't know. Because admitting the limits of our knowledge is closer to faith than pretending certainty where none exists. God repeats this warning later in the Quran, 53:28. They had no knowledge about this. They only conjectured. Conjecture is no substitute for the truth. We can all notice the contrast. No knowledge, only conjecture. Where knowledge is absent, conjecture is ready to take its place. Perhaps that is why God repeats this warning. Because we repeatedly make the same mistake. We make possibilities for facts, interpretations for certainty, opinions for knowledge. But God's standards never changes. Truth requires knowledge, not assumption. So as we continue our reflection, let's carry one simple principle in our hearts. Love the truth more than your own conclusions. Let's now reflect upon one of the earliest examples in the Quran of someone who trusted his own conclusion more than God's command, and how that single conclusion became the beginning of rebellion. 7:12. He said, I am better than he. You created me from fire and created him from mud. Notice what Satan did. He observed, he compared, he concluded, I am better. God commanded, Satan concluded. Instead of submitting to God's command, he trusted his own judgment. How often do we do something similar? We witness one conversation and we believe we know what someone meant. We observe one action and believe we know someone's intentions. We hear one report and believe we know the whole story. Yet, only God possesses complete knowledge. One of the easiest assumptions to make is believing we know another person's heart. He meant to insult me. She doesn't respect me. They are talking about me. Perhaps. Perhaps not. The honest answer is often much simpler. We do not know. God addresses this tendency directly in 49:12. O you who believe, you shall avoid any suspicion, for even a little bit of suspicion is sinful. You shall not spy on one another, nor shall you backbite one another. This is as abominable as eating the flesh of your dead brother. You certainly abhor this. You shall observe God. God is the Redeemer, most merciful. Notice where God's begins. Not with backbiting, not with spying. He begins with suspicion. Because actions often begins as thoughts. Suspicion becomes judgment. Judgment becomes speech. Speech becomes division. Yet the entire chain may have begun with something that was never verified. Think how much pain could be prevented if we simply pause and ask, do I actually know this? God tells us in 17:53, tell my servant to treat each other in the best possible manner, for the devil will always try to drive a wedge among them. Surely, the devil is man's ardent enemy. The devil seeks division, sometimes through major sins, sometimes one assumption, one misunderstanding, one suspicion, one conclusion accepted without knowledge. Very few people set out to damage a relationship. Yet assumption often accomplish what intentions never would. That is why God teaches us to guard our thoughts before they become our words. The question now is no longer only what should we avoid. The greater question is, What does God teach us to do instead? 24:12. When you heard it, the believing man and the believing woman should have had better thought about themselves. This is obviously a big lie. So before accepting suspicion, think the best. Before assuming someone's intentions, think the best. Before believing a rumor, you think the best. Notice that what God is teaching us, not to ignore the evidence, not to ignore the truth, but not to condemn without knowledge. There is a profound difference. So imagine now if every believer practiced this verse, how many misunderstandings will disappear? How many relationships would be preserved? How many unnecessary pain would never begin? There is another place where conjecture becomes especially dangerous. When we speak about God's religion, many of us sincerely want to understand. We want to explain. We want to teach. These are noble intentions. But sincerity is not the same as knowledge. There is a difference between saying, this is what God says, and saying, this is my understanding of what God says. Humility recognizes that difference. 1736. You shall not accept any information for truth unless you verify it for yourself. I have given you the hearing, the eyesight, and the brain, and you are responsible for using them. So this verse reaches every part of our life, of course. What we hear, what we believe in, what we repeat, what we teach. God has given us hearing, eyesight, and brain. Then He commands us to use them. This instruction is beautifully simple. Verify, then speak, not the other way around. This, of course, requires humility. Humility to continue learning. Humility to accept correction. Humility to say, I do not know. Those words are not a sign of weakness. They are a sign of honesty. Only God possesses perfect knowledge. We do not. And perhaps the closer we draw to God, the more comfortable we become admitting the limits of our own knowledge. So as we conclude, let's carry one final thought. Love the truth more than your own conclusions. Because if we truly love the truth, we will welcome correction. We will seek evidence. We will verify before speaking. And we will never be ashamed to say, I do not know. Assalamu alaikum.
MashaAllah, thank you more. I'm going to raise my hand first as one of the moderators, MCs. So we have time for around, I think 3 or 4 questions to be asked. And then inshallah, we'll move on to the Quranic trivia.
So, more, my question to you is, let's say I have a habit of being one of those who conjecture. How do you fix this habit? How do you first notice the habit itself that you have? Let's say it's a weakness of yours. How do you first notice it? And then how do you fix it as a submitter?
MashaAllah, that's a great question. I think first and foremost, really, we have something that is beautiful, which is that we all, as submitters, believe in submission. And I think that as submitters, there is something that we say so often, which is that we are the real family, we are brothers and sisters. However, if that utterance is true, we have something that is unique, which is that if there is a brother who is coming and giving me a feedback, he loves me so much and that he cares about me. And that feedback is sincere and truthful. Therefore, I should pause and reflect. Know that this person here is watching for my back. What is good for his son, daughter, that's what, in fact, he wished for me as well. However, there is a problem when really I am just making lip service that you are my brother, but it's just limited to the word or to really whatever we're doing here. That's we use it socially. But if that truth, which is that we are brothers and sisters, is deeply in really who we are, I think that's the greatest gift that God has given us, really, to be working on our own self, because we might not be seeing it all the time. We face the mirror, but we just want to see in the mirror what we want to see. However, you were so valuable to me because you know what? You see what you were saying at different lengths. And I think if I welcome that and just to consider you as my brother, I think it's going to go a long way.
It was great, mashallah.
Assalamu alaikum. More here. God bless you. That was an excellent speech, packed with wisdom, and it sounds like you've learned it, through personal experience. So you said something that I really liked. Conjecture starts where knowledge ends. Conjecture is I think, knowledge is I know. And so my question to you, and you were kind of touching on it at the end, is when believers are having a Quranic discussion, right? And the topic is relatively new. How do you think, what is your understanding of how believers would approach, this discussion? Are they vocal in the beginning and form an understanding? Or do they listen to see all the available options? Is there an option C? What is your understanding of that situation?
Praise God. Another great question. Definitely, I think that we gotta continue to reflect really on who really we are trying to please. Is it God or is it our ego? I think that if we manage to be clear in that distinction, right? We know that if that's for God, some of the pushback or trying to push an agenda or trying to make up a point will be invalidated because you know that what you're doing it for God, and God give us, in fact, the truth. It's not because I am pushing my agenda that the truth is going to be prevailing. No, the truth is there. It's about how you're going to be behaving to satisfy and to please God. I don't know, end of the day, right? And that's the beginning of humility. Just to come and say, hey, you know what, this is my understanding right now. May God help me. Maybe my sister going to be bringing something that makes sense, that is resonated according to the Quran. Well, I take it. But if my take is that I do not know. I am thinking right now. I'm just giving you, what I think is the truth. That's different from saying, I know. It's wrong to say, I think God exists. It's very wrong to say, I think God exists. But it is true to say, I know God exists. Why? Because the Quran says that, and we have enough proof that validate that. But my thinking, in fact, has a lot of limits. And I think that is something that is pushed by society to want us to be thinking all the time. In a class of philosophy, you can come and someone make a claim that God exists. Nice demonstration, get an A. Somebody come and say, no, God does not exist. Astaghfirullah. Make a nice presentation and come up with an A as well. How is that possible? That's the upside down. There is only one truth, which is that God exists. However, the thinking make you think that, hey, you know what, you know so much what you're saying that you can defend a presentation and make a claim that God does not exist. And we don't want that, in fact, to come to our Quran studies. That's the influence of society. In society, we've been taught that the thinking motivate our behaviors, and the behavior has a huge impact to our outcomes. However, it's not about that in submission. I think in submission is about what you know. What you know, you run by it, that's how you behave, and that's what's going to be helping you making it here in this life and hereafter. So being humble, knowing that definitely this is just my thinking. If I am 100% sure that this is the knowledge, this is the word of God, if I am debating with you and you tell me that, trust me, I'm going to pause. And I'm going to be saying, hey, you know what? My brother is saying here that this is the word of God. And let me go, in fact, with them in that journey and see really what it is about. Maybe there is something that I am missing. But so often we are not doing it. We are thinking that we get it from the beginning. And we continue fighting for something that we should not be fighting for. I hope it answers your question.
God bless you. Thank you more. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Okay, so Bahram, are the folks coming in for the donation real quick? We're gonna do that in a second. We have to do the donations first. We're gonna do the donations first. Yeah. While people are coming in, while the team's coming in. Oh, they're coming in right now. Actually, never mind.
Yeah, I mean, in the meantime, you can just join and get ready. Okay, Hanan's, different people are joining. All right, cool.
We'll have their team actually come up here, inshallah. You guys can come down here. Yes, you guys can come down. Don't worry, come down. All of you.
Put your hands together, please, for the wonderful staff.
Yes, please put your hands together.
Inshallah.
You guys can line up right here. Thank you. Brother Bahram, do you want to be the one who says something real quick? So here you go.
Collecting some last-minute money. We want to show our appreciation for everything you did. I don't think I've ever heard so many compliments about a hotel that we've had the event in. So it is really a magnificent job. I worked in the food service for 10 years. So I know how hard you work and how little you make comparatively to the hard work. Mucho trabajo, poco dinero. So on behalf of everybody, we've collected, I'll give it to Evelyn to divide. And if possible, please include the cooks in the kitchen too. Yeah, they take a lot of heat to prepare everything we have. Yeah, so we wanted to show our appreciation. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Let's stand up and give them a little bit of a, mashallah. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Okay. Thank you all so much. We appreciate it. You guys go ahead. Thank you so much.
And Payam, one last announcement.
Sure,
Yeah. Just another special reminder for 1 year ago, something really, really nice happened. Someone by the name of Odette accepted submission by God's grace, and this is our 1 year anniversary today. Praise God. Alhamdulillah. MashaAllah.
We have 3 prizes for trivia, I was told to announce, okay? No, don't announce. Don't tell anybody. Okay, it was a secret. Was it a secret? Wasn't a secret? I'm just looking at Netta's face to try to translate. It's not working. Okay, please sign up. Everybody, take out your phones. We're going to give it a few seconds here while everyone signs up. I have to sign up too. Hold on. What is it? You don't need to download the app. Go to this URL. It's Kahoot.it. And the game pin number is 994941.
That's at the top. So www. And the rest is up there. Kahoot.it. You can see Kharat Al-Ain's got a game face on.
Is blocking what?
Game face on.
Can I move it? Oh, sorry. I could have. I didn't need anybody else. Okay, there you go.
Payam needed my help because he's not strong enough.
I needed Shane's strength and his good looks to move this podium. Mashallah.
Yeah, I'll just do some of the commentary. I can't see though.
You have to be in. You have to be in front here to see.
I'll be in.
Okay,
front.
we're gonna be starting in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
I'll take an L.
3, 2, 1. Love the mom mentality. Go ahead, Cesar.
Okay. Sarah. What am I supposed to? Oh, what is the name of the only surah where we see the initials KHYAS? I don't know how to say the parentheses part.
So, just a reminder, guys, you don't want to splurt out the answer, okay? That's not how this works. But if you do it, someone will be happy, okay?
Fun fact. Fun fact, if you guys are sitting behind Sarah
I highly recommend you look at her phone. This is what I did last time, and I got in the top like 3, I think. Sorry, but yeah, that's.
There's one cheater in the back called Azan. I could see him looking over Sarah's shoulder.
Oh.
Nice, guys, mashallah.
I didn't even see the answers.
All right, here comes the next question.
Natasha. Which surah has Bismillah twice?
I know this answer. It's clearly. I'm not gonna do this. Someone's gonna actually choose the answer I give them. Oh, a lot of people thought the hidden secret. This is a secret. It's not in that surah. All right, we have Gamma, whoever that is, in first place, followed by James, who's no submitter here. His name is James. Don't know what that is. And then Koratalane's in third place. Double points. What is the only surah where the word Allah occurs in every verse? Ooh, this is a good one. This is a good one. It's either 56, 57, 58, or 59, guys. It's a good one. It's one of them. No, it's... I did the wrong one. Dang it. All right, I got this one wrong. I looked at my mom. I got it wrong. Wow.
Whoa.
This was a good... A lot of you went for the multiple. That was a safe choice, but it didn't work for this one. All right,
Gamma.
next.
Who is that? Who's Gamma? What exact title did God bestow upon Abraham for all the people?
See, now, if you don't read properly, this all applies to Abraham. But I'm going to give you guys an answer to this question. It's for all the people. Ooh, there's somebody who read this as something wrong because a lot of people are a friend. Like, come on, guys. He's a friend to all the people? What is the total number of verses in Surah 9 Ultimatum? Ooh! How many, guys? 129, 128, 127, and then we skip to 125, so 126 isn't there.
Hey,
so.
Irene, what are you gonna do if you win the Kahoot?
What would I do?
Let's see who thinks they're still traditional
I
here.
would surprise.
You're gonna be surprised?
The traditional...
What's the surprise? It's a lot of money. What are you gonna do with the money?
Never go to Hawaii.
Ooh!
Oh!
You guys did good. Hey, some of you did your homework. You realized 2 false
Hey,
verses
she got
were
it right.
removed from Surah 9. Good job. Who put 125? Somebody put 120. Someone thought this was a trick answer. It was not. Which gospel chapters are cited alongside Malachi to argue for the sending of a purifying messenger? I guess on this one, I have no idea.
Hey, Omar, what are you gonna do if you win the Kahoot?
I'm gonna give everything to Golrock.
Aw, that's so sweet. What a nice guy.
I barely got that one. Barely. Irene is just racking up points right now. Place the messengers in chronological order. Oh, wow. This is chronological order. Okay. You drag it, I think. Wow, it's an interesting new thing.
Hey LP, what are you gonna do if you win the Kahoot?
I'm place number 26, so I have doubt that I'm gonna win.
10 seconds, guys. Huh? You want to help? All right, the right order is Ishmael, Jacob, Moses, and Solomon. 44 people got that wrong, so go back and do some homework. Moses took the children of Israel out of Egypt, so Solomon came after him, guys, if you mix that up. Oh, some of you didn't know that. All right, next, what is the last word in the Quran?
Okay. Hey, Max, who do you want to win the Kahoot? Who do you want to win?
Nico.
Oh, he said Nico.
Pigeons? What is the last word? Ooh! Y'all got it. Hey, some people are happy. They got a lot of them wrong, okay? Some people are happy here. Good job, Max. Max, the answer was people. Say people.
People.
There you go. What did Zulqarnain use between the two mountains to build a barrier? Okay, what did he do? So, Max, let me ask you a question here, okay? Which one do you like better, iron or steel?
Steel.
Steel. He said steel, okay? So Max likes steel better. A hint. That was not the answer, okay? I was just asking what he liked. He's a child. Boom! Iron and tar. Good job, guys. Mashallah. James is definitely Sarah. I'm just letting you guys know right now, okay? How long were the Israelites condemned to wander after refusing to enter the Holy Land, okay? I'm gonna tell you guys a story. So after Moses told them to enter the town, he essentially told them, peace out. Because they said no. Did Moses enter the town? I'm assuming he just chilled. Oh, this one. Wow. Everyone got this answer correctly, mashallah. Good job, guys. Which is not one of the three criteria that informs us whether or not we believe in the hereafter?
Hey Max, come here. Come here. Max, what color do you think it is?
I don't know who wrote
What
this
color do you
question,
think
but
it
there's
is?
a
Is
bunch
it
of
red,
negatives and double
blue,
negatives in this
yellow,
answer.
or green? Oh, Max says it's green. Do you guys trust him or not? Oh, it's okay. You were close enough. Let's go.
Guys, I'm in 14th place. Someone needs to help me. The phrase, which of your Lord's marvels can you deny, is repeated 31 times in Surah Al-Rahman. Was true.
Wow, that was pretty close. That was a 50-50
Oh!
chance. Whoa!
Oh, my mom is in first place. Which Old Testament biblical verse is explicitly cited to validate the arrival of the messenger of the covenant? I may have messed up. Max, what color do you like best?
Blue.
He likes blue the best. It's not the answer. Let's see. You guys have 10 seconds to guess. There you go, Malachi 3:1 through 3. All right, here we go. Oh, my mom is reading fast. The word Allah, God, appears in the Quran 2,698 times, 19 times 142. This is some people's passwords for their phones. Mena's saying not hers. Hers is 1919. Is it? Is it?
True.
Oh, wow. Almost everyone got that one correct. Good
These
job.
four people, we need to bring those four people to the front of Masjid.
Wow,
bro.
Fahrenheit is at the top.
How long did Moses agree to work as part of the marriage agreement? This is important. So for those who don't know, pilgrimage only happens once a year.
So what color is it?
In the olden days.
Huh? Which one? He said red. Are you guys gonna go with red? Go with Max's? Let's see.
Oh! A lot of people like Moses' story. If all the trees on earth were made into pens, the oceans were made into ink, plus 7 more oceans, what would never run out? Look at the answers. Brrr. Wow. The answer is not trees. That is not the answer. Oh, only one person got this wrong. We need to bring that person up here right now. All right. Which Umayyad ruler destroyed the original Quran written by Muhammad? What? I may have got this wrong. Guys, this isn't Quranic knowledge. This is after Quranic knowledge, okay? I know, I just...
Hello, what's your name?
Isla.
Oh, hi, Isla. Oh. Are you gonna help us? Are you gonna help us today?
Yeah.
Okay.
Those who receive their records from behind his back are going to heaven.
Isla Max, is it red or blue?
Yeah.
It red?
Behind their back.
Which one is it, blue or red?
Blue. Red.
Ooh, Isla says it's blue. Max says it's red. What do you guys think? Oh, I don't know who.
You put true? What was in the king's dream, guys? This is not talking about the King of England. Which king is this? Jacob was not king. That should be a hint for you.
Hi. Hello, what's your name?
It's Alice.
Elias?
Yeah.
Okay.
We have 5 more questions, guys. What is the only surah where we see the initials ASQ?
Elias, what color do you think it is?
Alice.
What color is it?
It's colored Alice.
Is it what did you say, blue? I look. Stay here, stay here.
Ooh! There's some people dropping. Okay. Here we go. The entire Quran was revealed to the Prophet Muhammad over 22 years. Was this true or false? Every true or false question has been true. The odds are this one has to be too, right? Oh! I tricked some of you.
All right. Which prophet was given the ability to understand the speech of birds? Oh, Makon talked about this today. Were you guys paying attention or not?
They weren't.
Oh.
Sometimes I speak to birds.
What do you say when you speak to birds, Pyle?
Gigi Jaja.
Oh. Okay, what is the next question? I think we have like 4 more left, 5 more left.
What did Pharaoh's wife pray for when she believed in God?
Guys, kids, come here. Come here. You guys are moving. Guys, come here. Wait, can you still see the answers on the phone? Or you have
I honestly don't know what this answer is. I think it might be red, blue, yellow, and green together. I don't know what this answer is. Oh! There's something's gonna change right now.
Wow. True or false? Surah 108, bounty, is the shortest chapter in the Quran.
There is one or two, or maybe even three surahs longer than Bounty. Did you hear my comment? Guys, I lost that last question.
Oh my gosh, that was completely 50-50. Wow.
Oh my.
Oh! Oh! All right. Multi-select. Who built the Kaaba? Was it Abraham, Ishmael, Isaac, or Jacob?
Hayam, that was a multi-select. Hayam. Yeah, there was one. Moses is wrong about the. Yeah, but it's a.
Oh, it was red. And blue. It was red and blue. So you guys both won. Okay, let's see. Who is, guys, careful.
Oh, third
Got it.
place, Farnak. Second place,
It's
Grandpa. First place.
Oh, drum roll. Yama.
Yama.
Oh, my mom. Woo! Wow. Wow. MashaAllah. What a fun trivia game, guys.
Listen, I know there's going to be some contention here. Some of the questions were wrong. Okay?
Yeah.
But you can't decide who wins. God is the one who decides, even if it's the wrong question.
We have
so.
to, let's raise it. Let Farnak
Yeah, let's
mention
get the kids off here.
Do you want to mention them? Go on, go.
Yeah, I want to say the shortest surah. We have two surah that is three surah that has 3 verses. So the answer was wrong. And then Abraham and Ishmael, they both were building Kaaba.
Yeah, you selected both, Mom.
Yeah, it wasn't only
Mom, you can select both in that question.
together. Yeah. And
You can select.
And one correction I know. And one correction I noticed as well with regards to Moses, he never actually said, I will do 8 or 10. He simply says in 28, he said, it is an agreement between me and you. Whichever period I fulfill, you will not be averse to either one. That was the answer. Yeah, I don't know who
Okay,
wrote the
so
question.
for first place, let's do third place first. For third place, you get a shirt. Here you go, mommy. Woo! For second place, you get a beautiful tote bag. Who is second place? Oh wow, husband and wife got first and second place. And for first place, you get a sweater. Woo! All right, I was disappointed in Sarah. Sarah, you weren't even at the top. What's going on with you? Okay. We have now. Is it 4? It's 4. We're ahead of schedule right now. We're gonna go into the next speech. Let's just go into it.
Yeah.
Let's go into the next speech, next set of speeches, and then break.
Yeah, go and then go.
No. It's not Mary Kutcherus. It's Manny. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Makan, do you have the PowerPoint? Makan, do you have the PowerPoint for Manny? All right. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap 3 times. No. Stop. You're messing up everything. If you can hear me, clap 4 times. If you can see Ashkan Nourzi, start clapping for Ashkan Nourzi. Did I take your mic?
Salam alaikum. Let me test this remote. Oh, okay. All right. Mashallah. It was a fun game. I didn't participate. I was working on this. I guess San Jose won. Did San Jose win? Mashallah, that's good. Just kidding. Mashallah. We're all members of one family, so we shouldn't think like that. All right. So the name of the speech that I prepared, it's a brief interim. I mean, I kind of didn't really have too much time at the moment when I believe Nella reached out for a title. I knew what I was going to talk about, but I sort of had to like put a title together. So it might not really relate, but inshallah it will to some point. So, this is a topic that I've been thinking about for a while, for a long time actually. And, as a submitter, I feel like when I started my journey as a submitter, initially when you are exposed to the message and you accept it, and it's like, you have this, I don't know how to explain it. It's such an interesting journey that starts from that moment where you have a lot of energy to like talk to people about the message, pass the message. It's as if like it makes sense to you, then you kind of think that it makes sense to everyone else. But then over time, things change a little bit. Like you become more familiar with the Quran, you become more familiar with the commandments and everything. But it could still, like, I don't know, in a way I feel like it may in some cases have like a negative impact if we're not aware of this gift that's been given given to us by God, which is the gift of time, this last chance that we have on earth. So I want to, inshallah, just in general, go a little into time itself, of what it is, how it's viewed, like in terms of physics, and how it's perceived in our world with the physical laws that we have. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this famous image. It's an image that was captured, I believe, in 1964 at MIT. This professor, at the time, I don't believe there was any like slow motion video or anything like that. So they wanted to capture and freeze time, at the perfect moment where they could sort of capture this exact image. So this was an equipment that they used to sort of freeze time to capture that, which is really interesting about the timing and how exactly the bullet is passing through the apple. But then fast forward, at the same university, at MIT, they sort of put together another, not one camera, it's actually a series of sensors that they put together to capture something very interesting, which I want to, hopefully you guys can, I don't know if you guys can guess, hopefully you can. But the equipment essentially does 1 trillion with a T frames per second. So imagine we use slow motion cameras on our phones. I don't know, I think 240 frames per second is like the maximum, I guess, slow motion speed that we can capture. But 1 trillion frames per second is pretty crazy. And I want to see, like, can anyone guess what they use it for? I think, yeah, I heard that. Mashallah, that's a good call. So that was used to capture light, a pocket of light going through a bottle. So let me, inshallah, show you what that actually looks like. So I don't know if you can see the bottle from here. So that's like slowing down time so much that they were able to capture this exact footage. Because normally how it looks to our eyes when you want to see light, it just happens instantly, right? We can't really comprehend or slow it down. But they were actually able to use it. And then, you know, they're thinking about, okay, how they can use it in like MRI technology and whatnot. But I kind of wanted to start with this to share that I've personally always been fascinated by the connection between light, the speed of light, time and distance, and they're all, you know, related to each other. So let me go to the next slide. So here's the picture of the world's largest and highest energy particle accelerator, which is located, it's near Geneva, beneath the France and Switzerland border. Whereas there is, you can see it's like essentially just pipes going all around, about 27 kilometers in circumference, where the goal and the purpose of this, they call it a Large Hadron Collider, is to accelerate the subatomic particles so they can crash them into each other or smash them and understand what's beyond that, right? What would be the smallest or the sort of the starter of our universe or life. They kind of want to understand it. But what's fascinating here is that the protons, they travel at 99.99999% of the speed of light. And now, because of that, from the perspective of the protons, the 27 kilometer actually contracts or shrinks to only 4 meters, which is really fascinating because it's, you know, the faster you travel, the shorter the distance becomes. And here, basically, 27 kilometer goes down to only 4 meters from the perspective of the protons. And according to the laws of physics, if you were able to, let's say, build a spacecraft that could travel at this speed, not speed of light, at close to speed of light, I'll explain, inshallah, again, why that's not possible. In minutes, you could travel to like the neighbor galaxies and, you know, in minutes go, come back. But because of the way the universe is structured, it's forbidden to transfer the findings or the information that the traveler can accumulate. So by the time you come back to Earth, millions of years have passed by for the observers on Earth. So technically, it's never going to be possible. And let me see. So in theory, what we can conclude is that the faster you can move, the shorter the distance get, and also time also approaches to 0. So for my next slide, that's it. The rest is just going to be headlines. So for my next slide, this one, I wanted to talk a little bit about what happens when we reach the speed of light. Like, why isn't it like a possibility with the laws that we have in our world for us to reach this speed? So I don't want to go too deep into the mathematics of it. I'm not a physicist myself. I did a little bit of research to sort of understand to a degree how it works. But ultimately, you need infinite energy to be able to reach that speed, which is like you can think about like all the fuels, all the engines, all the stars. If everything kind of you accumulate all of that, so you can convert that to energy, so you can reach the speed of light, it's not going to be possible. But light itself, the photons of light, because it has no mass, it can escape that, and it can essentially be the speed that it's supposed to be, which is the speed of light. So light can reach the speed that is close to 300 million meters per second. But if there is mass, it's technically going to be impossible. So that means like our bodies, because we have mass, or if you build a spaceship because it's going to have mass, it's not going to be possible. So I'm like trying to, also simplify it a lot. So hopefully it can make sense, so I don't lose people here. So now time itself, we know what we learned is that it was created at the Big Bang. So the Big Bang essentially created time and space, and sort of, we don't know what's beyond that, like beyond the edge of the Big Bang or the edge of the universe. And now, one thing we do learn is that time itself is not eternal, and there's a beginning and there's an end. And a couple of verses that I wanted to bring up to sort of talk about different clocks, different dimensions, is that in the Quran, there was a verse that really stood out to me, verse 27, 39, and 40, about the jinns that wanted to work for, that were working for Solomon, and they were sort of competing that who could bring the palace of Sheba. So it had to travel, bring the palace, and located right in front of Solomon or in that area. Where in 2739, one of the jinns said, I can bring it to you. It says, one Ifrit from the jinn said, I can bring it to you before you stand up. I am powerful enough to do this. And in 2740, it says, the one who possessed knowledge from the book said, I can bring it to you in the blink of your eye. When he saw it settle in front of him, he said, this is a blessing from my Lord, whereby he tests me to show whether I'm appreciative or unappreciative. Whoever is appreciative for his own good, and if one turns unappreciative, then my Lord is in no need for him, most honorable. What I find fascinating about this verse is that, in a way, I feel like it's confirming this theory of relativity, whereas there's this creature in a different dimension that's actually traveling faster than the speed of light, whereas within a blink of an eye for Solomon, the palace is actually moving from one location to another location. And this is like, I mean, people kind of read the Quran, they think Quran is, just maybe, a lot of people that don't believe in the Quran, they kind of look at it as like a fairy tales or books with stories. But in reality, when you look deep enough, you understand that a lot of stuff that are mentioned in the Quran, like, there's like facts and science behind it too that confirms it. So another verse I wanted to talk about is 72, 8, and 9, which says, we touched the heavens and found it filled with formidable guards and projectiles. We used to sit there in order to spy. Anyone who listens is pursued by a powerful projectile. So this is another example of the jinns, or these creatures they have the ability, they're different dimensions, possibly they have, like, I don't know, energy, different, level of energy based on their ranks or responsibility. They can actually travel to the edge of the universe, which is the edge of time. And then beyond that point, they're not able to go beyond a certain limit because God doesn't allow them or doesn't authorize them. It checks out with the knowledge that we have, that the jinns, they also have like 200-300 years to live, different than our, different than us humans. But they still have a time frame. They still have their own clock. So like we have our own clock, which is, I don't know, anywhere from, let's say, 60 to 100 years. And then they have their own clock that could be 200 to 300 years. And then even Satan has a clock too, which was from the beginning of the time of the creation of Adam up until the end of the world. he has a time clock to prove whether he can be a god or not. So all this, I guess what I'm trying to really get at is that time is a currency that was designed and created by God, that was granted to the creatures to use it in a way that would have meaning, or it could actually be something of value, right? So if you really think about it, when you ask most people the real currency, like what is a currency, they think money, like dollar or cash. That's like an actual currency, and, you know, dollar, yen, British pound. But the real currency is time. And when you think about it, everything that you purchase, everything that you own, is either purchased by your time or is purchased by someone else's time. So imagine, you know, you spend time like 8 hours, you trade your time, and you get a paycheck in return. So the money itself is, you can think of it as the receipt of the time that you already spent. So the time is the real currency. And when you also listen to, like, you know, wealthy people, the people that sort of financially they've made it, you listen to their interviews, towards the end of their lives, a lot of them, what they turn around and they say that, you know, I wish I had more time so I could go back and spend, you know, more time with my loved ones, or with my children, or with my family. This is what it's very common that they say that. A lot of them sort of regret that they worked really hard to get to the point of, you know, being wealthy, and they're like, okay, if I could go back, I would do it this way or that way. But ultimately, like, even if they could go back or spend time, or, you know, people that actually do not, let's say financially do not make it, you ask them, you'd be like, what is your biggest regret? They'd be like, my biggest regret is because I didn't chase my dreams. I didn't work hard enough, or I didn't you know, I didn't follow my dreams, or I didn't like try to actually do something or make a difference. So no matter how you look at it, whether they're financially, they made it or they didn't make it, they always have an excuse about what they would do if they could go back in time. So now I wanted to read the verse 3:145. Time of death predetermined. No one dies except by God's leave at a predetermined time. Whoever seeks the vanities of this world, we give him therefrom. And whoever seeks the reward of the hereafter, we bless him therein. We reward those who are appreciative. So even people that they do want the vanities of this world, God still provides for them, right? But they have no share. Now, another example that I came across that I thought it could be somewhat relevant to this is the example of high heaven and lower heaven. And the difference that we learn in the Quran has to do with the fact that in high heaven, whatever you want is readily available to you. You don't really have to put in any effort for you to get something that you want. But in lower heaven, you actually have to like put in some effort to get something. So to me, it was interesting that it just has to do with the level of effort that you have to put in order to get something. Like even here on earth, you know, the richer you are, the less effort and time you have to spend to get something. But if you don't have like, you know, enough money, then you have to put in a lot more time to get something in return. So it's to me, it's a very interesting allegory. And as far as our responsibilities go, you know, obviously we have obligations, we have responsibilities, and these all make sense. I mean, you know, we have to provide, we have to raise children. But the danger is when these obligations and the responsibility, they become the whole horizon. That like they sort of suck you in. You become so absorbed with it that you forget why you were even created in the first place. So, or a lot of times you just sort of put God last. You want to address everything in life, and then towards the end, if you have a little bit of time, you just, you know, sort of dedicate that to God. 63:9. O you who believe, do not be distracted by your money and children from remembering God. Those who do this are the losers. So, and God is calling out money and children. These are the two most, I guess, legitimate things in life for people where they trade their time for, right? So you either trade your time for money or you trade your time to like raise your children or spend time with them. Now, there's a famous saying says that the days are long, years are short. I don't know if you heard of it, but for me, it's it's been somewhat of a wake-up call where like a lot of times when Ramadan comes up, I'm like, what? Like Ramadan is already around the corner. And it's a little crazy because initially, when I was like, I guess teenager or maybe like even earlier, time was much slower. It wouldn't really go by as fast. But as you get older, the responsibilities sort of pile up. It sort of moves a lot faster, and you sort of think to yourself like, what happened? Like, how do I use my time throughout all these months and weeks and days? And I know I only got a minute left. I had a couple more stuff, but and God, I'm going to read a couple of verses. Preoccupation with this life condemned, 57:20. Know that this worldly life is no more than playing games and boasting among you and hoarding of money and children. It is like abundant rain that produces plants and pleases the disbelievers, but then the plants turn into useless hay and are blown away by the wind. In the hereafter, there is either severe retribution or forgiveness from God and approval. This worldly life is no more than a temporary illusion. Another trap that we usually fall into, like when you think about time, it's sort of a line between the past and the future, right? And when you listen to a lot of people that like they're selling you happiness out there, they say, okay, live in the moment, like live in the present, right? Because most people, I mean, in a way it makes sense, but most people, they either are stuck in the past, they grieve about the experiences that they've had in the past, they grieve over them, they'll spend a lot of their time trading it, thinking about those moments, or they think about the future and they think about all their worries and the things that could potentially happen. But submitters, they know that they don't have to grieve and they don't have to worry about the future, and they only focus on the moment that they're in, and they basically try to take advantage of it and use God, integrate the worship practices in like everyday action and decisions, so they don't really get too absorbed with the things that are not even in their control. So we were born in this world with only one job, to do only one thing, and this is the main job description. It says, the purpose of our existence. I did not create the jinns and the humans except to worship me alone. That is essentially all that we have to do in this world. That is what we have to use the time that's been given to us for that. And in order for us to really understand whether we are worshiping God alone, there is a few litmus tests that I believe can really help us to examine ourselves to see if we can actually, like, we're actually doing it. And we learn from 33:41, your God is whatever occupies your mind most of the time. So think about your speech, like what you talk about the most with your friends, your family. What is it that you talk about? Do you talk about business? Do you talk about money? Do you talk about children? Do you talk about shopping? Do you talk about, I don't know, like you can think about anything, right? Soccer. Essentially you are, whatever you talk about the most, that's essentially what you think about the most. Or your salat. When you're during your salat, do you think about God or you think about other things? This is how you can sort of gauge to see if you are being preoccupied with this worldly life or not. The third one is, I don't know if you guys use, your iPhone has this feature where you can go to your setting, you can open up the this feature called the Screen Time application, where you can see and monitor like how much time you've spent, like using Instagram, doom scrolling, Twitter. And that kind of gives you a good idea of like, how you're spending your time throughout the day. Like one time, like I looked, I was like 5 hours like doom scrolling on Instagram. I mean, think about it, like you have, 8 hours of sleep. You probably work about 8 hours and then the rest you just, just waste it. That's definitely not what you want to do. So I would say that's actually a good way to understand where your mind is at throughout the day. And then the fourth one is, examining to see if you actually are using and talking about God or integrating the commandments in your day-to-day, decisions, or as you talk about things, or you think about things when you're talking with your coworkers, your family. Are you aware? And that awareness is what matters. And another thing has to do with the remembrance of God. I'm gonna, inshallah, try to wrap it up. Is that we know that the mistake that Adam made up there, the disobedience, one of the factors of that mistake had to do with the fact that he forgot God. And, imagine he was in paradise. He must have, I'm thinking, must have physically at least know about that dimension, God, like what that could look like. I mean, we're here without any idea of, the dimension outside of this world and what it could potentially look like. And it's such a difficult task. Adam, even though he had like a closer knowledge, he was, he forgot God. I mean, imagine us, if you don't have God's guidance, there's no way we're going to even be able to remember God. So, and God gives us a lot of tools and practices that we use, such as saying, Bismillah before we eat, saying like, Inshallah, Mashallah, and like waking up, you say, Bismillah, like these things are, or thinking about your salat throughout the day. These are tools that we have to use to remember God. However, the danger is like, it can become an autopilot. It can become lip service at some point, where it's just, you're programmed to do these things, but in reality, your mind is somewhere else. And that's why I said, like, if you think about your salat, are you thinking about God during your salat? If you are, that's actually a good way to examine to see if your God is God throughout the day. So, and the last thing that I wanted to, inshallah, close it is the fact that the time here that we lose is very limited. It's non-refundable. You cannot get it back. You cannot, there's no interest that accumulates and gives you more time. There's no way. Like, you lose time, it's over. And we learn from the Quran that, when the death comes, it will be too late. So, inshallah, let's try to strive and remember God most of the time. Try to be conscious of it, and try to integrate God in everything that we do, in every decision that we make. Be fully aware of Him. So, inshallah, this doesn't apply to us. 89:24. It says, "Oh, I wish I prepared for my eternal life." So, that's it. Thank you.
MashaAllah. Very important reminders. Okay, any Q&A, any questions, any hands? Oh, yes. Okay. Faranak.
Congratulations, Ashkan Jan, for a good speech, good reminder. So basically, this means we have to remember God most of our time, here daily, and the majority of time. The more, the better, right? And we have the instruction that explanation in Appendix 27. That's one way for submitters, right? We learned with the contact prayer, saying Inshallah, MashaAllah, say Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, La ilaha illallah when we get up in the morning, glorifying God, anything beautiful we see. And also Surah 3:191, extra on that, God says they remember God when they are on their sides, and all this, different methods. So what else do you see that we can include or do more for God being our God? Which I know Appendix 27 is with details, it says that. But what is your practice, for example, to remember that?
Yeah, I would say one of the effective ways, there's actually two things that I thought about a lot. One is, I mean, Messenger sort of explains these two in audios. One is that when you wake up, obviously after you say Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, la ilaha illallah, you wake up with the mentality that my job today is to worship God. Like if you start your day with that mentality, then inshallah throughout that day you're more conscious about God being your God, because you have a goal, you have a focus, right? And then the other method too that I feel like a lot of times we sort of, I mean, me at least, I forget about it, and which is one of God's qualities. Like God is running everything is one of them that we know. But the other one has to do with God being omnipresent, right? Knowing that every scenario, wherever you are, God is watching, right? So if you're conscious of that, like imagine you're talking with people, with your coworkers, your friends, and if you're conscious that God is watching, then you're going to be more careful about the things that you utter. You're going to be a lot more vigilant. You're going to be more conscious about God being there, present with you. And I feel like that's one of the qualities too that we might sometimes overlook. Because God is running everything has to do, I feel like, in a way, aims at us not worrying and not grieving, because we know God is the one that controls everything. But when it comes down to us having some sort of action or saying things, if we're conscious that God is watching us, then we sort of get our act together. So, I mean, these two sort of been really helpful, mashallah. Yeah.
MashaAllah, very good. Fanan.
MashaAllah. That was a fantastic speech, Ashkan. I really appreciated the discussion, or the whole thing that you're going on with the limits of time. And it makes me remember your sermon that you gave about the angels, the travel, that this, I forget, it was like 1 year is equivalent to
or 50,000
years. 50,000 years. Yeah, praise God.
Yeah.
So it made me think of that. But one thing that, like, I guess I was thinking about, and I want to ask you, so we are in this life for a very short amount of time, very brief, right? And I think an intelligent person asks themselves, like, why am I here on this planet for this finite amount of time? And then that's it, right? Knowing that we know, like, what happens, do you think that it's even more important to strive in the cause of God and do these things, like pushing ourselves in this short amount of time to do what we can in order to grow our souls? Like how, like, does that make it even more important to do that, since we're gonna be gone, like we don't have that time?
Of course, yeah. I mean, it reminds me of the one of the videos. Was it a video where a messenger is saying, if whatever you do, if it doesn't have to do with your worship practice, is a waste of time. And if there is an opportunity to strive, an intelligent person will not pass on that opportunity, because time is limited. It is, you're either trading your time with striving or something that's in the cause of God, or you're trading your time with something else that's not relevant, work, children, whatever. But we know as intelligent people, we have to be conscious of that. That's why I feel like the Quran says, whenever possible, you shall strive. Because it shows where your priorities are. So,
MashaAllah, I'm going to ask one quick question before we end. Yeah. It's a great speech. I've always wondered, what about the submitters who are going to live towards the end of the world? They're going to know 2280 is the end of the world. They're going to be alive, they're going to be living, let's say, the last 30, 40 years, reading the Quran and everything else. I mean, and I've had some discussions around this. What would be your perspective in terms of time? I would think to myself, since the end of the world is coming, let's say 5, 10 years time, I mean, you ain't going to bother with too much savings anymore. You're going to be like really putting all your time into worship practices, right?
If you are a submitter.
If you are a submitter. But would you think that that is how we should be if we were submitters at that time, knowing in 5 years, 2 years? I mean, I would want to do dhikr and charity and everything. I wouldn't go cinema anymore. That's a waste of time.
I think that would be a great movie. You can probably make a great movie on that. I mean, I don't know. Like, I have opinions. Of course, it's like 200 years. Technology is like advancing at such a rate that it's so unpredictable what's going to happen. It's I guess we have the Gog and Magog, within the last 10 years before the end of the world. And I'm sure there's going to be a period of time that, possibly at the time where the the end of the world, like the date approaches, it has to be sometimes within that year that it will happen. So a lot of people are probably going to start doubting it too. And then there's the age of 40, that also, which I don't know, I thought about this too, where if you're born 39 years before 2280, you're in the clear. Like you don't have to do much, I guess. I don't know. So there's a lot that could happen. But yeah, it's definitely like, if inshallah we make it, we can hopefully like have a movie night and see what happens during that time. I don't know.
Mashallah, yeah, I'm glad you thought about it too. God bless you. Put your hands together for Manny. Mashallah, great speech, bro. God bless you. Okay, we have a quick, short announcement from Savannah.
So today is a special day because today it's Dean's birthday. He's turning 7, so we would like to recite an Al-Fatiha. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen Ar-Rahmanir Rahim Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in Ihdinas siratal mustaqim Thank you.
Happy birthday. All right, so we have our next speech, which is by Mary on God's design for his creation that we don't not think of. MashaAllah.
No. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So good to be here. MashaAllah. Conferences are great because you get to see everybody that you don't see on a normal day. Okay. MashaAllah. So this year I wanted to talk about something different. Sorry, I'm using my phone. I wanted to have slides, but didn't get there. So I'll try to express this as much as I can. So praise be to God. We, as submitters, we love God and we love everything about him that he has created for us, things that he does, his word, everything. But the one thing that we forget, there are creatures in God's earth that everything that God designs, first of all, has a purpose, right? So I wanted to talk about the creatures that we don't think of on a daily basis and the benefit that it has for us. And I'm going to try to be as expressive as I can with this. MashaAllah. And it will help you reflect and it will help you reverence God and really think about, wow, like we know how great God is, but the more you discover his creations, the more you realize, right? MashaAllah. So when we think about God creating the world, our mind usually jumps to the big things, the beautiful things. We think of the beauty all around us, the scenery, the ocean, the mountain peaks, and so on. We love a beautiful sunset and all the colorful parts of nature. Today, I'm going to talk about a different group of creations. I want to talk about the creations that sometimes we don't think about, which are amazing. For example, we don't talk about the ones that live in the mud, that live in the dark, at the bottom of the ocean or under the dirt. Like, for example, picking lice and parasites off other animals, eating rotten meat and decay, sifting through ocean mud, burying animal waste, and so on. There are creatures whose entire lives are spent doing jobs that not all of us would like, but are within God's perfect design. Okay, hold on. So let's take a look at some of the animals who clean up our world and protect each other by God's grace and see how further great our God is. So I'm gonna do random creatures, and each one of them is unique and it's a blessing. The cleaners of the deep sea. So let's start under the ocean at a place called a cleaning station. On a coral reef, large predators like sharks, barracudas, and giant groupers will swim in a specific spot and stop. Normally, a small fish swimming near a shark is just a snack. But at a cleaning station, the huge shark opens its mouth wide, flares its gills, and holds completely still. Why? To let tiny animals like the cleaner Ross, am I saying that right? Or the cleaner shrimp, swim right inside the mouth and crawl all over its body. These little fish don't eat normal fish food. Their diet consists of picking off dead skin, slimy buildup, and tiny blood-sucking parasites from the scales and gills of the giant predators. Now think about that design. The tiny fish gets a free meal, the huge predator gets free medical care and stays healthy by God's grace. God put a special instinct inside the predator so it never eats its little dentist. Without these tiny, cleaner fish, wild fish would get sick from parasites and the whole ocean populations would collapse. Even deeper down in the dark ocean floor, where no sunlight ever reaches, lives the hagfish. When dead fish or organic waste sink all the way down to the seafloor, the hagfish go to work. It eats the decaying matter and turns it into a clean ocean mud. It is nature's underwater vacuum cleaner. Subhanallah. Now, there is not a single creature on earth that God does not provide for. Everything has a purpose in the ocean. Now let's look at the waste collectors and the dirt makers. We will move to dry land and take a look under our feet. If I ask you to name your favorite creature, you probably won't pick the dung beetle. Most people think it's gross, yet the dung beetle is one of the most important animals on earth. MashaAllah. Its main job is to find animal waste, roll it into deep, neat balls, and bury it underground. Because the dung beetle does this simple job, incredible things happen. Burying waste stops flies and pests from spreading diseases to humans and farm animals. Digging holes brings air and rainwater deep into the soil. It buries seeds trapped in the waste, which plants new trees and grass. It turns waste into natural fertilizer for plants. Without the dung beetle, fields would quickly be covered in waste, grass would rot, and farm animals would get sick. And here is something mind-blowing. Scientists recently discovered that when the dung beetle rolls their heavy waste balls at night, they look up at the dark sky and navigate in a straight line using the Milky Way galaxy. Think about that. God took a tiny beetle that spends its life in the dirt and gave it the ability to read the stars. Now, next to the beetle, think about the humble earthworm. Just picture an earthworm. An earthworm is blind, it has no legs, and it spends its entire life underground eating dirt. As it eats dirt, it digests tiny bits of leaves and roots and leaves behind rich, healthy soil that farmers call black gold. As it crawls around its tiny tunnels, it lets the plant's root get oxygen and water. The roots get oxygen and water. Wow, everything in this earth has a purpose. So God created creatures to turn waste and dirt into rich green life. Now the disease fighters. Now let's look at two creations that deal with death and decay. The vulture and the fungi. We hear about the vulture, we're like, gross, right? No, mashallah, blessing. The fungi, okay. Now let's look at two creations that deal with death and decay. The vulture and the fungi. Vultures usually get a bad reputation. People view them as ugly. They don't sing nice songs, and they have bald heads. But that bald head is actually a smart design. It keeps them clean when they feed. Vultures are nature's garbage crew. When an animal dies in the wild, its body quickly grows deadly bacteria that can cause terrible diseases like anthrax or rabies. If dead animals sat out in the sun, these diseases would spread into rivers and infect other animals and humans. A vulture's stomach acid is so strong that it destroys dangerous bacteria instantly. They eat rotten meat filled with deadly diseases, completely neutralize the germs, and leave the environment safe and clean by God's grace. Subhanallah. On an even smaller level, think about the fungi. like mushrooms and mold. When a giant tree falls in a forest, nothing can break down that hard wood easily, but fungal spores land on the dead log and release special natural chemicals that break down the wood cell by cell. They turn giant dead trees back into soft soil so new little trees can grow. Without fungi, dead logs would stock up in the forest and completely stack up until forests were completely blocked. God, he didn't leave the world to rot he didn't leave the world to rot. He created specialized creatures to swallow the poison and clean up the mess so new life can thrive. Let's take a look at the melting. We're going to go away from animals for a bit and creatures in the earth, and talk about icebergs that feed the ocean's invisible oxygen. They're oxygen makers. How many times do you think of this? Okay, so here's what happens. When giant icebergs break off glaciers and melt into the ocean, they drop tiny particles of trapped iron and minerals into the water. The iron acts as a natural fertilizer for phytoplankton, microscopic plant-like creatures floating in the sea. They consume the carbon dioxide and produce over 50% of the Earth's oxygen. Every second breath you take comes from these tiny ocean plants fed by melting ice. Desert dust storms feed the Amazon rainforest. Millions and millions of tons of yellow dust from the Sahara Desert in Africa get picked up by wind currents and blown thousands of miles across the Atlantic Ocean. Now think of that. The desert dust is rich in phosphorus, an essential nutrient for plants. The Amazon rainforest soil is naturally poor in nutrients because heavy rain washes them away. So dust from a dry African desert literally fertilizes the world's largest tropical forest. Wow. Praise God. MashaAllah. Okay, so I want to go to sea otters because they help fight global climate change. Sea otters spend their days floating in kelp forests, eating sea urchins. Hold on. There we go. Okay. If otters didn't eat sea urchins, the urchins would multiply and chew down entire underwater forests of giant kelp. Healthy kelp forests absorb massive amounts of carbon dioxide out of the air, up to 12 times more than land forests. By keeping sea urchins in check, otters protect the underwater plants that clean the air we breathe. Lightning. Lightning creates natural fertilizer out of thin air. Air is made up of about 78% nitrogen gas, but plants can't drink or absorb nitrogen straight out of the air. It matters because when lightning strikes, its intense heat, hotter than the surface of the sun, breaks apart the strong chemical bonds of nitrogen gas in the atmosphere, bonding it with oxygen to create nitrates. Raindrops carry these natural fertilizer down to the soil, feeding the crops and plants worldwide. Now I'm going to move over to the crocodile and the plover. I think I'm saying that right, sorry. The Egyptian plover, often called the crocodile bird. A crocodile lies in the riverbank. We all have a dentist we can go to, so do they. Lies open in the riverbank with its mouth open, massive jaws wide open. The tiny bird flies right into the predator's mouth to pick out decaying meat and leeches trapped within the sharp teeth. The crocodile gets free flossing and the bird gets a free meal. Crocodiles lie with their mouth open to cool their bodies down, a process called gaping. Small birds like lapwings and plovers will hop around the basking crocodiles to catch flies, ticks, or leeches stuck in their tough outer hide. Okay. Let's switch to the beaver. Nature's wildfire and flood defense, the wow factor. Beavers are one of the only animals on Earth, aside from humans, capable of drastically reshaping entire landscapes to suit their needs. Their teeth contain iron, giving them an orange color, which makes them strong enough to chop down full-grown trees. They're wildfire barriers. By building dams, beavers create lush, slow-moving wetlands that stay saturated with water. During catastrophic wildfires, these beavers' wetlands act as green oases that survive the flames, providing crucial refuges for wildlife. Water purification. The beaver dams slow down fast river currents, trapping toxic runoff and sediment while naturally replenishing the groundwater reserves. I have a couple more left, and I'm going to relate it to us. Parrotfish. They have fused beak-like teeth that are made of fluoropatite. Sorry, I'm butchering these words. One of the hardest biological materials known to science, harder than copper or silver. They use these super teeth to bite and crunch straight through solid coral rock. Coral reefs can easily be smothered and killed by fast-growing macroalgae. Parrotfish spend their days scraping and eating the algae off the coral, keeping reefs alive and healthy. After digesting the algae on the coral, the parrotfish excretes crushed coral rock as fine white sand. A single large parrotfish can poop out over 800 to 1,000 pounds of pristine white beach sand every single year. The leafcutter ant. Leafcutter ants don't actually eat the leaves they chop down. Instead, they carry the heavy leaves back to the subterranean megacities, which can scan up to 30 feet wide and house up to 8 million ants to grow their underground fungus gardens. They were practicing agriculture millions of years before humans existed. Their massive tunneling networks turn tons of deep soil, bringing oxygen and essential nutrients into earth layers that would otherwise stay compacted and sterile. They process more plant vegetation in tropical forests than almost any other animal group, recycling massive amounts of carbon and organic materials back into the forest ecosystem. Now, when you look, these are just a minute of God's creatures on this earth. And every time I look into a new creature, I come back and I'm just like, wow, everything is precisely calculated. The connection, the symphony of the creation, right? When we look at all the creatures together, the scale-picking fish, the ocean scavengers, the earthworms, the dung beetles, the vultures, the fungi, and all the other creatures I mentioned, we see that there is a big pattern. None of these animals live for themselves, and everything has a purpose. They have a job, inshallah. God designed a world where everything works together. The highest redwood tree needs the tiny fungi at its roots. The huge shark needs the tiny cleaner fish. Humans need the humble earthworm in the soil to grow food. In Job 12:7-9 in the Bible, ask the animals and they will teach you, or the birds in the sky, they will tell you. Which of all these does not know that the hand of the Lord has done this? Nothing God made is useless or accidental. God cares about the small details that we don't think about. If God puts so much thought into how a beetle navigates or how a tiny fish cleans a shark's teeth, he certainly cares about the daily of each and every one of your life. Quiet work matters. You don't need to be famous or powerful to do important things. The earthworm works in the dark and feeds the world. The work you do in secret, helping others, cleaning up, serving quietly, it's seen and it's valued by God. God can clean up any mess. God can do anything. No matter how messy or a hard situation feels, God specializes in bringing fresh growth out of dark places, just like he does in nature. Think about that in your life. The same God who made the stars, the oceans, and the creations is the God who carefully designed the tiny cleaner fish and the star-navigating beetle. And God designed you with just as much care, purpose, and detail. God is most gracious, most merciful, and the creator of our earth. Some verses. Almighty God. With him are the keys to all secrets. None knows them except he. He knows everything on land and everything in the sea. Not a leaf falls without his knowledge, nor is there a grain in the depths of the soil, nor is there anything wet or dry that is not recorded in a profound record. 27:64. Who is the one who initiates the creation, then repeats it? Who is the one who provides for you from the heavens and the earth? Is there another God with God? Say, show me your proof if you are truthful. 35:3. O people, remember God's blessings upon you. Is there any creator other than God who provides for you from the heavens and the earth? There is no other God besides him. How could you deviate? 42:19. God is fully aware of all his creatures. He provides for whomever he wills. He is the powerful, the Almighty. Matthew, this is Matthew in the Bible. Look at the birds up in the air. They do not sow or reap or store away in barns, and yet your heavenly Father feeds them. Are you not much more valuable than they? Can any one of you, by worrying, add a single hour to your life? MashaAllah, thank you.
MashaAllah, thank you, Mary. Praise God. All right, so any questions, just raise your hand. Any questions? You've got about 7 minutes for Q&A. MashaAllah. Anything? Anything? No, looks like you got off scot-free. No? All right, okay. Okay, almost.
Assalamu alaikum. Mary, we're not going to let you off that easy. Mashallah, that was really good and really interesting because, like you said right at the beginning, it's things we don't actually think about, and beautiful verses to end there in terms of, God created all of that. So, of course, he, created us with everything we need, and, we just think so much other stuff is going on, but, God's plan is the best plan. So, like we asked, everyone throughout the day when they presented dinosaurs or if they presented planets or fish, we have to ask you, after all your research, which is your favorite animal?
That's hard because everything is like amazing. MashaAllah. Wow. I would say, and just because this is what I feel, the creation of how, I don't have a favorite, but I am like very, like, it's so, I can't give a favorite because God created everything. And mashallah, I would say God's creation, God's purpose, for this earth. That is like, because you can look, think of how many creatures are inside the earth, on the land, in the ocean. We've only discovered 5% of the ocean. And if you think of just take one creature and you think it has a community, it has, it's alive. If you got everybody together, they couldn't create something like a fly. It would be something mechanical. So, mashallah. Yeah, praise God.
Assalamu alaikum, Mary. I do have a question. So we know that there's a variety of things that by God's grace, all those facts were amazing. We know there's a lot of things put together. We know that there were, first of all, it shows that how many of God's creations were way smarter than us by taking the deal, and doing these, different tasks on this planet, and that's their job, And then we also know that, there's another verse in the Quran that talks about how God, there's so much infinite detail to this planet because of that, because of the calculations of all the provisions and everything. Do you think that knowing all of this, when someone is, just kind of walking past and ignoring these different amazing features, you know, of God. Like, how do you like? Is there anything that like you do to like spark you back to remembering like how amazing everything is? Like, for example, like, you know, with the ant with Solomon, like he heard that little creature, like ever thinking about that. Like, is there anything you do to remember even these tiny creatures, like how amazing they are?
Mashallah, thanks, Vernon. I think that, praise be to God, first of all, we're blessed to have the knowledge and we're blessed to be able to reflect and reverence God. I find for myself when you know, there's a verse where God says, go study go out, look at the earth, right? And I feel like when to believe in God is to get to know his qualities and who he is. And I feel like, you know, God being our creator, what helps me is I want to know, like we have Appendix 6 of how great God is, right? And when you look at that, you're like, subhanallah, right? This is amazing. So just the same with God's creation. I love looking at these things and being like, wow, you know, because I think reflection is very important in a submitter's life. Very important to reflect on God and his creations and who he is, to not just reflect, but to reverence him too. I think by studying, worship your Lord in order to attain certainty. I think also, you know, it's very important that we look at these things and we see like, wow. Because I'll give you an example. We'll see a great artist and we'll look at them do the most fantastic drawing. And we give praise to that. We're like, wow. But look at God's art. It's natural, and he created that. And how much appreciation do we give that to our creator? So it gives you a perspective. I believe that because it starts up here, your perception on life and how you really reflect on your creator really opens you up to seeing so much more. We're in a mental era where we get distracted, and it's hard. Even myself, I get distracted when I do this, and when I'm reading Quran, I try to visualize it, and it benefits me. I feel that it helps me. That's what my goal is for constant, every day, you know, inshallah. But thank you.
MashaAllah, we've got one last question. I wanted to say a quick comment as well. Your speech reminds me of when the messenger said, even an ant, God is controlling the ant's heartbeat. And he said, and that ant exists in this earth and universe as if it's the only creature that exists in the whole universe. And that's the same for all of us as well, like very VIP relationship with God, subhanAllah. Okay, last question. Last question.
I was trying to have my children to ask it anyway. To whom did Allah create all these beautiful creatures for?
Question was, who did God create all these beautiful creatures for?
Yes, and how should we respond to that as human beings?
I think I get what you're saying, so I'll answer it. Inshallah, God help me. I think that, you know, God created the earth. Its purpose was for us, right? And just as I explained in the speech, like everything has a perfect design, you know? Everything has a purpose in this life, you know? We have, you know, like Moira gave a speech. Good job, Moira. She gave, mashallah, she gave a speech on like the dinosaurs and preparation. Everything from the beginning to the end is perfectly calculated. And this earth is to house the souls. But this is our third and final chance to get back to God and to really get up every day and make it our job to worship God. And I think that, you know, these beautiful creatures, you know, they took the second chance. They're the intelligent creatures who came down here to make that, you know, specific role, but they get guaranteed back to paradise. You and me, we need to make that decision when we come down here. We need to, you know, worship God to get back to him. And, you know, all these creatures, the earth houses them too, but it's for a specific period. And to house them, and, you know, praise God, you know, we know they go back to paradise, and mashallah, yeah. So
God bless you, Mary. MashaAllah, great speech. Put your hands together for Mary. MashaAllah. Oh, God bless you. MashaAllah. Good job. Good job. All right. Oh, too late. I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you. I don't even know what's going on over there. What she had what? The which? Huh? For Mary? Yeah, no, we've got schedule. Huh? But she's gone now. She's gone. All right, go on then. All right, this is unusual. Go for it, Natasha.
Salam alaikum. Good job, Mary. I just wanted to share, because you didn't share what your favorite animal was. My favorite animal is the dolphin. And I didn't do a speech, so I wanted to embarrass Jayla. And I can make a dolphin sound. Don't do it. No, don't put it in the mic.
Wow, now I'm glad I took the mic away. Okay, so next we have coming up. All right, if I can get your attention, please put your hands together for my niece, Tamina. And her speech is on priorities. Priorities.
Okay. There's an on button.
I don't think they just use that.
Okay.
Oh, unless it died. But nobody's. It might have died.
There we go. Oh, that doesn't fit.
Put that one on. Go on. 2 seconds. Yeah, there we go.
How does this work? Just put it in? I don't know.
You know what? Just hold it.
Okay. Alright. So, Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Hi. Okay, so how's the conference so far? Okay. I'm nervous. But anyways, you guys are my family, so I'm gonna chill. Oof. Okay, so today we're gonna be talking about one important topic. So what comes first in our lives? Otherwise known as priorities. Yay. So what's our number one priority? How do I change the slide, guys?
Makan. Is any of this here?
It's only gonna happen on my speech, guys.
Oh, there we go. Hold on.
Okay. Okay, no,
Yeah,
more
go
clicking.
back the other one.
Thank you. Okay, so what is our number one priority? Oh, okay, my bad. What is our number one priority? Education. Okay, so we're going to be talking about education, guys. So education is very important because in school, you've got tests, and then after that, you got to work, you got to make money. What? Oh, yeah. My bad, guys. Wrong speech. Sorry, guys. God. God is our number one priority. All right, so the Quran teaches us that a believer's priorities should always begin with God. So I'm gonna be real honest with you guys. I am not the best at keeping my priorities in check. So if any of you all are sitting there thinking, oh, I do that, yeah, go fix that. But also we're in the same boat, which is exactly why, mashallah, we have our communities to help and encourage us. So inshallah, my speech helps encourage me to do better as much as it helps you guys. So here we go on with our first point. Not education. Get rid of that. Okay, so God must be our first priority. The Quran says in 6:162, say, my contact prayers, salat, my worship practices, my life and my death are all devoted absolutely to God alone, the Lord of the universe. So basically, our worship is not limited to prayer. Our entire lives should be devoted to pleasing God. The Quran also says in 51:56, in the purpose of our existence. I did not create the jinns and the humans except to worship me alone. Our greatest purpose is to worship God and live according to his guidance. And on to my second point. Do not let worldly things distract you. So, for the second point of my speech, I will be throwing myself under the bus, which I love to do. If you know me, you know I do that all the time. But before I do that, I wanted to start with verse 1846, rearranging our priorities. Money and children are the joys of this life, but the righteous works provide an eternal recompense from your Lord and a far better hope. So, how I'm going to throw myself under the bus? So I'm going to be showing you guys times where I have been distracted by worldly things and where I needed to fix my own priorities. So, I don't know if they're all going to come up at once or one at a time, but okay, one at a time. So starting off with this picture. It was my first day back in school. Also, we all know that's not what I look like in real life. If you have Snapchat, you know that's a Snapchat filter. It's my favorite. So, in this picture was my first day back in school, and I nearly missed my prayer because I wanted to take pictures and videos with my friends. In this picture, I was watching the final World Cup game, where I could have prayed my night prayer during halftime, but I decided complaining about Argentina clearly paying the ref was more important. Makan shush. Now, this is my bike. Now, you're probably wondering, did she just put a picture of her bike to flex that she has a Trek 29er and knows how to ride it on trails? Yes, I did. But this bike is also the reason I missed the whole Quran study. So another worldly distraction. And because I'm still on my journey, I'm not just ready to give it up yet. And lastly, this is a pic of a sunset. Pic, guys, I'm a teenager. Because I nearly missed sunset. God warns us in 63:9, "O you who believe, do not be distracted by your money and your children from remembering God. Those who do this are the losers. Wealth and family are blessings, but they must never become more important than obedience to God." And in 57:20, preoccupation, that took me a long time to learn, preoccupation with this life condemned. Know that this worldly life is no more than play and games and boasting among you and hoarding of money and children. That's just a little bit of the verse. It's a lot longer. Anyway, the world is temporary, but what is with God is everlasting. And my third point, seek the hereafter without neglecting this life. God teaches balance. For example, God doesn't say, don't go out with your friends or your family and stay home and pray all day, because that is not balance. God does not make the religion hard. And in 28:77, we read, use the provisions bestowed upon you by God to seek the abode of the hereafter, without neglecting your share in this world. Be charitable, as God has been charitable towards you. Do not keep on corrupting the earth. God does not love the corruptors. The believer, us, inshallah, shall work, study, start a family, and earn a living. But we should never lose sight of the hereafter. And my conclusion. Let us examine our priorities, incoming rhetorical questions. Do our actions reflect our belief? Do we remember God before we pursue this world? Do we prepare for the life that never ends? May we make God our highest priority, seek his pleasure in all that we do, and strive for the everlasting reward of the hereafter. A little encouragement and a bit of glazing myself because I can. So just to close off, I wanted to say, for anyone who isn't doing a speech this year or hasn't ever done one, this is my first speech. And guys, I'm super nervous, but...
MashaAllah, well done.
Yay! But I'm doing
Very
it
good.
anyways. But I promise you, after every previous conference I've been to, I've left feeling like I missed out on something. This year, I put my trust in God, even when I was nervous, and I prayed that God would make my speech go smoothly. And now this year, I know, inshallah, I will leave this year's conference knowing I strive to do my very best. And that concludes my speech. Thank you.
Very good, mashallah. Very good. Very good. Okay, important topic, great shares. And great to share about your learning experience as well when you don't always hit the mark, so that's really important. All right, okay, we've got hands up there. Oh, I'm on my own, everyone, so bear with me. Oh, we've got fun. All right, let me do the kids.
Hi.
Hi.
Who are you cheering for in the World Cup?
The whole time?
Yeah.
Portugal.
See? Portugal's better.
But when they lost Spain, because
in the final, what were you cheering for?
Spain. Who wants to cheer for Argentina? Other than that one over there.
Okay, let's bring
Makan.
Let's bring it back. All right. Okay, Fanan.
Okay, I can still. Wow, that was a very, very good speech, mashallah. I had to listen to some of it remotely because things were going on. But praise God, I am very, very impressed that you put this together very well thought out, mashallah. And it is really important to say these kind of topics because this is what happens in life, right? So as you're so I guess my question is, as you're growing up in the different things, do you feel like the things that Satan does to try to shift your priorities gets harder or easier for you?
As you're growing up?
Yeah.
Okay, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like maybe everyone's on we're all on the same path, but obviously it's going to be different for everyone. For me, I feel like I know 100% mine has got harder and harder. And honestly, I'll be so honest, this year, I mean, not this year, but in the previous year, I've gone through a lot of tests and that has really racked my priorities. But inshallah, that's why I did this speech and I was like, hopefully this makes me better. I'm talking to a bunch of people that are my family that I've known for years. Some I've only known for weeks. Some I've only known for like a couple of days. But inshallah, this makes me a lot better. But honestly, for everyone, it's just like different. For me, harder. But inshallah, just strive to be on God's path and it should be easy for everyone eventually.
Assalamu alaikum, Tamina. I'm over here. Hi. First of all, wonderful speech. I absolutely loved it. And I have a two-part question for you. First part is, how old are you?
14.
14. Wow, subhanAllah. And my second question is, because I'm not there yet, with my daughter being 3.5, what advice would you give the parents to help their children to, remain undistracted, to help them be on the mat?
Yeah, this is a question for my mom.
Well, I mean, from
I'll
a
ask her.
child's perspective, because, sometimes kids, they don't want to listen to their parents.
Yeah.
So it's like, from your perspective as a child, and I know your mom's amazing, mashallah,
Yeah.
right? But like, what advice did your mom give you that you were like, it clicked for you? You're like, oh yeah, actually, I want to stay on this path. I want to do my best. I don't want to get distracted.
So for your kids' priorities, not yours.
No, for you. Like, when you were having distractions,
Okay,
did your
okay.
mom give you advice to like remain solid? Like, what advice from your mom helped you like stay undistracted?
Okay.
Yeah.
Everyone's trying to basically tell me that my mom tried to beat me. She's never laid a hand on me, guys. There's no child abuse here. For me, for my mom, I guess she always really gave me the freedom of choice, but also with just enough encouragement to make sure I stayed on the path. I remember there'd be days when I was younger, and honestly, because I love throwing myself under the bus, guys, even in the past year, when I was going through tough times and I didn't want to pray or I didn't want to do something, my mom would sometimes be really strict with me. But, oh, thanks, guys. Would sometimes be really strict on me, but at the same time, she'd know how to blend that into the leniency of giving me the freedom of choice. Because at the end of the day, it's my path, and my mom always tells me you're gonna grow up and you're gonna go off and you're gonna make your own decisions, and that's something that she always saying it. Confirmation? Yeah, there you go. But she's always saying that to me, so I feel like that's one thing that's always kept me on the path, knowing that when I reach adulthood and I have the actual full freedom of choice, other than that I have now, I have to make that decision for myself, and inshallah I want to be on the path, obviously. And so yeah,
MashaAllah, very good answers, very good questions. All right, give your hands together for Tamina, and yes, God bless you, very good, you've done good. All right, so we now have a break. And at